right? We're the ones that Here, I'll just make this really small. So oops. So I guess like the first thing that we're going to go over is probably probably this guy. Oh shit, of course. Okay. Yeah, well, the NFRK, what the fuck is this? I've already forgotten his fucking name. Infuckers? I don't remember how people told me to say his name. It's the dude. It's the guy from Russia who fucking was talking about how bad it was. I was watching yesterday's VOD. Why distract me? Hey, buddy, listen. I don't think anything exciting happened yesterday, did it? I don't even remember what I fucking talked about yesterday. If I'm gonna be completely fucking real with you, I'm not gonna go over Black Destiny. Listen, I support trans people of any kind, whether they're trans men, trans women, or transracial. Okay. If our friend Destiny wants to be black, Godspeed. We'll probably look. I don't know why he tweeted that out. I don't know if he was getting into a fight with someone or something, but it was really fucking. Is that an actual person or was that just like some random fuck that like some kind of like face switcher or something?
This is your boy Roman, your favorite neighborhood Russian. Hi guys, and today welcome to a brand new video. In today's video, guys, welcome to the beautiful city of Tbilisi, Georgia. Yes, guys, that is correct. I'm currently...
This motherfucker ran away to Georgia. It seems like the wrong place to run to.
in Tbilisi, the capital of Georgia, for an extended vacation. Let's just call it that for now, I guess. But yeah, I've been here for a bit. This is like my 4th proper day here. And yeah, last days have been super hectic and also the weather was ass.
Oh,
finally I'm getting to record this video. Basically, yes, the title of this video is not clickbait. I have actually left Russia. I don't know for how long. I don't know how well this is gonna go, but I did. Oh, I thought that was a Russian flag for a second there. Almost got me spooked. Because that's not the flag you see a lot on the streets of Georgia, and I understand it. I guess one thing that you guys are gonna ask me immediately is why I left Russia and why I specifically came to Georgia, I guess. And honestly, there's a ton of reasons. Well, first of all, I would say that my main reason for, making the decision to leave Russia is the fact that...
I was gonna watch this and then talk about trans sports. My basic take is that I don't really fucking care. It seems like people, the only reason people care is to use it as a proxy for other issues. I don't even think that most of the people on Twitter that talk about it actually fucking care about how many trans people are playing fucking sports in a high school. But I don't. It just seems like such a stupid fucking issue for people to get upsetty spaghetti about, and it doesn't seem like it's just stupid. It's a big fucking virtue signal, I think. But we'll go over it here in a little bit because I might have a debate tomorrow with someone that is incapable of fucking reading on Twitter.
Well, I'm pretty sure, at this point I'm like 99.9% sure that YouTube in Russia is probably going to be banned within the next couple of weeks. And obviously I'm a YouTuber, so that is a big concern for me. Another factor is that I guess, I'm really uncertain about the future of Russia at this point, to be honest, because these sanctions and everything, no matter what some people might tell you, they are very, very destructive for the Russian economy, okay? In some regions of Russia, there's already shortages of certain food products, for example, sugar and grains. And I feel like with the way Russia got cut off from everything, honestly, 6 months from now is gonna actually probably get way worse. And also the
yeah, I can understand why people would be upset about people in Georgia or people in Ukraine especially would be upset with NATO. But at the end of the day, what the fuck is NATO supposed to do? Although Poland is supposed to be going to this NATO meeting, and they're evidently going to argue that they want to throw some troops into Ukraine to push Russia away from their borders. So that'll be interesting to see how that plays out. But yeah. What's your actual opinion based on the data? I think that if someone has undergone like a male puberty, they probably have some advantages that are in the short term extremely beneficial in sports. But I think that given an adequate amount of time on HRT, they should be allowed to participate. It really depends. I don't know. I really don't know or care enough about it. I think that the best rule of thumb that we could possibly use is probably say, listen, it fucking sucks, but trans people are allowed in sports as long as they underwent like the puberty of the sport that they're participating in, you know? You got Rose. That's funny. 1 second. Let's finish this. I'm actually I'm invested in this guy's life now.
Third
that we've
reason is
watched
that
this
I
shit.
guess I just don't feel like I belong anymore in a sense, you know? When in the center of St. Petersburg, where I lived for the last 6 months, you're walking on the street and you see like these banners with the Z on it and everything. I don't know, man. I really don't know about this one. And also, yeah, already the crackdown on free speech has gotten way, way harsher just, you know, in this last couple of weeks, and it's probably only going to get worse. So I'm not trying to, you know, come off in this video as if I'm like, you know, being pursued by the governments or whatever, and I'm like a fugitive. Not at all. But honestly, I feel like the space for a person like me to exist in modern day Russia is getting smaller and smaller, if that makes any sense. And honestly, in a way, it also feels like the country that I loved and that I grew up in kind of almost doesn't exist anymore. It's not the same country anymore, you know what I mean? Another question, I guess, that a lot of you might have is why Georgia? Well, it's actually very simple, because I actually got a ton of comments from, you know, Westerners and stuff like that saying, oh, Roman, why don't you just go to the EU? I got people saying, you know, oh, bro, I live in Germany, you know, you can crash at my place or whatever. People from all over the world are hitting me up and saying this, and I really appreciate it, but I feel like a lot of the people who are from...
Oh, really? Oh, really? Oh, I want to see.
Like the European Union don't really get the fact that citizens of some countries don't have like visa-free access to enter the European Union. I don't. The Russians don't have visa-free travel with the EU or anything. And now obviously, you know, with everything that's going on right now, it's not a possibility at this point, right? So yeah, I cannot just come to the EU and just move and just stop living there. I need like a reason to be there so that, you know, I get my visa and stuff. It's either studying or work or something like that. So yeah, if somebody has a company in the EU, you want to give me a job for sure, let's do it. But seriously though, yeah, it's not that easy. But yeah, the reason why I came to Georgia, and because actually a lot of Russians are coming to Georgia right now, is because it is actually a country that has like the best visa-free stay rules for Russians, which is kind of strange as well, considering the fact that, you know, Russia and Georgia are countries that had beef before, right? But the thing is that actually any Russian citizen can stay in Georgia for one entire year, 360 days basically, visa-free. And Georgia and Tbilisi in general, you know, has been a place of sort of, I guess, refuge for a lot of the people who are, you know, not feeling super safe in you know, the current political...
Hold on, really quick. I understand, John, that it doesn't affect it completely, because if you grow, if you like hit 6'5" and then you undergo HRT, right? You're still going to be 6'5". Is Sondsol going to Better Discourse? I'm hoping I can go, but I haven't. The guy, I don't know. This is the thing. I actually went out of my way to make sure that I could like make connections with the people at Better Discourse, and I messaged the guy that organizes it, and I gave him a whole bunch of names for people that because they keep on saying that they're desperate for lefties, and then the guy just like stopped fucking responding to me. But they got Spectre, who is a smaller streamer than I am, to go. I just don't understand. Like, maybe I am just like a really, really non-personable person. Maybe I just like turn people off, but I was very polite in DMs. I don't know what it was, but the guy just stopped responding to me. So Spectre said he'd put in a good word. Destiny made he said my name on stream, but you know, when he was talking about emailing the dude for people, but I just don't know.
Landscape of Russian stuff. And now since the events in Ukraine started, obviously the amount of Russians who are trying to flee has gotten crazy, and according to like the statistics here of the government in Georgia, apparently over like at least like 30,000 Russians came here in the last like 3 weeks or whatever, which is insane. I guess a lot of the people are gonna have a question, of whether I'm trying to, stay here or move here permanently. Thing is, I'm not exactly sure because it actually depends on a couple of factors. First of all, is finding an apartment because Tbilisi isn't like a super huge city, it has over 1.1 million residents, and obviously the amount of people who came and the amount of apartments, you understand it doesn't really correlate. So what this led to is that apartment, prices for rents here have shot up like crazy. So apparently before Georgia is actually very affordable for rents, so you could rent like a huge, maybe like 3-4 room apartment for like $500 or something. Now that
for the better discourse thing, it's the thing that's in person that I went to in October of last year. I mean, I'll probably go either way because I have a place that I can stay in Dallas where I won't have to pay for like a hotel or anything. But yeah, it's just I'll go either way, but I would much rather be a speaker there because that would be really fucking cool, and I wouldn't have to pay for a ticket.
the price has gone up to 1,000 basically. So yeah, that obviously creates an issue for me trying to find a place right now because I still haven't. I understand that it also creates a lot of issues for the locals there because, I mean, kind of like Russia, I guess, the salaries here are not super high or anything like that. And obviously now with this influx of Russians here and the rents going up so much, I mean, I understand that a lot of the locals here are not even able to rent an apartment themselves, It's kind of like gentrification times 100. Actually, when I came here and I posted about it, a lot of people from Georgia that are my fans were like, yeah, dude, this is amazing, welcome, we're so glad for you to be here, whatever. But I did get a couple of messages of people saying, go back to Russia, essentially, which I do understand. And honestly, if I was like a local right now who was maybe planning to rent an apartment and now that all these Russians came and the price is going up like crazy, I'll be like, yeah, fuck these Russians as well, you know what I mean? Yeah, I really like this neighborhood as well. It's like super European, but also kind of also Soviet at the same time. It's really cool. One thing that I think is really interesting, if you look at like the...
No, Better Discourse is done by the Myth-Informed podcast and also by The Quartering. So if you know, well, everybody on my stream probably knows who The Quartering is, but I don't know if BPF does.
The metro here. Yeah, this is actually really tight that Tbilisi has a metro because it's like the same size as my hometown, Chelyabinsk, which doesn't, right? But here they do have a metro, and if you look at that logo, it's pretty much like exactly like the Moscow, like the old Moscow metro logo, which is just, it's really cool. But yeah, another, I guess, issue that I would point out about, that I have to figure out is actually opening a bank account. Because the thing is that before this whole situation, before so many Russians started coming to Georgia, it was actually super easy for a foreigner of any nationality, and Russians included, to open a bank account here. Now that is not the case anymore because so many Russians, you guys understand that like a lot of Russians that are coming here, like they're down bad. Like they either lost their job or lost the ability to be paid because of the sanctions.
I don't think
and
that's
stuff
the
like
right
that.
term.
That's kind of basically me. And also the worst part as well is that since Visa and MasterCard left Russia, essentially now none of the Russian credit cards work abroad. So I'm here right now in Tbilisi. I cannot pay with any of my Russian credit cards. They just don't work. They decline every time. And I'm literally only left to a bunch of cash and crypto. So yeah, I pay in cash the old-fashioned way. And as far as crypto goes, yeah, I don't want to beg too much again because currently I still have a bit of money to do whatever I need to do here. But yeah, I'll have my crypto wallet links down in the description if you want to donate. But for now, it's fine. But if I'm going to be down bad, I'm going to tell you guys for sure. So yeah, this situation obviously creates a high demand for Russians coming in and trying to open bank accounts. And the thing is that banks here actually got pretty stingy as far as opening a bank account goes. So a lot of people get their requests to open an account denied. Banks ask for like a ton of documents proving, your source of income and everything, which is fine. I get that. But yeah, like the whole process is like super random. Like the people that work the same job that like come together to open a bank, one of them gets a bank account, the other gets denied. Like it's absolutely nobody knows what the hell is going on essentially, right? So yeah, that is definitely also one factor that I think is important in deciding whether I will stay here or not. But the plan is to, yeah, I mean, again, the main locations that every Russian sort of that is, in a position like me is choosing to go to, it's mainly Georgia, also Armenia, Yerevan, and yeah, people also go into Serbia, Azerbaijan, countries like that, countries that basically have visa-free entry with Russia and an ability for you to stay there for a little bit. But as far as like staying, Georgia is the best because you can literally stay here for 360 days in a year without a visa, and this is why a lot of people come here. And also clearly, from what you guys see in this video, it's a pretty fucking cool place, right? So yeah, guys, if I'm going to be quite honest here,
he just shows a video. He just like turns the camera around. It's a Prius. He's like, it's pretty fucking cool here. Y'all see that Toyota over there? Hot damn, that shit's a fucking hybrid. That's cool as fuck.
I really don't know what the future holds for me and if my relocation here is going to work. And I guess that's one thing I want to stress as well, is that I wouldn't call this an immigration, or I wouldn't call this like leaving Russia for good, because still, you know, last 6 months of my life I lived in St. Petersburg and I really loved it. It's such a great city, but yeah, it's just kind of not the same anymore, right? And yeah, I'm here for the time being because I can't really get paid too well in Russia. It's also like the entire situation, the tensions right now is just insane. So yeah, maybe I will return eventually, and I plan to return eventually, because still.
Wait, hold on. Did the Discord saying that Destiny just got banned from Twitch? Is that right? Wait, why am I asking in here?
The only thing I can think of is maybe the trans comments yesterday, but we wait for the appeal. Oh boy. Shit, it has nothing to do with Twitter, because none of the Twitter stuff is on stream. It's not, and it's not like linked to my account. It's not even my Twitter account.
All the fucking censored.
You think it's because you watched Mr. Girl? I don't think so. Usually you can watch streams like that as long as it's not, you just can't be featuring them on your stream like a live stream.
All these people getting... don't say the fucking B word, guys. Oh, shit. What a fucking shame. Sucks. Sucks. Listen, dude, I don't like anybody anymore, okay? You're a Destiny mod? No. Why? Why would you think I'm a mod? Republicans are running around doing it. Listen, okay, we'll fucking go straight to it, okay? Let me just go to fucking Twitter, all right? Fuck. I fucking hate everybody now, all right? I'm not going to like be friends with, I'm not going to like be a part of any like community, all right? This is my community, all right? And that's how it's going to stay, all right? Fuck all the others. Like I don't care about like the lefty community, the sock dims, the fucking conservatives, the politically provoked people. I don't care about any of them. I don't like any of them. Okay. Because they like, hey, thank you, Steph. I see that you have atted me on Twitter and said that I'm live, and I am, which is very true because I forgot to, okay. This is my fucking take. All right. How did you uncensor? Can everybody not do that? Wait. Is that like a special thing that only I can do? I think it might be because, if I go to DGG, Washington banned because of the C word. Joining the YouTube exclusive gang. Hell yeah. I think it's because maybe I have the verified flare. But other than that, I have no fucking clue. I just thought you could always do that. But anyways, I don't really, I've spent more time on DGG in the past like 4 days than I ever have in my entire life. So, wait, holy fuck. Is there a dab emoji now? I just tried it. Yeah. I think it's something that everybody can do. All right, this is my fucking take. All right. I think that, yeah, congrats everybody. Trans people are safe now. It's just so fucking stupid. I don't think that anybody actually gives a fuck about what they say they give a fuck about. All right. Well, fuck. I didn't know that there was a dab emoji. That's an incredible fucking upgrade to what we had going on before. One second. Let's get something chill. Hold on. Actually, I could do this. Okay. So this is my take. I think that all the people that are on Twitter are just fucking virtue signalers. They don't actually give a fuck. No video sound? Can y'all not hear anything at all? I'm not even trying this one. You know what? Sometimes I'm not even gonna lie. Just like everybody does, everyone tries to make banger tweets. This is just like me at fucking like what? 2:58 a.m. It was like 3 in the morning, and my entire feed was just people complaining about Destiny. Oh shit! Wait, Abaddon tipped $20 and I had no fucking clue about it. Why did it not tell me anything? Well, thank you, Abaddon. I just now saw that because I looked at the feed on my OBS. Anyways, yeah, I don't think that anybody gives a fuck about anything that they're talking about. Keffel's fans, yeah, fucking cry bully. The most conservative take, okay? The most conservative take that Destiny has around trans people is around sports. I don't think that the sports take is cancelable, all right? I just don't. When people want to cry about trans women in sports or trans men in sports, which they never cry about trans men in sports because nobody gives a fuck about trans men. But it's like nobody gives a fuck about the actual subject. The sports take, I'm saying it's his most conservative take. I think it's a centristy take, and I say as much in this thread multiple times. I'm mega confused. What? I don't know what tartar sauce is. I'm sorry. I haven't even gone through all these. Wow, holy shit. There's way more comments than there were last time I looked at Twitter. What? I don't understand any of these fucking comments, bro. Okay, listen. So, I was up last night. It was like 3 in the morning. Sorry, I'm still waiting for my ADD medicine to kick in if you guys haven't noticed. And my entire feed was fucking Destiny and how horrible Destiny was for saying that people are virtue signaling on Twitter and yeah, that's like the one that I saw the most of last night. And I feel like when I look at Destiny's tweets and I see other, like I see actual conservative accounts, like checkmarked, like mainstream accounts calling trans women troons and shit, or like, you know, like other like reprehensible words. Okay. Like calling for violence on them if they're your child's teacher because they're these dirty T-slurs that are going to like groom your children and then eventually rape them after they intransify them. Okay. Like where is our fucking focus? Like, where's our fucking focus? Like, yeah, you can criticize Destiny and say that he's being cringe as fuck, but his take is by no means a fucking like crazy, horrible conservative take. We don't even have to look that big, Casey. We don't even have to look. We don't have to say like you can't criticize people because they're just small fries. Like, look at fucking James. Is it James Lindsay? I always forget the guy's first name. I know his last name is Lindsay, but is it James Lindsay? That dude's a fucking scumbag. Jack Posobiec is a fucking scumbag. All these like smaller people, but are definitely more mainstream than fucking Destiny is, right? That actually push the narratives in the United States that you can interact with and like dunk on the internet, right? Those are people that are accessible for you to fuck with. But they don't. Instead, it's this like weird shit where people are much more concerned with the people that are in their immediate circles that are, you know, kind of mild in comparison. People didn't like the fact that Destiny quote tweeted that dumb fuck piece of shit subhuman motherfucker fucking Capri, okay? Who did the cringiest fucking thing, making an official thank you post for helping ratio Ian Miles Chong? And it's a bad thing for him to say that that's cringy? That's incredibly fucking cringy. That's like walking around for those people that like grew up and graduated in like 2015 or before, all right? Graduated high school, sorry. Like walking around at school and like thanking people for liking their Facebook post. It's the cringiest fucking shit in the entire world. Because he's an easier target. Because he's not... I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I guess... the best I could think of would be that the reason they go after Destiny first is that he is accessible and they'll get social credit for attacking him. What is that fucking lame ass base that this guy has? Why is it so small? Sorry. I mean, some of them actually think Destiny is worse than conservatives on trans issues going back. Yeah, but those people are fucking retarded, okay? I don't know what else to fucking call those people. Like, they're too stupid for me not to call them a fucking slur, okay? Respond to Viv. I don't know what genocide you're talking about. Are you about Ukraine? I mean, I'll talk to Viv anytime. Viv is a friend. We disagree on a whole bunch of shit, but like, you know. It was probably for the Nick debate. It was on Twitch for all of 5 minutes, but still. Oh, that could be it. I know she's talking about. I'm sorry. I'm acting I'm acting a little stupid. All right. Also respond to Roxy. Jesus fucking Christ. Joy, what? Who the fuck is this? No, I don't want to lose my fucking Twitter account. I'm going to, though. I'm going to lose. Listen, I know I'm going to lose my Twitter account. Okay, I need to get people to start following my alt, because I am so full of fucking hate right now. Okay, I see the most absolutely dog shit fucking things being said on Twitter. Okay, I see actually fucking hateful shit, calling for actual physical violence against trans people every day on Twitter. I've been asking people in my group chats and shit if they've noticed this like huge wave of like absolutely fucking hateful rhetoric that's like seeping into the mainstream in a way that I haven't seen in a long fucking time. And it like actually triggers the fuck out of me. It, like, actually makes me think that these people deserve some sort of like incredibly vicious fucking death. All right. Now, I don't think that I want that in reality. It's just the gut feeling I get, you know, morally reprehensible. But holy shit. There's just like the most hateful fucking things in the entire world on Twitter and on Facebook. I jumped onto Facebook because Twitter was too fucking disgusting for me. And I and then people that I know in real life are just saying the most fucking god awful shitbag things. Is she talking about genocide of trans people? I think so. Yeah. Listen. Listen, only people that I'll report, motherfucking crypto bros. All right, fuck them. One second, I'll.
Well done, dudes.
We'll be out forever and ever 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 and ever. I mean. Wipe me down with celerity. Hold myself with alacrity. These are careful notes.
I can't say that this just happens on the left because the right is the one that did it to me. Okay. listen. I'm pretty sure all my conservative friends blocked me. Man, I think that a lot of them blocked me, all right? But all the ones that didn't, all right? The ones that haven't received my wrath since I started streaming, because I haven't really checked Facebook since I started streaming, all right? Those motherfuckers got a real taste of some pretty aggressive Sondsol, all right? You expect it from Groyper? No, I actually expect it more from lefties. I'm not gonna lie. I was just waiting for Viv to respond, but I guess not. Anyways, so yeah, I think it's really fucking stupid. I don't know what the fuck these people want. I don't know what they want. They have no fucking goals. They have no goals. They have no principles. They have nothing except for a social group that they've made on the internet. And that's why I just really don't like them. That's why I don't want to be friends with those people. I can be friends with any individual, but I can't be friends with like a group of people anymore. Because like I've never had a bad interaction with this Solaris person, all right? Never once in my entire life, all right? We've been mutuals for a very, very, I want to say like about a year and a half maybe. And they just didn't read a goddamn word that I said. Most conservatives like Connor and I now call ourselves centrists. We don't want to give a fuck what camp we're in. We just care if it's right. Yeah. Listen, I don't think that the Keffels person is like a good person. So if Destiny wants to shit on them, fine. But it's like, I understand Know Nothing, good faith actor. Okay? Know Nothing, good faith actor. I'm fine with Know Nothing. He can understand my point, right? But all these other motherfuckers, okay? All these other motherfuckers went out of, it feels like they went out of their fucking way to not read a goddamn word that I said. All right, so sitting here watching everyone melt down about Destiny while conservatives openly call for violence on trans people feels really fucking weird because, again, Destiny's saying, like, there's probably some way that we can have trans people in sports, but probably not if they've undergone a male puberty. That's his fucking take. I think that's what his take is, right? I don't think that's a fucking call to violence. I don't think that that's a conservative point of view. Not gonna lie. I think that's a incredibly centristy lib point of view, all right? This is a respectable response. That's why I say all these people who claim they don't care about him seem to be focusing on his milquetoast centristy transport take more than the checkmarked accounts that are talking about, you know, training teachers grooming children. And then this thread happened. Fuck this person. All right? Fuck this person. Leave out the important part people are mad about to make a point. Nuance when it matters for me. Again, I don't think I missed any part of nuance here. People are not angry about Destiny for no reason. They're angry that he's shitting on trans people and arguing against their inclusion in sports during a wave of legislation against trans people while calling people that raise thousands of dollars for charity virtue signalers. I don't know if he was only talking about the Keffels person. I think most people on Twitter that talk about trans issues are virtue signalers. I would back that statement up 1,000,000%. And then what the fuck is point of being a streamer? Are you also virtue signaling? I'm probably virtue signaling because I don't have like a job in a campaign, and I don't know. I've messaged fucking Beto to see if I can canvas for him, but I haven't really gotten a response from them yet, which is weird. But like, I'll go out and I'll fucking do stuff because I do believe in actually affecting change out in the fucking world. But they didn't hear what I said. I didn't say that Destiny doesn't have an effect on the discourse, but I'm saying his effect on the discourse, relatively small. And the effect on the discourse that he has is not as damaging to trans people as the other people that are of the same size as him that are actually getting onto fucking Fox News because they're fucking crazy conservatives that want to kill trans people. Beto, no. Listen, buddy. He won the fucking primary, all right? If he won the primary, that's who I have to support. But the conservative accounts you're talking about literally nut whenever he tweets about those things, like Ian Miles Chong. I'm thinking bigger fish than Ian Miles Chong. You know, James Lindsay I think is bigger than Ian Miles Chong at this point. I don't know, dude. Like, I really want to be friends with people. I really do. I want to be cool with the lefties and with the sock dims and with the centrists. I want to be friends with all of them. But right now, like, the lefties are fucking insane. How's it going, Abaddon? Hey, by the way, thank you for the dono yesterday. I didn't see it. I don't know why the alert didn't go off, but I saw it on the activity feed. I appreciate that, Abaddon. Doing the lefty thing and just not voting. I've thought about it, but I'm not going to do that. Yeah, but I don't want to be friends with the Nazis. I see Nazis as subhuman pieces of filth. All right. I literally don't think that Nazis deserve moral consideration until they stop being fucking Nazis. They've dropped their fucking moral consideration by believing in that, in my like moral worldview. I know that sounds like the most virtue signaling thing, but people get mad at me for it either way because people don't like calling people subhuman for some reason. I don't know. I assume what this is a moon, right? Is transphobe just because he has a nuanced transport take, which makes the word kind of useless. I don't want to have to learn about every single fucking like highly intensive fucking like biological fucking meme in order to stream. I don't want to have to learn about fucking androgens and fucking like the effect of testosterone on muscles over time. I don't fucking care about those things. Okay, I care more about like making sure that trans people are accepted in society. I care more about like trans people not being discriminated in I don't know, fucking housing or schooling or work or medical care. Those are the things that I care about. I care more about like having the conversation with people to like explain, okay, so like the definition of woman is more difficult to pin down than you might think, right? So let's like try and walk through this conversation. I think those conversations are like really important, right? I don't think that the fucking trans sports thing is important. It's not that it's boring. It's a distraction from like much more important things, right? Like I see teachers, like trans teachers being targeted at parent-teacher conferences or at like school board meetings because they are trans for no other reason but they are trans, and there are these fucking like degenerate fucking Neanderthal fucking troglodyte parents that are attacking people at these school board meetings. Boring since the left is losing on it? No, just because, like, I've already told you why. It's because it's like, I spent 40 hours learning about fucking virology so I could beat Rob Noor in one debate. I spent 40 hours learning about that, okay? That was my own fucking research where I fucking, like, sought out actual, like, PhD people and, like, talked to them off stream, and I fucking read, like, research papers and, what do you call them? Like, the, systematic reviews and shit. Like, I read all of that shit, and I learned how to read those things better, not perfectly, because I don't know that much, but it's like I don't want to have to do that for literally every single fucking conversation that comes up, you know? For non-offending, because a non-offending pedophile isn't advocating for anything that would make them an offending pedophile, but Nazis advocate for things that would inherently, like, restrict other people's rights. This isn't hard. The trans people in sports thing isn't cut and dry. It's hard. Yeah, that's why I don't really, like, care that much about it. I think that, like, the easiest position to have is, like, if someone's undergone a male puberty, it sucks, but they probably either have to have some kind of league of their own, or it has to be on a, like, fucking case-by-case basis. But even that case-by-case basis, I wouldn't be able to say what the correct thing is. But we can also say that trans people should be in sports if they haven't undergone that puberty. They've had hormone blockers. They've gone through all the psychology shit. They've gone through HRT. They went through the puberty that everybody else in their sport has, and like, that seems way more fair. I don't think that could possibly be unfair to any individual, right? Do pedophiles try to convince others they should all be? Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. Is the transport debate? Oh, was that supposed to happen today on his stream? Non-offending pedophile is a thought crime. No, that seems to be some sort of, like, psychological affliction, right? A paraphilia. What about non-violent? There's no way that you can be a non-violent Nazi if you're going to enact some kind of policy. Even if you're not going to, like, physically walk up to a Mexican and punch them in the face yourself, right? If you're advocating for a bunch of legislation that's going to remove certain segments of the population from a country, right, and ship them off to other countries that they don't have roots in, then that's a form of violence, and you can that I don't think that that's acceptable. Okay, I don't want to get into that conversation right now. It's just, like, so fucking far out of what we're talking about. Who called for transgender? Shut the fuck up. One sec. Okay, what I was trying to get to, sorry, I'm, like, being ultra ADD, I apologize, everybody. Here, one second, let me just... Okay, so this is something that I want to talk about really quick. Well, Tom, if that's going to happen, it's going to happen tomorrow, because Friday, I think my suspension is up, and I'm also going to be out of town for 5 days. Because me and my girlfriend had a planned trip to Wisconsin, of all fucking places. Okay, this is something that I wanted to fucking talk about. So, the solar body person, this is something that I've noticed every single time that I get in trouble on Twitter with the left. It's because people are taking personally something that isn't directed at them. They feel like something that I've said is directed specifically at them, and that means that they have to, or it's a subtweet of either them or their friends or their social group or something, and therefore they need to fight me on it, right? You suspend yourself. If I'm going to be on a panel with Destiny and Mr. Girl and you and whoever the fuck, then I'll just stream on YouTube. I don't care. But anyways, so, look at the way that this conversation goes, right? If you don't recognize that people with large cult following has no effect on discourse or any possible thought process his followers have, then what the fuck is the point of you being a streamer? Are you also virtue signaling? Yes, I am virtue signaling. I'm a fucking streamer, okay? But I try not to virtue signal. I try to live my fucking values the best that I can. I say, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm not talking about niche internet celebrities. I'm talking about mainstream conservatives, people that have influence over politicians or are politicians. You can look at Marjorie Taylor Greene. You can look at people like fucking Lauren Boebert or any of the other fucking subhuman fucking trash that we have in Congress right now, or at the state level especially. All those fucking scumbags that don't... careful with the TOS. You regularly engage in discourse. You know people aren't a monolith and can't attack entire media conglomerates. Imagine every time you pointed at someone doing something wrong that has a following and said, well, actually, Fox exists. This is useless. Well, holy shit, dude. I didn't actually... I don't think that I said anything about Fox. Did I say anything about fucking Fox here? Not fucking once. I didn't say fucking Tucker Carlson. I said they might have sway over politics or like, or they are politicians, right? But I don't think that Destiny has any meaningful sway over politics in the way that someone like Jack Posobiec or fucking Nick Fuentes or fucking James Lindsay does. Okay? So you right, blah, 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 blah. I typed this out, had too much to say. I don't think Destiny's tweets are making it into the mainstream media, nor his takes that I've seen even conservative enough to be weaponized against trans people in any meaningful way. I don't have to point to Fox News to find conservatives of even meager size saying significantly worse. Maybe I just haven't seen his worst takes, but I don't think there's more that we should talk about when it comes to trans people in sports, and all Twitter lefties are crazy is going to move the needle on nearly as many people as you guys give him credit for. Then we have this fucking tweet that actually triggered the fuck out of me, okay? Tweets that trans people are worse at advocating for trans people than transphobes. Has no idea what DIY is, calls a trans person a pedophile. Jumps in the sports discourse, supporting the conservatives. Not fucking true. Actually, he's not gonna get a Tucker Carlson appearance, so it's not bad. Holy shit. So I said, thank you for reading that into my statement. And they do it literally in the next tweet. Fox News. I say, I'm not talking about fucking Fox News. I don't have to point to Fox News. And then they talk about fucking Fox News and Tucker Carlson again. And this fucking retard. I make fun of them. I type out a tweet in the exact same format as theirs. I make fun of them, and they're like, well, actually, Destiny plays a pivotal role in American politics. Log off, bro. I was making fun of them. They're too stupid. They actually don't know that they're being made fun of. I don't know. I just don't like these people very much. I just don't like movements anymore, okay? I don't like them. Because there's all these fucking 19, 20-year-olds who have very, very strong opinions on politics but have no fucking idea how the world works. I don't know. Except for Dems? No, I think that there are a lot of really fucking cringy Dems out there. I'm not gonna fucking sit here and die on the hill of every single of any fucking group. Okay? I will always support Dems over Republicans so long as Democrats are more progressive than Republicans, all right? Like, bar some like massive shift in like the political alignments in the United States, I'm not going to support Republicans in any fucking elections, okay? Our own movement, because fuck them. No, I don't want. Listen, I don't want to be part of a fucking movement anymore, because all the people will like not look at shit outside of themselves. I mean, sorry. They won't look at shit outside of their movement in their friend group. I'll work for the local Dems before I work for. Sure. But that doesn't mean that I support every single fucking Democratic branch, okay? So I'm not gonna like sit here and call myself a Democrat because I don't know if I don't know if I'm willing to die on the hill of what the Democratic Party supports, okay? Like, the Democratic Party puts out a shitload of fucking really bad optically and fucking legislatively, if we're honest, positions. Some of their things are really fucking stupid. But there isn't a party that like perfectly aligns with me, so I'm going to align with whatever is the most, the closest to my values. Anyways, I don't know. I don't understand how these people go through life doing the absolute worst job possible for their own well-being. I don't know. So I guess like we'll watch some stuff about trans people in sports. I fucking hate it. It's really fucking stupid to me. But how they continue being so self-righteous? Yeah, I think that triggers the fuck out of me too. What is this? Wait, I actually don't even know about this. Oh, okay. I thought this was on the same fucking thread. Yeah, I don't know, dude. It feels so fucking it feels so fucking weird to classify what's going on in the United States as some kind of fucking genocide. It feels really fucking weird to like talk about Destiny as if he's some sort of like raging fucking transphobe that wants to kill all fucking trans people. Like, did gain like 10 subs since yesterday. Is that true? I haven't been keeping track. Hey guys, subscribe, like the stream. It will show up in more people's feeds if y'all like the stream. It just feels so fucking bad being on the internet and talking about politics, okay? One second, let me see. The person that I was going to debate today, but might have to wait until tomorrow. Yes, please, holy shit, we need to, everybody fucking subscribe, because otherwise I'll never be able to monetize the YouTube. Oh, wait, I'm still on the DMs page, oops.
I'm living like there's no tomorrow. Because there isn't one.
Let's see. Anybody have any interesting things to watch about like trans people in sports, or if there's a did someone make something? Trans take like in the same vein as being against trans healthcare or pushing? Yeah, I don't think so. It doesn't feel that way, does it? It doesn't feel like one position can a transphobe make, you know? I don't know like what the best thing that we can do is when it comes to trans sports. Okay, the Daily Wire ad? No, what?
It must be hard being a man too.
You're born alone and you die.
Also, this Keffels person is a massive piece of shit. Okay, fuck this person. The Prime panel on transport is good content. I've resisted watching it because fucking 20 people on a fucking panel always seems like a dog shit thing to watch. DebateBRO? Oh, really? Let's see, has he said anything else? Nope.
The trans athlete is gonna...
Christ in heaven. Fucking 2 hours. Destiny supposedly hate-rated Keffels, which does sound pretty shitty. Okay. It's my understanding they banned 7 people. Is 7 people a fucking hate raid? Yeah, I don't think that there's any evidence. They just followed Destiny. Yeah, I don't know if you can really call that a hate raid, but
They do a lot to like foster a lot of really bad will against like trans people in general. I think it's a really good turf argument for, well, look, these people just want to destroy women's spaces. Everybody else in the world can look and see that there is clearly a difference between physiologically men and women. You guys should know this in the left because we talk about rape culture all the time, and it's one of the big concerns that women has.
Go research the biology, then talk about the biology afterwards.
No,
Okay,
Sam,
hold on, no, wait.
explain it to him.
Why, yeah, please explain this to me so I can tell you how fucking stupid you are. Go ahead.
Who gives a fuck if women can't compete at the top level?
If it eliminates women's spaces from sports,
you know what? Actually, let's do this. I just had an idea. We'll watch that, but you know what we should also watch? Let's see if his takes have changed from the past. Let's see here. Trans women versus cis women in sports, featuring Mixed Vivian Wolf. Let's watch this one. It's a little bit shorter. Oh yeah, there's okay, hold on. Let's pace this out. Which one? This one or this one? This one's shorter. This one's shorter. It's 30 minutes. We have the
I think
let's watch this one first.
Okay, hello, hello.
Hello, hello. How are you?
Hey.
You alright?
Pretty good. All right, what's your problem? What's going on?
Cool. So I think the whole way that you framed the entire conversation is just like it's bad from the start, right? There's like two major problems with how this conversation gets framed, and it's usually done in this manner by like I said in your DM, like by hate
Let's
groups, like
write down what
for women
his.
and all that.
So this is what I want to try and do. Let's look at what his points in 2019 were versus what they are now. Let's see if there's any massive shift. Let's see if he has been a consistent transphobe or if he's only a transphobe now.
Organizations where they frame this as like a men versus women thing, right? And it's very the whole men versus women thing. It's very different from what's actually the conversation, which is like trans women versus cis women, right? Like the idea that like this should be framed as like a men versus women conversation. It's nonsense because like HRT does make significant changes to the body, right?
Yeah,
I
but it
think
doesn't
Annabelle
change
was trying
everything.
to-
It does make significant changes, but it doesn't change everything, right?
It doesn't change your like skeletal structure. Like if you're 6'5", you're going to stay 6'5", right?
No, of course it doesn't change everything, right? But it seems that it changes it enough. So there's between like the top
So
performers
HRT
in men's sport and women's sport, there's about a 10%
doesn't.
difference, right, in performance, right? Men sort of outperform women in most sports. This is like as a generality overall sports, right, by about 10%, and that seems to be reduced. There is a study, and I was trying to find it off the top of my head, but there is a study that was done that was like a longitudinal study where they looked at some runners and some cyclists, and like where they positioned like pre and post transition, and there didn't seem to be like any kind of like drastic changes. So like if they were coming third in the men's category before they transitioned, they would then come third in the females category or thereabouts, right? So it seems that like that 10% kind of advantage gets kind of reduced just by HRT. But even if it didn't, like trans women still fall within the range of possibilities for women, right?
What do you mean by
It's
that?
not just okay. So this is where you get into the haziness of the conversation about like one, what do you mean by fair play? Two, what do you mean by an advantage? Right? Like these are both important questions to think about in terms of fairness or an advantage. Are you saying that like that having undergone a male puberty could give them some kind of advantage?
Yes.
Of course, maybe it could do, right? But like there are numerous things that can happen to a woman in her life that can give her like an advantage or a disadvantage.
Well, wait, hold on. So, like, we have to
But the
first.
question is,
Wait,
does
real
it
quick.
give-
We gotta get rid of some of the weasel words here. So, going through puberty as a male doesn't maybe give you an advantage. Like, on an aggregate, it absolutely gives you an advantage. Going through puberty as a male versus going through puberty as a female, in terms of like biological sex assigned at birth or whatever, confers a great advantage. There's no.
You lose bone density, but if you're talking about something like swimming specifically, if you're really tall in swimming, you're going to have an advantage over someone that's really short. You have a longer stroke length, you know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Lung capacity, like Abaddon said, is something like, I don't know how that's affected over the long term, but at least in the short term, like the first couple of years, you're going to see, you know, an advantage with people that have just started transitioning like hormonally.
They are, and stuff like
God
going, hey,
fucking damn it.
We have to
But the
first.
question is,
Wait, real
if-
quick.
does
We got.
you saying that like fair play to what do you mean by an advantage, right? Like these are both important questions to think about in terms of fairness or an advantage. Are you saying that like that having undergone a male puberty could give them some kind of advantage?
Yes.
Of course, maybe it could do, right? But like there are numerous things that can happen to a woman in her life that can give her like an advantage or a disadvantage.
Well, wait, hold on. So like we have to
But the
first.
question is,
Wait, real
if-
quick. We gotta get rid of some of the weasel words here. So going through puberty as a male doesn't maybe give you an advantage. Like on an aggregate, it absolutely gives you an advantage. Going through puberty as a male versus going through puberty as a female, in terms of like biological sex assigned at birth or whatever, confers a great advantage. There's no maybe about that. It absolutely does.
What I mean, we could try and get down into the nitty gritty, but that would involve like bringing up a shitload of studies and stuff. And I'm sure that
it's like it's pretty basic physiological science. Like there's significant
yeah,
athletic
but
advantages.
I'm talking about. I don't think you realize like just how many things like HRT does change, right? Like
HRT. Okay, so this is the lived experience of someone that I like personally know in real life. All right, someone that I know, trans girl. She was a runner in high school and in college, and then she started HRT. And within like 6 months, she went from being like jacked to not being able to move a couch across her. Like she needed help moving furniture in her house. Okay. So I think that there is some like major muscle difference, but that could have been a combination of a bunch of different things, right? Basketball is where the biggest disparities are. I would say basketball or swimming, something like that.
you spoke about like bone mineral density earlier. Like bone mineral density is something that can absolutely be affected by HRT.
Is it?
It's something that so many, a lot of trans women have to go for regular checkups for like osteoporosis because it's one of the big problems. Also puberty blockers. Like there was a huge kerfuffle a little while ago. I think a Norwegian study like proved it wrong last year. But in general, like the rates of like osteoporosis and like bone disease among people who have taken puberty blockers is like slightly higher.
Okay, sure. So we're kind of like hand waving off like the hard question, right? The hard question is does a trans woman have some sort of innate biological advantage in an aggregate against a cis woman after undergoing HRT for 2 years? That's the question. There was like a study that demonstrated that answers the whole question, but we can't hand wave that and then talk past it. That's literally the main point of contention.
So even were that the case, right? Like the point is this advantage like one that is insurmountable or falls outside of like the usual range of like people who are assigned female at birth, right? So for example, I don't know, in like the simplest terms, like if a person who's undergone like HRT, can they run faster than anyone who hadn't undergone a male puberty could ever hope to, right? Because when we're talking about athletes, we're not talking about like the average.
So I think that they can run. I think that it's not the speed, but the endurance. I think that endurance sports are the ones that are mostly that trans women would dominate in over cis women. I can't say like 1,000,000% sure, but that's what my my thought is. I don't know if that's like 1,000,000% the case though.
Person on the street, we're talking about the very tippy top. We're talking about genetic freaks in general, right? And all these people are going to have significant advantages over the general population when it comes to sport.
Sure, but even as an out-of-group difference comparing elite athletes to non-elite athletes, even within the category of elite athletes, there is still a hard differentiation between male and female elite athletes.
Of course there is between male and female, but is there between trans women and cis women?
It's really hard to say. I don't think that trans people in general have competed en masse unobstructed in traditional sports yet. There's a lot of arbitrary barriers that prevent trans women and trans men from competing in athletic events like at every level right now. So it's hard to say how they would compete uninhibited.
So first off, so like you agree so far, like it doesn't seem to have presented any kind of problem, right? Other than being a catalyst for like social discord.
Sure, that seems to be the case. I don't know that.
The whole like trans women are destroying women's sport thing, like that's not actually happening.
Yeah,
right?
I don't think that's happened yet. I think there was like one UFC fighter that people were complaining. I don't remember. I don't follow.
I mean,
sports
Fallon Fox, if you're talking about her, she won what 4 out of 5 fights in sort of like the mid tier and then got knocked the fuck out. Her career.
I'm actually pretty surprised that trans women that go into the MMA don't dominate. But they don't have, most of them don't have like amazing records. This is a bad argument. Athletes are already variables. No, it's not a bad argument. The reason I don't think it's a bad argument is because if we're trying to find what the how to split up different sports, right? If we're going to do it men versus women, well then we're going to have to say, if we're just doing it by like their gender identity, then we're going to accept all trans women into women's sports, all trans men into men's sports, right? So they were like, okay, so if that is unacceptable, then what other things can we try to separate this by? Is it going to be by height? Well, there are cis women that grow to be fucking 7 feet tall, and then we're going to be excluding cis women from women's sports if we do it by height. If we do it by testosterone level, there are women, there are like multiple cases of this that have like naturally high testosterone levels in their body, and then would have to take some sort of medication to lower their like natural hormone levels in their body to be able to participate in sports. That also seems incredibly fucked, right? No, we don't need to recategorize sports. So is if your response is just like create a completely separate category of sports for trans people, well then I don't know, like then that's like your whole ass position. I don't know how to even respond. But what about like people that are born with like Klinefelter's or Swire's syndrome, where they like live as a woman, but they have some biological aspects of men? Do those people have to go into the trans division, or do they go into the cis division? Because they didn't transition, right? They just were born with a genetic abnormality. So like that's the fucking. It's just it's more difficult than it would have initially appear.
Korea wasn't like exemplary in any kind of way. It just got like blown out of all proportion when she when one of her the people she fought against suffered what everybody was saying it was like a skull fracture, right? Like she cracked her skull, but what actually happened was like she fractured the orbital ridge, right? The orbital bone, so the brow bone around the eye.
Yeah, I don't care about this. I don't care about this. So wait real quick, because this is totally relevant to the argument. I don't think that I don't buy into the argument that like trans women are destroying like women in all sports. I don't think that's happened yet. I haven't heard that happening, so I don't even care to talk about like whether that's happening. Okay. Cool. The concern is whether or not like it would lead to something like that. That if we were to open it up to trans women in all categories, that you would start to see more trans women rise in the ranks, and then that would lead to like some pretty catastrophic things for cis women that are trying to compete in athletic events. That would be the
right. This is the kind of like alarmist rhetoric that these anti-trans groups are pushing. Like, you know, women are losing their right to like single-sex spaces. Women are losing their ability to like compete in sports because men are coming in and taking it from them, right? But
well,
like
not men, but trans women.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm aware that's not what you're saying, right? But you have to. I realize you're not like deeply embedded in this conversation, right? Which is why I have to like give you some kind of leeway. Which is why when I said to you in the DMs, I said like unwittingly using very similar narratives to those.
You can say that I'm unwittingly using narratives, like I don't know what any of the prevailing narratives are. I am familiar with a lot of them, okay? But when you come in here threatening to decapitate me in a conversation, and now you start ascribing to me terminology that's used by transphobic people, I'm not going to just let you skirt by on that, right? I'm not giving you the turf position that men are coming in. So I just want to be very clear that we're talking about trans women coming in and destroying cisgender women in their athletic events, not men masquerading as women coming in to fuck over women, blah blah blah. Yeah, I'm just being very clear on my terminology there. Okay, go for it.
Yeah, that's fine. It was like the initial framing of the argument when you started off with Alabel, you were talking about like the differences between like men and women in sport, and I'm just like this whole half of the conversation is fucking irrelevant, right? Because it doesn't matter how much like cis men beat cis women by. That's fucking irrelevant.
Well, but it's not irrelevant. That's directly part of the conversation. That if we acknowledge, well, because if you start off saying there's no difference between men and women in terms of athletic capabilities, well then trans women should just be able to compete.
I mean, I never started off saying that. I mean,
I didn't say you did. I'm telling you, I didn't say you did. I'm telling you that's why me and Alabel started the conversation off that way. If you start the conversation off, I'm sorry, hold on. I said if you, but I don't mean you, so that's unclear on my part. I'm sorry. Alabel started the conversation off by saying there was no difference between men and women athletically. That's not true. If that was true, why would I even argue about trans women or trans men competing in sports? They should do whatever. It doesn't matter. But there is a huge difference between men and women. Well, if there's a huge difference between men and women competing in sports, well, now we have to ask: are the advantages gained while training as a biological male assigned at birth male or whatever, or do those advantages carry over post HRT? Which is the question that still needs to be answered.
Right, yeah. And it seems, I think you would agree that, like, not all of them do, right? Even if you could say that some of them do, right? There is a significant disadvantage for a trans woman on HRT as compared to a cis male, right?
What do you mean? Oh, a trans woman? Yeah. No, a trans woman should never be able to compete with a cis male. Once your hormone, once your testosterone levels...
That's not gonna happen. Okay, so we do agree that, like, at the very least, right, like, they don't have the same kind of, like, advantages that a cis male would.
Of course.
Right?
Yeah.
However, right. So that 10% difference, right, between like the highest performing athletes in the male category and female category has already been like shrunk a significant amount. But we're talking about like possibly like the 1 or 2% difference that's left remaining, right? And it's like, does that actually happen? Like we would have to study numerous trans athletes in order to like ascertain whether like this tiny fucking advantage exists, and then we would have to examine like whether that tiny advantage is one that can be gained through any other means, as to say like whether this is fair or not. Because a male puberty is just sort of like something that happens to a trans woman, right? Like if you accept that trans women are women, it's like, well, women have various things that happen in their lives that could potentially give them an advantage in sport, right? You could be a cis woman and you could have, like we said earlier with the androgen insensitivity syndrome, there's that, but there's also like numerous medical conditions that can cause you to have like more testosterone during your formative years.
Yeah, of course, I don't deny any of this, that there are edge cases that can make different people present with a phenotype that seems to contradict their...
Can someone give me the rates of trans women being even in the top 10% or the top 10 of their sport? Maybe not. No, let's say the top 10%. Okay, let's broaden it a little bit. Are there examples of like sports across the world being dominated by trans women? Because I don't think that there are. I think that even this Leah Thompson or Thomas person is like 35th as a trans woman in her division, right? Someone can call me on that. I don't know. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure she's like 35th in her division, compared to when she was in the men's division, right before she transitioned. She was like number 11 in the nation. Now she's only 35th in her division. Right, so
Genetic.
Right.
Sure,
You say they're niche, right? You say they're niche, but when you're talking about like elite athletics, you're talking about people that have been presented already with a significant genetic advantage, because there's only so much that you can train, right? Like if everybody trains, like you've got sports scientists.
Okay, listen.
and fucking
So we're
Robinsons,
making like a statistical error here. Okay, so I understand the argument you're making. You're saying, well, everybody that competes at these levels are already genetic freaks. They're already in a niche. Even if I grant you that, which I would, even if I grant you that, there is still a differentiation between male and female competitor. The niche like freak competitive female swimmers or female basketball players or female tennis players don't beat the niche competitive male basketball players, male swimmers, male tennis players. So even if I grant you that there are genetic exceptions at the top that make them like freak performers,
course, like,
the male-female difference still seems to play like a pretty important part in how competitive somebody is.
Yeah, of course, right? And so the male-female advantage seems to be like significant enough to produce like I said, that 10% difference, right? But does the trans cis, like that's the question? Does
Well,
that
yeah,
produce
you're
an
just
advantage
restating my
that could
question.
be
Yeah, we've
another-
restated it several times. Yeah, that's my question. I don't know what the answer to that is.
Yeah, right. And that's like a fair. That's like a fair question to ask, and the science so far seems to suggest that it's like not the case, right?
I don't know if that's true. I don't know if it's been. It seems like
especially in the case.
it seems like it
especially in the
hasn't
case of like
studied.
apparently she's lost to a pre-HRT trans guy in the past, but I'm at work and can't check. Huh. Going from a much lower bracket to the upper brackets. I mean, that's entirely possible. Again, but like I don't fucking care. I don't fucking care. Like who cares? It's fucking high school sports. Is it because of scholarships? Is that why people, is it just because of the trophies and shit? Like what is it that people care about? Because most of the conservatives I see talk about this, like they don't seem like they actually give a fuck about women's sports, and they never have, and they never fucking will. If I saw people like watching the fucking WNBA all the time, I might be a little bit more sympathetic towards their point. But like, I fucking.
Cycling and running, and not swimming. Shit, I forget what the other one was. But cycling and running, that's almost definitely not the case, right?
I don't know. I would be interested in seeing. So running is something that I think long distance or marathon running is like one of the few things that women are supposed to be, I think, competitive with men in. So maybe you would expect to not see a difference there between trans women and women, because women and men are already almost at parity there. I think at like ultra marathon running or whatever. But yeah, I don't know if that difference is borne out like in other athletic competitions.
So yeah, so that's your question.
That was always my question. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm saying that the question is like wrong. It's like a wrong framing of the argument. The question we should be asking is like what actually denotes fairness in sport? What actually denotes an advantage in sport? Right?
Sure, that's a whole separate conversation.
Which advantages are acceptable and which ones aren't?
Sure,
right?
That's
because
a whole separate
if
conversation.
you have this advantage through going through a male puberty, should that disqualify you from competing as a woman?
Sure.
People that like sports die for the idea of fair competition. I don't think they actually fucking do. Okay, because their idea of fair competition is just man versus man, woman versus woman. But like you can draw the fairness line anywhere. You can draw it at height. You can draw it at testosterone levels. You can draw it at like age groups, like weight classes. There's a lot of different lines that you can draw, which is why I'm not like super sold on the idea that people are dying on the hill for fair competition. I think it's mostly just a proxy fight about trans issues, right? And a fairly like inconsequential one at that. Like it doesn't seem like an actually important issue. We have trans people that actually have like major issues with finding housing or finding healthcare, especially healthcare. Like, why is this the one that everybody's losing their fucking minds over?
So whether or not we want to talk about where we draw the arbitrary distinctions in sports, that's a valid conversation topic. I said it with Alibril, I said it
right
before,
there.
I said it after. But that's a whole separate conversation. And if you want to have that conversation, then you have to abandon your prior notion that trans women will fit neatly in with cis women when it comes to competing in athletic events.
Right. Like I said, I don't see why why this question even has to be brought up unless it's a problem already.
Well, the
right?
question is brought up because people want to feel like athletic events are somewhat merit-based, and they want to feel like there's a somewhat level playing field. This is why we don't have 300-pound fighters fighting against 120-pound featherweights, right? Or I don't even know what a featherweight class is, but like this is why we have men that generally don't compete in women classes, because we like to feel like there's some level of meritocracy going on. So if a trans person seems like they are violating what is supposed to be what we establish as some sort of merit-based system, well, then people have a problem.
And that isn't the case, though. That's never been the case.
No,
When you look
that's
at
the issue. You can't just say that's not the case. That's literally the contention point that neither of us.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, right? When you bring these things up, you're literally just like parroting propaganda, because like every single time they start moaning about like one of these trans women in sports issues, right? The Fallon Fox issue, she's not exceptional. Laurel Hubbard in the fucking weightlifting thing, she like competed in the over 40s, won some medals. What, like people do that all the fucking time. Every time you look at one of these situations where they get blown up out of all proportion and they say, oh look, there's this trans woman that's come in and
I'm not
like,
saying that it's happening
destroying the
right
whole
now. I'm
competition.
not saying right now trans women have dominated. I'm just saying that if you open it up to all of them, it's possible that that's an issue that comes
But
up.
we don't open it up to all of them.
I know
right?
we
Like, a
don't. I never
significant
said
amount
we
of science-
did. Why are you? Who are you even arguing against right now?
I don't think anybody's arguing that. I don't think anybody's arguing that we should open it up to all people.
Wait, yes.
So
What do you mean? I thought that was the argument. The argument is that trans women should be fully integrated into cis women's sports. I thought that was the argument. Or do you think there's a separate argument? What's
What,
your
you
argument?
mean without ever having gone on HRT or anything?
Well, of course. The limitation that I generally hear is 2 years on HRT should clear you to compete with other cis women.
So far, that seems to be what like sports scientists have determined. Like,
Well, you say scientists have determined, but I haven't seen those longitudinal studies that show that, like, oh, like a trans woman on HRT after 2 years is pretty much completely biologically in line with a cis woman.
I mean, they're probably not, right?
Well, if they're not, then that's a problem.
There are significant anatomical differences between like trans women and cis women, and it feels kind of shitty as a trans person, like even like saying that, right? Because I'm pointing out something that a lot of trans people probably don't want to think about, right? But like
True,
you're right, like, there will be differences generally, right? However, like those differences generally fall within the range of like what a woman, what a cis
Yeah, they
woman,
might fall within the.
can
Well,
present
first of all, we don't
as,
even know if they fall within the range. First of all, we already agree that these are going to fall on the upper bound, and it's possible that some might fall outside of the upper bound. But like, if all of these athletic events, if we open it up completely to trans people, and then so here's a question. Let's say we open everything at every level up to trans women to compete with normal women. Trans women to compete with cis women. Okay, let's say that we got all the way to this fully integrated future, and then 10 to 20 years from now, trans women were dominating almost every single woman category. Like at that point, we just like, okay, well, fuck, we need to undo all of this, or what is the next step at that point?
what like once we get to the point where it's being
If trans women are dominating like all women events.
that doesn't seem to be like even a risk of happening.
Well,
at the
I
moment.
mean, like,
and the fact that you're asking the question, like, what happens if this happens, right, is already part of that like alarmist rhetoric. It's like me saying,
But engage with it. I'm actually curious. I want to know the
suddenly start
answer.
owning all the banks, right? Like,
so
what do we do?
the difference
Like,
is that the Jews owning everything, you would have to demonstrate like some causal link why that would happen. I can demonstrate to you a causal
I
link.
don't know. Ashkenazi Jews have like really high fucking IQs. Jews have like quite a lot of money. There are a lot of famous rich Jews out there. Like, I could probably demonstrate a whole host of reasons why.
But
like,
I don't.
It's possible that maybe the.
But like, this is the thing. I almost want to just say like, just let all trans people into sports immediately, right? And if it turns out that it's fine, then like hell yeah, that's awesome. And if it turns out that it's not, then we can just like say, okay, well we tried it, and now it's not working. There's like no cis women that are able to compete at all in any high level sports. Let's rethink these things, right? If it ends up being competitive, right? If they're competitive, or if they're blowing out cis women, or no, hold on. If they're competitive, it's fine, right? If they're blowing cis women out in every single fucking category, and there's no way that someone born with like XX chromosomes can possibly fucking make it in any sport, because again, remember, trans men exist, right? And they're not competitive outside of like very, very, very like niche sports. I think like maybe swimming, and there was one, I think Destiny referenced it. I don't remember what it was. It was something I'd never heard of though.
Jews could take over the world, but it's not something that I'm like going, hey, yo, what happens if the Jews take over the world? We should really consider how to like maybe restrict
Power
them from
walking.
taking over the world, right? Like, and that's why this whole conversation, the whole framing of it, feels so fucking offensive to me. It's just that like if I
Okay,
frame it
let's
in that way-
all right, well, time to burn a fuck ton of bridges. Let's flip this around. So somebody can correct me if I'm wrong in chat. My understanding right now, and I could be wrong, I think in StarCraft, and I think in Overwatch,
Oh, fuck, I don't know anything
and I
about
think in
Star.
League of Legends, okay? In all three of these esports, aren't the best female competitors trans women? Am I wrong or right on that? Can somebody tell me if that's true or false? In StarCraft, I think it was Scarlet. I remember in League there was a trans woman, I think that was on an LCS team, and I think that in Overwatch there was a trans woman that made a team as well. That might not have been true in Overwatch. I don't remember. In League, the only woman in the LCS ever is trans. It's true for speedrunners. So across the gaming world, now, so personally,
trans women do particularly well in the
yeah,
game.
so there could be a variety of reasons for that. Okay, it might be like totally not related to biology at all, right? Maybe
I would
there's
argue that a lot of them are social, right?
sure, it
Because,
could be, yeah, that could be entirely true. And I could posit a million reasons. Maybe trans people are excluded in society, so they feel more at home in games, so they compete. Blah blah blah. There's a
also,
million.
there's no requirement. There's no requirement for like trans esports girls to undergo HRT in order to be able to compete either, right?
Honestly, if cis women can't compete, then we create the trans league. Yeah. Why the fuck is there a women's league in esports? I didn't know that there was a women's league in esports. Did he just say that? Sorry.
Like totally not related to biology at all, right? Maybe
I would
there's
argue that a lot of them are social, right?
sure, it could
Because,
be, yeah, that could be entirely true. And I could posit a million reasons. Maybe trans people are excluded in society, so they feel more at home in games, so they compete. Blah blah blah. There's a
also,
million.
there's no requirement. There's no requirement for like trans esports girls to undergo HRT in order to be able to compete either, right?
Sure. But like what I'm saying is that you are in a strange world where I understand there are competing drives here. There are competing drives even among trans women. If we look at what happened with ContraPoints recently about the pronouns thing, right? We're in a strange world where it's like on one end, so like I tend to argue on kind of a gender abolitionist side of things. So for instance, like I don't really care how categories of male and female are defined. If we want to say, for instance, trans women are women, I'm okay with that generally. The categories are arbitrary anyway. However, if you are a cis woman coming up and you're looking for role models in your particular athletic events, if all of the top competing players are trans
Holy
women,
shit, this
what?
is like, okay, sorry, carry on. I mean, I've just seen this in a.
Wait, hold on. What does this mean? Additionally, I don't consider transphobia a minor.
Fucking video, and I'm trying to remember what the fucking video is. But he's like word for word repeating like this fucking like TERFs video. But carry on.
Okay. My friend fuck trans people 6969, my leading TERF feminist advisor is the one.
No,
that
I'm not accusing you of being like in cahoots, Stephen. For fuck's sake, don't be.
You're the one that came here saying you were going to decapitate my transphobic arguments. Okay, so I don't know how.
Yeah, you know what that was like maybe a little bit strong of me, right?
Sure.
But, like,
yeah, well, I'm 99% sure. Sure, I'm 90.
To get your fans as riled up as I was listening to the conversation, I may have used some like hyperbole.
Okay, I don't know why you get so riled up in the conversation, and I'm 99% sure that as soon as you're off of this conversation, you're going to shit talk the fuck out of me anyway, because that's what all you people seem to do. So when I say you,
I'm still shit talking you while I'm here, Destiny. I'm
okay,
not
that's fine. Okay,
like,
that's great.
I'm not
Okay,
gonna, like, walk
and to
off
be,
I listen. I know a lot of people hate Mixed Vivian Wolf. I fucking love Viv. All right, I think she's a really good person. I think she has a really, like, I know I say this about a lot of people. I think that Viv actually is a really good person. I think some of her fucking takes are really, really fucking cringe, right? But it's not like a KS's Mel where she stealths her fucking, hold on, not like she stealths, like the discourse from before, like she's stealthing her political opinions. I think that Viv is pretty open about her political positions, right? And she'll like agree to disagree on stuff, right? Even if some of her takes are cringe, I do like Viv. I had a fucking 12-hour stream where 8 of the hours were talking to her until like fucking 4 a.m, like last month. Okay, I think she's cool. So,
be clear, when I say you people, I mean lefties in general, not just trans people. Okay, so what I'm saying is that, like, as a woman, as a cis woman, you're in a very strange world where trans
Caesar.
acceptance is like, I don't know, it feels a little strange. Do you think, or do you think that this is something that like cis women should just look past and it's transphobic for them to be excluding trans women in this way?
Can you rephrase that? Like, do I think it's transphobic for?
So if you're a cis woman, okay, we generally believe in society. Let's back up. For affirmative action, we generally believe that if you have role models in high places, then it's going to encourage you to compete in a given thing. So we let black people or women or some minority group into a particular program to encourage like authentic growth or organic growth when they see role models there. Let's say that you're a woman, a cis woman, and you want to get into esports, or a cis girl and you want to get into esports, and all of the top competitors are only men and then trans women. Do you think that that reality might leave like some women feeling like, well, hold on, like this feels a little fucky that all of the top women,
yeah,
even like
cis women should have representation too. And no point if I fucking sat here and argued that. Like,
okay,
cis women should...
so then when you have tournaments, and then when you have like women-only tournaments, and the winners of these tournaments are trans women, is that like an issue that, because that was an issue that I know happened in the StarCraft?
I think that the exclusion of women from like gaming and online spaces
Mhm.
is a genuine fucking problem. I think that a lot of trans women are like drawn to online spaces because they find it difficult maybe to like make friends or find a trans community like IRL,
Mhm.
right? So they probably get like drawn to these communities, right? But there isn't that same kind of impetus for cis women. And when cis women enter these spaces, don't get me wrong, trans women experience a huge amount of fucking harassment online and so on. But they're kind of there because that's their only kind of like social outlet for
Sure.
a lot of.
I'm just
women.
asking if
But like a cis women will receive all that fucking abuse and just be like, well, I don't need to fucking deal with this. I can just go for like coffee with my girlfriends, right? I don't need to like be online and be playing fucking video games. Like,
yeah, but my
and
question
that's
is
a
like,
problem.
do you think there's a representation problem for cis women when all of the best women in esports are trans women? Do you think that's like a problem? Because I'll extrapolate from there.
I mean,
like-
I just said it's definitely a problem. Like online culture excludes cis women quite often.
Okay, so you
Yeah,
can't see that being a
absolutely.
similar problem like in athletic events if trans women begin to
Fuck,
take
I
over,
hate
like,
Twitter.
top or the
Fuck, I
national
hate
leagues,
Twitter.
like,
If
Holy
they begin
fucking
to-
shit, dude.
Okay.
Holy shit, I fucking hate. I want to show this tweet, but it's someone that I know IRL and they're on private, so I don't want people like fucking seeking them out. But like, holy shit, milk toast libs are transphobic. I don't even know how to fucking respond. I don't know how to even fucking respond to that. Seen people actively talk about murdering teachers with colored hair in the off chance they are trans and grooming their children into the LGBT Jewish cabal. I couldn't care less.
If they begin to, then maybe we should have this conversation, right? But like before
Windows
that
security.
happens, right? Or before that even seems to possibly be a problem, right? Then like that conversation doesn't.
Yeah, hold on. Swagatha Christie, fucking very true. Unless you mean transphobic in the way that we all have underlying biases. Everybody's gonna have underlying biases. But I'm not gonna call someone who has like an underlying bias because they were raised in a racist country to be like minorly racist, right? Like maybe they like fucking like touch their pocket where their wallet is when a black person walks by, but they treat everybody with respect. They don't like, they vote for politicians that say they want to like fix systematic racism and shit like that, right? They're in their mind, in their conscious mind, they're not racist, but in their subconscious mind, they're a little bit racist. I'm much less concerned about that person than someone like fucking Nick Fuentes, okay? Like, let's get our fucking priorities in order. God damn.
Need to be had, just like the Jews controlling the fucking world, right? There's no chance currently. It doesn't seem like there's any fucking chance of that happening. There's no trans women that are dominating any fucking sport whatsoever, right? And so we don't. It's just bringing it up at all is just like saying, hey, you know what? These trans people, they're a bit of a fucking problem. We need to like knock this on the head before it gets worse, right?
Okay. I mean, I don't know if I necessarily agree that like shaking everything up to that point is necessarily a good idea.
I don't think we need to shake everything up at all. I think, like, I don't agree with Ella Bell, right? Like, don't get me wrong, love Ella Bell, really great person. Don't, I'm not shitting on them. But, like, I don't agree with them that we should totally abolish, like, gendered sports, right? Because I do accept that there is definitely, like, a very significant advantage that males have, and it would exclude, like, cis women if you just mixed them in with cis males. Likewise, it would exclude trans women as well, right? And I don't want fucking trans women excluded from sport either. So I think that the current categories that we have work fine, okay? I think that the rules that trans women have for competing work fine and seem to be working fine. And I don't think there's...
Yeah, by that definition, like with the neopronouns, then I'm transphobic according to these people. But I don't care about the people that are gonna fucking screech at me about fucking neopronouns, okay? Like I've had conversations with like fucking 12 people about that shit, and by the end of it, almost all of them either concede or just like agree to disagree because they understand where I'm coming from. All right, those people can like literally suck on my cock and choke on it.
There's a need for a massive conversation about how we should split up sport. The only problems I have are when it comes to like intersex people. And
also, Tornado Kid, I don't know much about Smite Knight. Like he's been in my community for a fucking long ass time, but I've never watched his stream or anything.
Casters, Menu Case, and a bunch of other shit, right? Like there obviously needs to be a discussion had there on like how we can best include intersex people. But other than that, like I don't see an issue with how it is now. And until you can say like, oh, look at the sport where trans women are dominating, which is what conservatives and hate groups and TERFs and whatever like they are constantly trying to do, they'll pick a random example of a trans woman winning. But like it's never really as exceptional as they say it is. It's never this trans woman dominating. It's not, Dr. Rachel McKinnon. She became like champion world cyclist, right? Trans woman, and the woman who fucking complained at her came in third in that race, but like beat her in 11 out of 12 of the races that they've done previously. Like every time people bring up one of these fucking situations, this trans woman is not dominating.
Okay, yeah, we got the speech. I understand your point of view. I appreciate it.
Okay.
I guess my worry is that I feel like there is enough biological underpinning that we should probably proceed somewhat with caution here.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know what to, like, people I know in real life just fucking, I say in real life, I met them on a fucking Facebook meme group, but like, why is it always, when I respond, I actually have a question. Can someone please tell me if this is like a phenomenon that has a name? I'm losing my fucking mind. It actually upsets me that people that that like should know that I don't fucking hate trans people. People that know that like some of my closest friends are fucking trans, all right? Like one of the big reasons I got into streaming is because I really fucking hated the way that people talked about trans people on the internet. It like actually fucking disgusts me when people are transphobic. It's like disgusting to me. And people want to come at me because I don't care about trans people in sports as much as I care about people getting medical care. Like, and because I don't care about one issue as much as I care about the other much bigger issue, that means I don't fucking care at all. Like I don't know. What is there a term for someone or for like the mind process or what the fuck ever, where someone goes from like you say one thing and then they blow it up? It must be some kind of like logical fallacy where they like hyperbolize your point to like absurdity almost. No, not almost, but completely. Where like you'll say, this isn't what I'm saying, right? And then they'll say that you're saying that thing anyways.
Otherwise, we run the risk of pissing off a whole lot of fucking people and putting things in a really fucky spot. But I understand that you're.
So we shouldn't have progress because it might piss off bigots.
Yeah,
like
that's exactly what I just said. There should be no progress ever.
No, Jesus. We shouldn't have progress in this area because it might piss off.
That's what I'm saying. And what you're saying is the only type of progress that could ever exist is the full integration of trans women into women-only sports, and that's it.
Or we just have things as they are and stop like going, hey, how can we exclude trans people?
Well, things as they are exclude trans people, so.
Okay, well, anyway.
Okay, all right, thanks for the conversation.
Bye.
Okay, can I go to bed?
Absolutely fucking decapitated.
Shut the fuck up. Because you're opposed to like mandatory vaccines in public? Or like for the general public?
Stop. Okay, now let's compare these. Oh, wait, what am I doing? '2019, and then let's watch the other one. Or at least we'll skip around in it.
Keep in mind, it'd be eliminating men's spaces from sports as well, and I have absolutely no issue with that.
I was poor, and my mom took me to McDonald's all the time because we were poor and we had no time. And she worked.
I don't know. Like I think your mom like dropped you on the floor a couple times in your head too. I don't know what else.
No, there's a bunch.
Like I don't know what else to say. Like go to a doctor, get an X-ray, figure out what's loose. Like
wait, so you can't the argument, then don't make a ridiculous add-on.
No, it's not a ridiculous. It's that I can show you poor people that are not fat, and I can show you a lot of people that are fat, but I can't find you a single woman that can be competitive in like 95% of male sports. That's the difference. But you don't. I think
you're discounting all the female tennis players. The fact that gymnastics is almost
What's
entirely
up, Casey?
female.
Hold on, wait a second. You said female tennis players. Number two, women's sports were created to protect women.
Wait, hold on. I might skip. Hold on. If there's chapters in this, do they talk about tennis? Because I know a lot about tennis. Damn, I was hoping there was an entire segment on tennis, because I actually know about tennis, goddammit.
It just feels a lot more like conservatives in America don't have the ability to talk about sex stuff openly. So any excuse they can grab onto to like have that as an outlet, they would probably gravitate towards, or they're like so mad against it as well too, they can't help but talk about it.
I'm glad you said that, Brento, because I think that I disagree with you, Brento, but I think we have to be honest on the left side that I think part of the reason actually why conservatives and right-wing people tend to go to this argument over other arguments on trans issues is because I think this probably might be the best argument that conservative people have. Not to say that I agree or disagree with it, but when a lot of conservative positions on trans issues come down to like borderline, we should harass trans people and like encourage their suicide by like misgendering them and stuff, something like this I think is much stronger than that. I think that's something we have to honestly grapple with.
What the fuck? Conservatives are out there pimping that we should harass trans people and root for their suicide? Are you fucking crazy?
Brother,
Have you ever been to a
conservative
area? Poor shit argument. I can't even believe you throw that kind of charge around here. Like, who are you talking to?
Liberals are like pretty fucking transphobic. Like, I don't.
Yeah, make your arguments a little bit better rather than calling names.
That are rooting for trans people to commit suicide.
There's two things.
So what's happening in Texas right now?
Most of the people
grab your microphone.
really quick, hold on just a second. So really quick, the people most likely to root for trans suicide are going to be the more right-leaning people on average, right? That's not like a hot take.
Who is rooting for people to commit suicide? What the fuck is wrong with you?
DebateBRO, if you want to make the case, DebateBRO, if you want to make the case that the people that are doing this are like a vocal minority and you denounce those people, we can totally have that argument. But in the same way that I can admit there are like some crazies on the left that are like super anti-Semitic, but say not all left is anti-Semitic, you need to be willing to say that like if you're on the internet and someone's making a 43% joke like betting
Who the fuck is this llama dude? What the fuck?
man is going to say that person's probably on the right.
That 43% joke.
Also, where is DebateBRO? I recognize this dog avatar, but I don't know if that's a DebateBRO or not.
Don't exist. You made that up. It's a liberal lie.
This is gross.
We're like 13% of the population.
No. You need to engage with that.
There's probably honest arguments on both sides. We probably don't have to strongman the ever-living fuck out of like.
Everybody shut up.
Who said all conservatives?
Echo chamber. Come on now.
Well, like, why even bring up the most extreme arguments? I don't think anybody agrees.
Because they're being made.
Who on this panel is making? Wait. Who on this panel is making the argument that like all trans people should commit suicide?
Somebody on this panel is making the argument that nobody makes that argument.
Wait, why would we talk about the types of arguments that some people on the internet make? Why not just like?
Because they're permeant in society. Because these arguments, if somebody's making them, it's the case that there's at least some.
This is why. This is why. You.
This is so fucking stupid. God, I fucking hate. My old roommate Tiger brought this up to me. All right, fucking meta conversations. They're talking about the meta conversation around trans people and what other people talk about in a conversation where they're talking about trans people. Just talk about the fucking trans people. Just talk about the issue at hand. Why do you have to talking about the issue? It's so fucking stupid. It's so fucking boring. It's so fucking dumb. Just like, is it a way? I don't think that it's a conscious thing. But people have to talk around an issue because they're too uncomfortable talking about the actual issue at hand, I think.
Destiny, go ahead.
It's such a dog shit conversation. Like, why not actually talk about the topic rather than finding the most strawman, ridiculous, stupid, like troll versions of arguments online?
Nobody thinks strawman.
That it's a dumb argument. Nobody here thinks that trans people should kill themselves. Like, a lot of conservatives would probably say, like, yeah, you shouldn't tell trans people to kill themselves. So why have?
So somebody's saying that the issue, Destiny, is not nobody on the panel so far. I don't think anybody on the panel said that all conservatives think this. The issue is somebody who's a conservative on the panel said that no conservatives think this.
Well, hold on, stop. Don't strawman him. I doubt he said that no conservative thinks this. He's probably saying.
Yes, he did. He verbatim said that. If you want to run it back. DebateBRO did.
Do you have a clip?
DebateBRO did. Run the VOD back and then like figure out your position
Okay,
first.
I'm gonna hold on. Let's use our brains a little bit. My guess is probably, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, that not all conservative people think this. If there are people saying this online, yeah, they're probably more likely to be conservative. But the mainstream conservative argument is not that all trans people should go commit suicide.
Nobody said that it was.
Then why talk about it?
You could go run the VOD back and just listen. DebateBRO. No, it's not the case that DebateBRO said that like there is not all it's not all conservative or something who said this. DebateBRO made the claim that nobody is doing this. When somebody mentioned there are some people making 43% jokes, DebateBRO said no, nobody's doing this. He pushed really hard against this.
Let's say floating hyperbolic. Wait, that's what you
Who
said.
cares?
I just don't know why you would wait.
You can't tell me you never hear.
Trolling. Just give him come to flex. It's
Okay, hold on. I'm fighting a fucking. Hold on.
I think the trans athlete stuff. I think the
Skipping.
trans athlete
I cannot fucking sit there and listen to a fucking meta conversation. Fuck that shit.
is going to do a lot to like foster a lot of really bad will against like trans people in general. I think it's a really good turf argument for, well, look, these people just want to destroy women's spaces. Because for the athletic arguments, it's kind of true. So I think in that sense, I think it's pretty harmful.
There are.
But that's not direct element to hurt trans people. It's the exact opposite.
Hold on. There are 18 people watching, and only 11 likes. Guys, like the fucking live stream. More people will be in the chat then, and then you'll be able to argue with people. I know you guys love that shit.
Okay, hold on, Dr. K. Dr. K, go ahead, please. I want to hear what you have to say.
All right. Yeah, like that. The stuff about the trans people in sports, like any bill. There's not a single Democrat bill that is maliciously built with the intent to hurt trans people, right? Whereas across this country, in Florida, in Texas, in so many states, there's stuff meant explicitly to make the life and existence of being trans harder. This is not
Sure, and this isn't hard. But the drive for more inclusiveness for trans people in women's sports is all coming from the left.
But it's not being driven by militia. Even if
it doesn't matter if
I don't
it's being
think
driven.
one.
Hold on, it doesn't
So
matter if it's being driven by
Stephen,
malice. We
can
don't
I please talk? It's my turn to talk, Stephen. Thank you. So one, it's not being driven by maliciousness, right? One, which is what we're talking about, and two, right, is that it's like it's even.
I think Keffel's blocked me. Hold on. I'm like 90% sure. Oh no.
Even accepting that it is meant to hurt them, right? Stephen, come on, Stephen.
Okay, whether or not something is driven by malice is not relevant. That's like a first grader's analysis of like legislation. That's like saying if we look at voter ID laws.
That's what we're talking about.
So it's not malicious.
Okay, that's what we're talking about. Is if one party is actively transphobic, and it is.
Yeah, I got a question for you. How would you feel if we were like 80 years ago and you made this argument about like Jesse Owen? Okay, black people are just stronger than white people. It wouldn't be fair if Jesse Owen competed in the Olympics. I mean, come on.
I don't know if there's.
I have a question for
black
Destiny.
people are just stronger. Do you think that the differences between black and white people are as pronounced as the differences between women and men? Do you really think?
Come on.
No, the argument isn't about women and men, right?
The same arguments that are being made.
The argument is about women and
made towards black people long ago.
And the same arguments about the Earth being flat were made about the Earth being round. That doesn't mean that both are wrong. Like there are differences between men and women. That doesn't mean that there had to have been differences between black people and white people. Do you think that 100 years from now we're all going to be enlightened? We're going to realize that men and women are the same?
That they're on average taller? Like, come on. African American individuals are on average taller than white males.
If you're going to compare African American, you're probably going to go to different ethnicities, and then you're going to compare them to different ethnicities of white people, right? Because the tallest people in the world, I'm pretty sure, are people from the Netherlands who are white. So that doesn't even make sense as an argument.
Destiny, I have a question for you.
And we're talking about an American centric.
I don't know if I can watch this, guys. There's too many fucking people. I can't fucking focus on anything that they're saying.
Issue here. So, why should we let Jesse Owen?
Sports aren't like sports aren't limited to him.
Do you understand how deranged you guys sound when you do it?
There's nothing
like, everybody else in the world can look and see that there is clearly a difference between physiologically men and women. You guys should know this in the left because you talk about rape culture and shit all the time, and it's one of the big concerns that women has. But then as soon as like trans athletes come up, you lose your fucking mind.
Nobody's disagreed with that claim. What are you talking about?
Why are you comparing black people and white people and saying that's the same as comparing women and men?
Instead of saying just keep getting introduced, Destiny. Everybody's agreeing that there's a difference, like generally speaking, between men and women on the physical side.
Yeah, I just take an issue with the weird contrarian arguments here.
What arguments get triggered?
It triggers the absolute fuck out of me that Dylan Blay holds his fucking microphone. He has a really nice microphone. There's no reason for him to hold the fucking microphone. Get a fucking mic stand.
80 years ago to Jesse Owens.
It was a side tangent.
I don't understand why you think I don't know the black, like that would have been a bad argument then. But if somebody wanted to say back then black and white people might be susceptible to different types of diseases based on genetics, I mean, that would have been true, I guess. We talk about like sickle cell anemia or something.
It's fine. Prime, recenter us, please.
Yeah.
My party
love to
is
point something
notably transphobic, and I think that that's inarguable.
What's transphobic?
Well, y'all are expanding like what y'all are like drastically expanding what was said. What was said was that a typical argument from conservatives is that trans people want to kill themselves, and that was what the issue is. But then to back that up, you all changed it to, well, which party is more against trans people? Which party is passing bills? And that wasn't the part. That wasn't the issue of the statement that was made. The statement was that a typical argument by from conservatives is that trans people want to kill themselves. That's the part that's ridiculous.
And it was a typical argument.
Why the fuck? I skipped fucking 15 minutes into the video to skip the fucking meta conversation. Who is this fucking idiot down here?
But nobody said it was a typical argument.
Yes, that's exactly what Fotre said.
No, there's just an enormous.
Did you ever say the words typical argument?
I don't think.
Or did
I don't
you just
think
say that the conservatives would do this, right?
I think just clarify to you, Vanilla T. The argument I was just trying to make was that I think that the reason why conservatives tend to go to trans people in sports is because that argument is a lot stronger than their other arguments, which oftentimes have implications on the suicide of trans people, and that can be something that's very difficult for.
That's not what you said first.
Because well then I misspoke, and I legitimately apologize, and I'm trying to clarify this right now. It's legitimately hard for me to talk, and it's a big panel. So that's the argument I'm trying to make, is that other conservative arguments have a lot bigger implication in terms of the suicide rate of trans people compared to the trans people in sports argument, and that is one reason why I think they go to that argument more, because frankly it is a stronger argument for them to make. The reason we were talking about why people make the arguments as opposed to the arguments themselves, I think if we're being honest, is because we all agreed with each other because we were all lefties and we were just looping.
Yes.
Okay.
Destiny, are you caught up now?
Yeah.
I don't think. I just don't think it's unfair to call out. Like it seems weird that we wouldn't call out the other party for that behavior. I mean, we don't have to focus on that, but like it's when we see others like basing their political platform, right? Like fucking Abbott, right, in Texas, as Dr. K was trying to get to previously, right? Like thinking that he's going to save himself. By showing his conservative bona fides. How does he plan on doing that? He plans on hurting trans kids. That's what he does. Right? Like this
it's meat to
the base, right? Like it's just a thing. So we can pretend that's not the case, right? It seems like it gets some people butt hurt when you like mention like the obvious fact, but it is what it is. But beyond that,
it is what it is.
We can.
I think it hurts your side when people jump to like labeling like transphobe and like we're so past like people on the left just using like racist, Nazi, fascist, transphobe, homophobic like for every single thing that I think it's better to just like take apart like when people say shitty or bad things, just address that.
Okay, so
I think that when
I think the Conservative Party is transphobic.
No. Do you think that like when you address the arguments that a conservative has, that understanding the motivations for why they're making those arguments is ever important for doing that?
Yeah, but I don't think very few of you understand the motivation. Like, here's a question.
Well, you don't understand what was going on in the panel when you jumped in, so I think understanding here is all coming from you.
The question for the panel was
Let's
why.
review the motivations.
Yeah, do you guys think the vast majority of conservatives like actually hate trans people, like want them to go away because of some amount of malice or whatever?
In an explicit way, no.
No.
You guys just
implicitly.
This isn't. There's got to be a better. Listen, okay, hold on. There's got to be a better fucking conversation somewhere.
I don't.
Okay,
yes,
this is fucking dog shit.
It depends on the faction.
In the otherization that they purvey upon trans people in society. Which party is more prone to other trans people in society?
More prone to?
What does he mean by that?
We all kind of know what he means. Like he means like
every single time I interact with the Dr. K person, except for my most recent Twitter interaction with her, I have like major issues. Okay, skip to when GSU comes in. I fucking hate GSU. What a fucking scumbag, like stupid fucking piece of shit. I genuinely hate that motherfucker. Holy shit. Fucking scolds the fuck out of me for interrupting in a panel like all night, and then I look back at the panel and I barely interrupt, and when I do interrupt, I fucking stop when someone tells me to stop. It's like fucking dog shit. I fucking hate that person.
Vanilla's trying to get across here is that if it's the same sort of logical basis for division along gender or sex with division among income, well, you are advocating for sort of abolishing that division. Should we not be doing the same?
Well, I haven't really thought about that particular aspect of the argument, but I'm saying that the logic is consistent for the other argument.
No, I asked you this question and you said, no, it's not what you're saying. If you're saying that the income segregation is the same as the sex segregation, then we should be able to create leagues based off the income. And so then you would have a male who was raised in a house that made $100,000 competing against a woman who was raised in a house that made $100,000. So you think that would be fair?
I think that would
Very
be
quick, I'd like
relatively
to
equitable
thank
someone
Doobie
who's-
for showing up, and I hope him and Destiny go at it a little bit. But we were talking. Go, Dylan.
Yeah, sorry, I was saying. I was saying that I'm saying that a woman and a man who are born in similar circumstances probably have relativistic, or I should say, a woman born in like a wealthier position than a man has a higher relativistic chance to being competitive in a sport, or equitable chance to someone who was born in poverty.
What the fuck are you talking about? Dylan Blay is such a dumb motherfucker. What are you talking about? Because someone's richer, they're more likely to be good at sports? What are you talking about? What about the poor fucks that like get into the NFL? You're much more likely to get into the higher positions in sports if your genes are really like geared towards that. What the fuck is that?
Okay, wait. We're not talking about being competitive in a sport within themselves, because you're saying this woman has a better chance to be competitive in the sport against other women.
I'm not saying either which way. I'm saying that they're both deterministic.
You are saying nothing.
Competitive.
You are saying nothing.
No, I am saying that they're equitable.
Deterministic, equitable. You haven't made either one of those points.
Wait, so is it like a woman is walking down the street and like a guy goes to rape her? She's like, bro, I make $250K a year. What are you like working at McDonald's? You're not gonna beat me. And she like beats the shit out of the guy because she's strong. Like I don't even know where the fuck we're at right now and what world we're at in this discussion.
What have I come into? What is?
I don't know if I actually follow
If you guys
Dylan
wanna-
Blay.
Class, please sub to the channel, give bits or give subs.
I think I can clear what Dylan's trying to say.
Okay, my mom, do you want to do that? And then Ashley, I know you wanted to say something, and then Jishu.
Yeah,
I'm still trying to figure that out. What the fuck was he trying to say there? What, like, actually, what the fuck was he trying to say? Is it because like rich people can afford more training? I don't know. I don't think that like just like having access to like really good trainers is going to get you into the fucking NFL or into the Olympics necessarily. Maybe in like gymnastics, maybe in like ice skating, something like that. But like in terms of like, you know, your average fucking professional sports? What are you talking about? He'll probably quit showing up in a few months if everyone is lucky. I actually found the VOD where I made him actually cry on stream. And it's on my hard drive, but I don't think that's worth putting out. Why would he quit? Is he going to college or something?
So I think what Dylan is sort of trying to say is that not that we should separate sports on income. He's just saying that it is a thing that can be somewhat determinate. If I have two people, like even the ability of someone to hire good coaches, have better equipment while they're younger, money is a bit of a predictor at the same gender when it comes to the ability to become a professional athlete. It is. It helps. I don't.
No one's disagreeing with that.
Okay.
But you're saying
COVID debate. Do y'all remember fucking Graugot? I saw him. I went through and I unfollowed like a shitload of people because I wanted to get my follow to following ratio up, you know, just a little bit. And also my Twitter feed was fucking ass. And I just went through, I deleted a bunch of accounts that I didn't see ever. But I fucking forgot about Graugot completely until recently.
That's his point.
Yeah,
no, but he's saying that the
factor.
income.
What part of that don't you understand?
No, you're saying that the income separation, or using the income as determinant, is equitable to the separation between sex. And we're saying that no, it's not, because if you look at comparing just someone based off their income, if you compare the male who's raising income that made the same amount as a woman who makes the same amount, you're going to get two completely different outcomes if you're only using income as a factor, which you're saying we can, just like we use sex only as a factor.
Well, this is just dumb on its face in a lot of ways, right?
Yeah,
like,
it's just stupid.
If this argument made sense, then the NBA would be full of white people.
True.
It's almost the inverse, right?
And the NFL. And...
Well, maybe we should.
Well, that one guy was saying earlier that black people were stronger than white people.
I'm gonna finish. So, what we have to understand is that the sociological factors that force black people to take up positions in entertainment or sports are there because of the lack of economic opportunity elsewhere. So people that can become fucking doctors and all this other shit that is more stable, more likely, they would go into those positions if they're economically successful than trying to be one of 7 billion to get this one spot on an NBA team. So like, I think there are inverse proportional factors that drive people into sports, and income is one of those.
So the thing with that is this could be looked at from like two different angles. There's people who use that as like a motivation or a driving factor because they want to achieve some more success in their life. But then there's also people who were raised in like such a way in which they didn't have access to anything to begin with. So it would make it incredibly difficult for these people to actually get into the positions that they're trying to be in. Right? That's what I'm saying. And I don't know what's difficult to understand about a child who's raised in poverty, whose parent raises them and they make certain life choices regarding their diet, regarding their...
Dude, I don't know. Like, there are so many people that that get into the NFL, that get into the fucking NBA, that get into the MLB, that come from really, really fucking poor or middle class fucking backgrounds, not because of anything except for their drive to fucking get there, right? If you go to of course, like if you have better trainers, you're gonna get a leg up, but I don't think that leg up is going to do enough. I don't know. It's just such a stupid dog shit argument.
Gambit, one second. I need to ask really quickly. Really quick. I love you.
Okay. I didn't even finish my sentence.
I need to just finish what I'm saying.
Look, shut up. Oh my God, everyone who's not Prime. Be quiet. All right.
Yeah, and it's not all training. It's also it's also like the drive and how willing you are to get good at the fucking sport. There are a lot of fucking poor people that see the only way out of fucking poverty to join the NFL or get onto college teams and then be like a coach for like a personal trainer or a personal coach for someone in the NFL, right? Like this is fucking ridiculous to pretend like poor people don't get into the fuck. I wish I could like think of what if I was to Google this, hold on, I want to keep the things separate. Okay, let's look up how many NFL players grew up poor, come from poverty. I want a percentage. That's not what I want. 2019 study conducted by the National College Players Association found that 86% of college athletes live below the federal poverty line. I don't know if that's a good measure of this, but like it's pretty significant. Swimmers are polo, right? But like I'm talking about like in general, he's making it sound like income is what drives people into success when it comes to these things, and it's fucking ridiculous.
Doobie's a handsome guy, so we'll go to Doobie, and then we'll go to GSU. We'll go to order of handsomeness, okay? Doobie, GSU, and then whoever the fuck you were talking to. And then Ashley, because she's been waiting.
We don't need to get deep into this. We don't need to get deep into this, but so if you're saying that we should, because income might be a factor that might be deterministic as like whether or not somebody gets access to the training they need to be a professional athlete or whatever the fuck. Why wouldn't you also have like mental health breakdowns in the leagues, right? Oh, this person has an anxiety disorder. This person has depression. So okay, there's the depressed league, right? Where they're very sad and all the time. Here's the bipolar league, right? You could break this down to fucking everything. It does. Why would we do that? It doesn't make any fucking sense.
What I'm saying is that is also like things like that can also be extrapolated to be deterministic of someone's performance, right? Like typically,
yeah,
when you want like a depressed person, right? A depressed person's not going to wait. I'm not done. A depressed person on average is not going to be the greatest athlete of all time. You see a trend within these people that a lot of them are like bedridden or like they have a lot more difficulties functioning in society due to their mental illness as compared to people who have like, I would say like more of a standard mental health profile.
So wait, somebody
can I jump in really quick?
Categories, please. Somebody loop Doobie into the
conversation. I really want to ask Doobie one quick question, and I'm okay with like anybody else jumping in. Doobie, yeah, this is gonna. I don't want this to sound bad faith. I'm genuinely curious. Are you? How do you feel about dissolving the Special Olympics?
I don't feel about it. I don't give a fuck about it. Right?
Oh,
but
okay.
if you guys were, if you guys wanted to talk about like making a special like sports league for people with mental health issues, fucking go for it. I guess if you can support, I don't give a fuck.
There is one.
Yeah, but
yes.
No, but that's like physical like handicaps, right? It's not like mental health shit.
No,
there are mental handicaps.
Wait, the Special Olympics has mental handicaps, right?
Going to be divided by male and female, though. You're not going to have a depression like with depressed men. With
But you're also going to have people divided. Let's work our way back. So GSU, then Ashley.
Yeah. So I don't know where y'all are in this conversation a little bit because I think everything Dylan's saying is crazy, but I do want to posit something. So I've been having this conversation on Prime panels for a while, and what people said in the beginning, and I knew they were lying. They said, "Hey, HRT reduces all of these physiological attributes that we know it doesn't reduce. And they were like, so this thing is fair for cisgender women to be pitted against trans women because all of their advantages are reduced. Now that the data is there, that y'all alluded to, which y'all don't want to accept, is there, that says that those characteristics are not reduced, and there is some level of advantage that's preserved. Even
you show this data?
Even you can look it up. It's from Harvard. It's from UK data, and there's a third source too. You can go look it up. You have Google. I have faith that you can find.
Yeah,
it.
no,
No, if you have it, you can put it in.
You're making the argument.
If you're citing a source, you can cite
Okay,
the source. You know.
I will Google right after I finish talking. Okay. I'll do your work for you. But anyway, so now that this data exists and it's pretty clear and it's pretty accepted, what are your reasons for saying that this is still fair for cisgender women to compete at a athletic disadvantage? What's y'all new point?
So
I know y'all moved the goalposts.
I could go into this if you would like. So to my
Let's go
knowledge, the
into
data
it.
actually is pretty consistent that like trans people, after like a certain testosterone level that they'll reach, a certain amount of transitioning, generally around 2 years on HRT, they'll generally be able to compete in several sports pretty fairly. Now, I want to be clear: there are sports where trans people I don't think can fairly compete. One big one.
This first line. This first line is the way that I've always heard about like, because I used to be really, really big into sports. Okay, I used to be really big into watching the NFL. I would hang around a lot of people that were really, really big into watching you know, like NBA basketball shit. And whenever you hear the people talk, they talk about like, you know, I grew up in poverty and I just like worked really, really fucking hard and I got really good at my sport and that's how I got here, right? Coaches said that shit, the players said that shit. That's the way I've always really seen this. I've never really heard anybody say, yeah, no, I got to fucking go into hyperbaric chambers all the fucking time and fucking train in those things. And I got to train with fucking Rocky Balboa and Arnold Schwarzenegger at the same fucking time. And that's how I got to where I am today because of hard work and like ambition and work ethic. So
One is distance running. HRT cannot reduce your lung capacity enough to make that fair, right?
Yeah, it can't reduce your height. It can't reduce a bunch.
It can't reduce your height as well, and both those are very important to running. So I agree.
Very important to a lot of sports, not just running.
Yeah, a lot of sports, but I'm bringing up distance running because that is the point where you get a 12% increase in win rate. And I agree.
Okay, I've heard from Jangles, who is like probably the person I would trust most on these things. Jangles has said like, yeah, there are some sports where the like endurance sports are going to be where trans women are going to like absolutely blow cis women out of the water. Like any kind of endurance sport, it's going to go to trans women 9 times out of 10 just because their lung capacity is more, their limbs are generally longer. It's not every single case, but like their advantages that they got from their puberty does like carry over to this, you know?
With you, right? But I just also think that there's other sports that this just isn't shown in the data that this win rate increases, right?
Okay, so hold on, just so I understand your opinion. Your opinion is there are certain sports where cis women should not be pitted against trans women because trans women have clear, decisive advantages. Is that your opinion? Or would you still say, despite those advantages, they should still be pitted against each other?
I'd say that in certain sports, no. I would be, I would be okay.
So you cited height, and you cited height. You cited what else did you cite? I can't remember.
Lung capacity.
And there's things like reaction time, muscle twitch. So you're saying in those sports where those things. Hold on. I just want to make sure I'm understanding you. In those things, in sports where those things are like very important to the outcomes in that sport, you're saying that in those sports, trans women should not be able to compete with cis women. So if height is a big determining factor,
I'm bringing up the two that I know are the most.
I thought that the endurance sports were more tilted towards trans women. That's what they're saying here, and that's what my understanding is.
It's research.
Yes, and I'm
saying
asking
if
you to make
show research that all of these things were the case.
I'm asking you to make a categorical statement on the advantages that you yourself have admitted you're aware of. So in instances where a sport where height is important, where lung capacity is important, in sports where those things are important, are you willing to make a categorical? No, but that's what I'm asking you. Are you willing to make a categorical statement that when those things are important due to clear advantages, trans women should not compete against cisgender women? Are you willing to make that statement?
I am not going to make. I'm going to say that this has to be done by sports, right? It can't be a if you want to be fair.
But that's what he's asking. He's asking.
No, I'm denying. I don't think
the point is that the determining factor is not sort of any sort of underlying analysis from like a logic lord level, but the hard data. As to whether or
and
not
it seems like the data says that in distance
But you can't use that as the data because that's based off the performance of the individual. Like,
No,
so
what
if-
GSU was saying is that if there are some athletic events where after you transition, it seems like you still have a massive advantage, would you be okay saying that trans women can't compete against cis women in those events? That's what
Yes,
GSU
if the data showed it, then
okay, that's what he's asking.
But the data right now only seem, or I could probably get you a list, right? If I sat down and got a list. But like the biggest one that I would note is distance.
Man, you know, this has nothing to do with anything that they just said in terms of the argument, but just like look at the way that GSU asks a question and then look at the way that Destiny asks the exact same question. It's almost the exact same wording, but when GSU asks it, it's, will you right now make a categorical statement about whether or not a trans woman should be able to compete in a specific sport, given the fact that they have a undue advantage due to the puberty they went through? And the person isn't willing to do it because it's like, it's such a long question. You have to like think about what the fuck they said. Whereas Destiny just says, hey, do you think that if trans women have a undue advantage in this one sport, would you say that they should still, like based off of the data, should they still compete? Easier. Like you have to talk to people like they're fucking humans. Holy shit.
That's right. But there's other sports where that isn't the case, right? So it seems like the
Yeah,
data.
but this data, you can't use the data because this data is based off the performance of that. Hold on, this data is based off the performance of that individual. So if you took the top male and they transitioned and you looked at how often they beat the female competitors versus if you took the 100th ranked male and that person transitioned and looked at how many times they beat their competitors, you'll have two completely different results. That doesn't tell you how effective the transitioning is in balancing the scale.
There's no doubt that you could have flawed data, but if that's the case, that's something where we need to pull up the study, read through it together.
No, it's not a flaw. It's not a flaw.
Here, if I can, his point though is, look, if you take Michael Phelps and transition Michael Phelps, right? There's probably a very different transition story for Michael Phelps and the suppression of testosterone and how that affects his performance and achievement versus taking a middling Division I college swimmer like Leah Thomas, transitioning her for a year and seeing her start beating female Olympians in the college national championship.
That's not true. What are you talking about? What? Wait, DebateBRO. You're smarter than this. What the fuck?
Her for a year and seeing a middling Division I college swimmer like Leah Thomas, transitioning her for a year and seeing her start beating female Olympians in the college national championship.
I agree.
Hold on. Let's be clear with Leah Thomas. Leah Thomas was like first place at her university before she took our HRT. She was first place in many events in men's category, and that 432 number that you keep getting cited is her performance after she started HRT because she was competing in the men's category for a year while she was taking HRT. And so her performance.
I don't think she was first place in any men's category.
Yeah, she was in first place at so no, I can bring it up right now. So at Penn State University.
No, you're comparing their school.
Jesus Christ, GSU, shut the fuck up.
Hey,
this is literally insanity.
Hold on.
Do you agree?
Holy shit. GSU, why do you let the person finish first? Let the person finish first.
Yeah. Do you agree that
the success
that Leah Thomas has had post-transition is wildly different than the success that they had pre-transition?
No, because Leah Thomas was a very respected and like a very prominent swimmer before she transitioned.
Wait, what was her place in what?
So within her university, she.
No, hold on, I absolutely don't care.
He really isn't what? Sorry, I don't know what the delay is on stream, but what did I say for you to say that?
Can I please finish the sentence?
And then I'd love for you to respond afterwards. Destiny.
So Leah Thomas placed first in multiple events within her university, and outside of her university, she also placed second in an Ivy League championship and around 60th, 50th in other places. Anyway, the point is that
nationally?
Yes, nationally. Yeah, sure, I can bring them up right now. Let me just find them. Give me a second.
National stats while she was in the university.
Yeah, because inter-school competition, who cares? It doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, inter-school competition at like some of the top athletic universities does matter, actually.
Yeah, but it's the national stats, right? Like if you're first place in your school, like that's not as impressive as being like probably third or fourth nationally, right? Isn't it?
Right, nationally.
You can respond if you want now, Destiny, while we're waiting, and then I want to DebateBRO. I think you had another point. I want to make sure you got that point, and then we'll go to Striker. Yeah.
And first, everybody say good night to Dylan.
Good night, Dylan.
Peace, Dylan.
Good night, party people.
Hi, Dylan.
Thank God he's gone.
Okay.
Holy
You
fuck.
want to respond, Destiny? All right, that's fine.
He doesn't want to say good night to me because he's being a meanie.
He said good night.
Thank
No,
you.
I rescind my good night. I hope you have a bad night.
Wow.
Let's go to DebateBRO if you had something to say.
Yeah, thanks. And this touches on Vanilla's point about the individual transition cases. And I think, actually, I would like to extend to you a request that the data, as you keep referring to the data, is not as conclusive as I think you want it to be, or that you may be generally trying to insist it is right now. While you're talking about in certain sports, we see this, in certain sports, what that demonstrates is that the data is not consistently swinging in either direction, that suppressing testosterone or other transition-based treatments are resulting in substantial performance reductions. And I think that's an important point to make because there's this general casual appeal to data here, as though that data is conclusive, and that data carries some weight of authority in this discussion, and I just don't think it does.
Like if we had debate.
Oh, what else can you appeal to, DebateBRO? What the fuck?
Or if we had different data, like if we didn't have the data, then you would ask for the data. You know you would.
Wine Mom 4, I put data. Synth helped me with this earlier. I referred to it earlier. Okay, so look, the data is not conclusive, and yet we casually throw it around as authoritative claims that the data is and the data is not. That's just not the case here. And we ought to be honest about it if we're actually honest about this conversation.
So
DebateBRO, just to clarify.
Can I ask a couple questions?
It's both the data and the results that we're looking at, as far as a few other things.
Ashley, yes. Okay, I'll ask you first. Do you have that information? Then we can give information. Then Ashley
Okay,
can
I
have
want to
it back
hear.
and forth. Okay.
Listen, I'm gonna hear this. I'm gonna hear what Ashley says about the fucking stats of this person, and then I'm gonna move on to the serfs thing because there's just too many people arguing too many things.
Yeah, so Thomas, this wasn't a national, this was an Ivy League, which is just, around New England, but these are still like a large portion of colleges that compete at the top level. She placed second in the 500, 1000, and 1650 yard freestyle events. So these were large, like the Ivy League championships. She placed second in multiple events. So the idea that Leah Thomas was a nobody middling athlete that went to getting first in the women's division is just wrong. That's
Can you
not correct.
cross-reference that stats to national stats though for us?
And also, can you post that somewhere? Because
Oh yeah, right here. It's in VC chat. Here's the 2019 results. It was I'll put in VC the specific events. It was the 500, 1000, 1650. There you go.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Yeah, so cross that over to national stats as well too for us if you can find a way to connect that, please.
What do you want me to
the times of the
compare her
race.
times?
The national
Yeah,
times.
sure.
And the national times and the
Okay.
national
All right. So then we'll go to Ashley, and then if there's anyone else.
How is she lying about it, Doobie?
I have a question. I have a question for the panel.
Okay. All right, so no. It's Ashley first. Ashley.
Okay.
I want to hear
Trace,
Jason answer my question.
And then Ashley, Phil, Trace, and Jason. Okay.
Okay, so I actually wanted to respond to DebateBRO and go back because he was directly responding to mine.
I can't hear. I can't fucking stand fucking 40 people trying to argue like. Nationally? Right, but that's not the claim that she just made. She said in her division. Right? She was talking about in her division, she ranked second or third, right? And what is Leah Thomas now? Is she first in the nation? Because the argument that she was making just a second ago, 5th and 7th for years. Okay. I just don't know what I fucking care about, how much I fucking care about this. It's just it seems like a fucking side issue. It really fucking does. I just clicked on Destiny. Fuck.
So when we're
I don't know why we can't post links in YouTube chat while I'm suspended. So if you want to DM it to me on Discord, I'll look at it. Let's just watch the fucking serfs thing. I feel like we'll get more entertainment out of that because it's just holy shit. Arguing about this one person who I don't think wants to be in the fucking limelight. I don't think that's going to help anything. Oh, the Destiny Awards 2022 just followed me on Twitter. Oh shit. You did kind of ask for it. Nah, I won't fucking do it. Okay, let's look at this really quick. First place, second place, third, fourth, seventh. So in 2019, she was still making second place. This is during HRT, it must be, right? Oh no, because 1 year. So she started in 2021. So yeah, she wasn't bad. Yeah, these stats don't look super bad. May of 2019. Okay. Yeah, nobody gives a fuck about trans men. I just don't, like, it just seems so fucking stupid to focus on this. But wait, hold on. But like you were saying that placing 5th and 7th for years, but that's not true. It seems like the average is like 3rd or 4th place before HRT. You say consistently, but I see 1 7th, 2 7th. I feel like you're downplaying a little bit, all right? But all that aside, right? Whether or not she should be able to compete, I don't think that people should be fucking focusing and like hyper analyzing her like she's trying to fucking destroy the sport of fucking swimming. Okay? Like, she's competing because she has a fucking scholarship. She probably has to compete in order to maintain that scholarship to go to school, right? I don't think it's a bad thing that she's fucking doing this. Now, here's one question I have, all right? When we look at this versus this, right? Now, obviously, 418 to 437 is a massive increase, right? Like, her fucking time was much bigger. But is 437 to 444 that much of a difference? Is that like a huge insurmountable lead? Because I honestly don't know the fucking answer to that. But no, I wish I could see. Huh. Division 136th. Seven seconds is a lot. I don't like, again, like this is just me like not knowing enough about swimming, but excuse me?
People and in good faith, respectably, calling other content creators out for this kind of shit is a good thing. I think content creators should, and it doesn't matter what it is. Are you
the DebateBRO YouTube video creators, podcasters cross out right-wingers, convert to new fans.
using your platform to fundraise money, awesome. That's a huge and amazing thing when people do that. Are content creators helping platform politicians who may be fighting for leftist causes, because there has to be a variety of tactics? Are they helping IRL to canvas for those people, to hold up signs for them, to get people elected? Are they helping the Black liberation movement? Are they helping the indigenous liberation movement? It goes on and on and on. Oh, also, Nick Fuentes and Lauren Southern are horrifying human beings. You never have to hand it to them. There's no situation and just, I deeply hate the things that Richard Spencer says, but I do respect him. No, you don't. You don't respect anything that man does.
Hold on. Depending on what Destiny said, when he said respect can be used in a different way, right? There are words that people will use in different contexts or connotations, but not realize that other people don't understand their meaning. So like, I've said that, like, I respect, like, there are Nazis that I respect more than other Nazis, right? Or from other conservatives, because I'll say, like, I can respect the fact that they will come out and, like, say their views, and it's not like a respect and like a term of endearment, but more like recognizing that this is a more positive quality, right? Or just like respect as in like, I recognize this, this fact of the matter, you know? They'll convince your audience thing again. Ah, fuck. I genuinely fucking hate the Surfs. I think he's just one of the stupidest motherfuckers on the internet. He's one of the people that made me stop associating myself with the left and put me on the path towards identifying as a fucking sockdim or like somewhere around there. I don't know. But yeah, his debate versus Lauren Southern and whoever that other person was, I don't remember who they debated, but it was like a bunny person and the Surfs versus Lauren Southern and Counterpoints. Yeah, I just one of the stupidest fucking people on the planet Earth.
Oh yeah, okay. I wanna play this Destiny clip, and I know this is a constant theme that seems to be popping up on the internet on a regular basis about debate bros and things of that nature. But also, this is going to play to a larger question about activism.
I hate saying this, and I actually hate myself for saying this. And maybe, you know what? Maybe the pictures are true. I think I have more respect for Nick Fuentes than I do than anybody else on the left online right now. I think that he's probably more intelligent than most of them. I think he puts in more work than most of them. And I think that he lives like what he wants to do.
Oh no, Maskoff Podcast. I can put you in contact with her if you want. I added her on Discord, so I might be able to get a message through for you.
More than most of them. He's got his entire fucking Groyper movement. He just did a whole fucking conference speaking about like his shit or whatever. And then meanwhile, like Hassan with like half the internet, you know, on their knees in front of him, you know, like donates $10 per death in fucking Elden Ring. Like people like Nick Fuentes, I think, are way more respectable. Or even fucking, or it's all conservatives. Even fucking Lauren Southern, who will, you know, spend like months filming these arguably xenophobic or racist documentaries, okay, where she's in fucking South Africa or whatever, but at least like, okay, cool, you did like an hour-and-a-half film on some shit that like you super believe in, you do that. You know what, I respect that. That's a lot. But like these people that I wonder if they only exist on the conservative side, they're super far and few. I hate saying.
Okay, so
I don't know why that's a controversial statement whatsoever. Lefties don't actually do anything to try and affect real-world change. All the fucking quote-unquote agitprop that people put out is fucking dog shit. It doesn't actually help anything that they claim it's trying to help. It's so fucking stupid.
Basically, and let's do some steel man in here. What Destiny's saying is that he doesn't support their ideas. He's not saying that, you know, these very ultra far right figures, the Groypers, the neo-Nazis, the Lauren Southerns, they at the end of the day, they may have some spicy takes, some rather spicy takes, but ultimately he appreciates that they are not hypocrites, that they have work ethics where they practice what they preach, unlike Hassan. Now, if he was consistent about this, and this wasn't just a raging hatred for Hassan getting vocalized, then obviously there's a lot of people on the left, a lot, who are not famous streamers, who are not big content creators, who just dedicate themselves to a lot of things. Collective action, direct action.
Hold on, I'm so sorry, but fucking Woodsman Will. I fucking hate this dude. He's one of the most slimy fucks that I've ever encountered on Twitch, where he sat there for like, I want to say like 6 months and pretended to be a lefty and like begged me for attention and begged me to like talk on all the time. And I was like, haha, yeah, bro. Like, oh, that's cool, bro. Like, we talked a couple of times. And then he came out as a conservative and was like, hope we can still be friends, bro. It's like, yeah, it's just weird. I don't understand what you said. It was like for some sort of fucking project. And then like there was the recently, right after I got into a big fight with fucking Politically Provoked, he was on their panel and just like fucking sat there and screeched over me for like, I don't know, an hour and a half until I just muted him and talked to everybody else. He is one of the most unbelievably annoying motherfuckers on the conservative side of this fucking website. It's unreal. Uh-oh, where is it? Where is it? Nope.
Working in politics, getting people elected, canvassing, building.
Yeah, sorry. You know what, Kabe Yorko, you're right. I'm full of hate right now. All right, I probably need to calm down. But there's just so many people that I am just like genuinely so fucking irritated with that I just fucking hate them. Like I feel like unpersoning from fucking 1984 is starting to sound really, really fucking cool for my like political enemies, okay? Or for just people that irritate the fuck out of me. I feel like if I had grand control over the world, like the world would be a better place. All right.
Community centers, feeding and housing the homeless. There's a breadth of them. A lot of them aren't very famous because guess what? And we're going to get to this. There's a difference between people who are entertainers ultimately and people who are activists and working every single day. Now, I think what he's saying here is that Nick Fuentes is a great example of a hybrid. You know, Nick Fuentes, living in his mother's basement, making all this money from the Groyper movement, is actually trying to change the world into this weird Aryan supremacy thing that he's trying to build. And Lauren Southern is actually someone who goes out and makes documentaries. They may be a xenophobic, but at the end of the day, she's out there and she's putting the hours in, the boots on the ground kind of shit, right?
Clean up your room.
If he was being consistent about this, he would point out right away someone like, say, Abby Martin. Abby Martin, who's had a long career working in journalism, making documentaries, making videos, has been putting money where her mouth is in terms of her like actual policy and activism for a very long time. You know who else? Fucking, he's a Duganist and he's also a Nazbol, but Caleb Maupin. Caleb Maupin in all.
Why would you fucking use Caleb Maupin as an example? He's the most politically ineffective fucking person in the entire world and just continues to grift off of people while he collects paychecks from Russia. Shut the fuck up.
All his clown shoesery has been involved in activism, albeit very fucked up activism, with people like Lyndon LaRouche, back when that was a thing, and then later Alexander Dugin, that's still a thing, and funneling money into the Caleb Maupin project. Now, Caleb Maupin, ultimately what he's trying to do is usher in the age of Caleb Maupin. I finally figured him out. Like, there's all these different things that we've been worried about when it comes to Caleb, the Center for Political Innovation, all that kind of stuff. But ultimately, when it comes down to it, Caleb Maupin is trying to get Caleb Maupin. That he wants the world to be Caleb Maupin. Like, he wants America to transform into Maupinism. He wants to be a very stoic, heroic figure. He wants everyone to buy his books.
I don't
he wants
care about
to be
this.
the leader of many.
This is, you're supporting Destiny's point. You're supporting Destiny's point because they're trying, like, Lauren Southern and Nick Fuentes are trying to build a movement that they can translate into electoral success in order to do fucked up things in the world. All right. And Caleb Maupin grifts. You're supporting Destiny's argument right now.
A variety of ideas. He wants to be a great historical figure and have everyone again buy his books, because ultimately the Center for Political Innovation and all their activism when they're out on the streets and stuff is so people buy his literature. But make no mistake, he's certainly practicing what he preaches, which is Maupinism. He wants the world to become Caleb Maupin. So in that, Caleb Maupin is not a hypocrite. But to the bigger question, the Hassan Pikers, the big streamers, all that kind of stuff, right? I think people do. And Destiny's not the one to have thought of this first, by the way. He's actually stealing from Trainwrecks. Trainwrecks had a stream not too long ago, of all people, I know, not the philosopher that you would have thought of, but still the one you need. Trainwrecks came out and made a statement. Socialism without action is capitalism. That's the Trainwrecks quote. Very good t-shirt slogan. Now, in and of itself, it kind of sounds like gibberish, but his messaging behind it is actually, I would say, quite astute. What he's saying is that people, streamers, if they are socialists and they want to enact a world of socialism, like myself, for example, and they want to transform the economic system that we have, which is quite exploitative, into something else, but all they do is talk shit on the internet all day, you know, just form socialists, and they want to enact a world of socialism, like myself, for example, and they want to transform the economic system that we have, which is quite exploitative, into something else, but all they do is talk shit on the internet all day, you know, just verbatim, blah, 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 and just be like, this Tim Pool's bad, Charlie Kirk's bad, Destiny's bad, money please, thank you for the subbies, for the subby wubbies, love them subby.
It kind of feels like that's what Lance does, right? That's what, wait, did he just like give his business model out?
Wubbies, thanks for donating, give me damn bits, come on. This is the revolution, comrades. We're in the middle of it. I am the vanguard. Do you not realize this? Now it's routine I used to make quite a bit at certain content creators. Haz is kind of getting a little bit close to that, although part of me still believes in my heart of hearts he genuinely behind the scenes thinks he's actually accomplishing something. Moppin, I think, is a genuine article. I think he does want to spread Moppinism around the world. But there is certainly something to be said about people who, and this is why people hate them, by the way. They hate them if they take the form of politicians. They hate them if they take the form of champagne socialist podcasters. They hate them if they take the form of ex-content creators who have massive Patreons and make hundreds of thousands of dollars. Because deep down, the question is always this. Do these people actually want to change the world? Do they actually want to practice what they preach? And in some cases, some of them have become so obscenely wealthy doing this, all right? There's a very small collection of them, but some of them are making hundreds of thousands of dollars. Your Chapo Trap Houses, your ContraPoints, your Voshes, for example. Do these people want to actually transform and...
Fucking H-Bomber guy, fucking Philosophy Tube, fucking Sean, fucking Big Joel. Who is the other person that we watched like 2 days ago or yesterday that talked about fucking Patreon? Oh, the fucking Second Thought person. These people are all the fuck over the place, dude. It's absolutely the case that there are so many grifting lefties that don't actually care about what's going on in the world, okay? Like more so than most, certainly than Hassan. I don't think... Hot fucking take. Are you ready, guys? Hot fucking take. The occasional fucking like charity drive is not political praxis. All right. Now, if you supplement your political praxis with that, that's like definitely better, and it's good to do those things, but you're not enacting like a massive change in the world by donating to fucking charity, okay? Hassan has a massive fucking platform that he could go out and affect real fucking change. He could create his own fucking political conference where he invites all the politicians that he likes to come and speak to fucking young activists, but he doesn't. Why? Because he likes fucking streaming, right? He likes the clout, and he likes the fucking nice cars and all of that shit. And if he did all of that extra planning, then he wouldn't be able to do, like afford those things because he'd be too busy, you know, doing real world politics, you know?
Change an economic system that is benefiting them so much. And that is a question I'm sure a lot of people ask themselves. Now, there are examples. For example, like Chapo is actually a really good one to pull up. Chapo, there's a lot of things you can criticize him for. A lot of very pertinent and sentient criticisms of Chapo Trap House. They're not apolitical IRL. During the Bernie Sanders campaign, they were canvassing, they were touring with him, they were trying to do their best to use whatever power they had with their platform to get as many people out as possible to help push and sway Bernie Sanders to get elected. They're not doing that all the time. I don't know how much time they spend donating to union drives, trade unions, all that kind of stuff. It all depends. But there is something to be said about content creators who do or do not do stuff. I think personally, people get really fucking upset and really angry at content creators who they themselves have...
You know what? I'll say this. You know what? Kame Yoriko, you're right. I think H-Bomb is probably the best of the bread tubers. All right? H-Bomb and Contra are the only ones that I still have respect for. And Dan 3 Arrows. But I don't know. Axed a movement idea when, oh, I didn't know that he did that, but like I think that H-Bomber guy is probably a better person than most of the other ones. I think that his focus is like very narrow on his channel, and I think that that's fine. You know,
have kind of been misled or misguided into thinking are more than an entertainer. That's why I think it's very, like, it should be of the highest importance that people are transparent about what they are, what their aims are, and what they're trying to do. Because yeah, Hassan grew to such a huge height that a lot of people were suddenly super disillusioned with him.
I forgot about him. Yeah, he's okay.
Yeah, but Hassan is not ushering in the communism, but he says he's communism. Why won't he start the communism? And I think if you take a step back and realize Hassan is a top 10 Twitch streamer, as in one of the top 10 biggest Twitch streamers, first and foremost. He's a
politics Andy with millions of dollars at his disposal and a fuckload of social capital that he could be using for politics. He's not just an entertainer. He's an activist.
Not a political revolution. He's not a politician. He's not even an activist. He's not someone who in any way, shape, or form has stated that, you know, out loud, these are the things that I'm trying to do and trying to change the world of. Could people with Hassan's size, platform, voice use it to do a great amount of good? Yes. Are there things that he falls short on? Of course. I'd say, like, your judgment of someone, like any big streamer, should come in the form of, A, how much do you identify with that streamer, and that, like, has a streamer misled you? Have they told you that this is an actual, like, revolution itself? Or is it just a streamer who wants to be entertaining, loves streaming, and on top of that, they've grown to such a huge degree? There's always going to be that, like, that give or take, right? Like, how much is the streamer actively using their voice for change? What is the point of all this? More and more, it seems all of us are getting disillusioned and disappointed with the broader online left as a whole. And don't get me wrong, this happens to me on a regular basis as well. And I'm also going to point out all my own hypocrisies. Don't worry. I'm as filled with shame as anyone else for this. But you'll see people on the left fighting online and fighting online for a variety of reasons, one thing or another. Massive egos, people unable to check themselves, not enough ego death. I genuinely believe that as a requirement in Roblox at a certain point, people need to just like take 5 grams of shrooms and experience some ego death, or maybe whatever it takes, you know, some peyote or some DMT in Roblox, and then maybe people will on a less regular basis just have these massive egos.
True, you know what? True, fucking base.
Marginalized communities. If you have a whole bunch of people from a marginalized community being like, hey, by the way, what you're saying is actually actively damaging to us and our movement as a whole, so yeah, you don't have let's just say the tool set to deal with this. Please stop. You should probably take a look back at what exactly is going on. That's not for me to say that, like, lived experiences trump all. No, obviously, you know, you need to look at raw data and information to gather things, but at the same time,
is he saying anything right now?
Yourself. That should be a universality, I'd say, amongst all content creators, especially if you are like myself with all the privileges, you know, straight passing privilege.
Oh, holy fucking shit. What the fuck is this? Zelensky has worn the same shirt for like a month straight? Dog. They're in a wartime situation. I'm sorry, but a washer and dryer probably isn't easily accessible. Running water, probably not easily accessible.
You know, half white, the passing privileges are there too, and cis is all fuck. You know, there's a lot of things going on here. Also, there's this debate that keeps going back and forth. Let's open up the drawing program. We're going to draw. Okay, so the debate question, obviously something. So let's just say this is going to be the debate, bro. Okay, and here's how I used to see this entire thing. The debate, bro, will take right wingers and convert them into the left. So this is what for a very long time, and if you haven't read the theory, it's now before you. Yes, you've now read the theory. This has been for a very long time kind of the argument that's been put forward, right? That there's a lot of right wingers who spend their time online, and part of being online is there obviously
Has this ever been Destiny's goal? I actually have no fucking clue. All right. I've watched a lot of Destiny, and he's talked about how this is a side effect of what he likes to, or what it is a side effect of what he does. But I don't think that this has ever been his like primary goal to try and fucking convert as many right wingers to his way of thinking as possible. Right? Sorry, I'm going to move the mic. Okay, I don't know if that made a lot of noise. Holy fucking shit! Stop. I don't know.
Going down rabbit holes. There's numerous rabbit holes. The pipeline, the YouTube pipeline, you know, where someone starts watching one video, then the algorithm suggests another. They can start out with Joe Rogan, and then very shortly after the Joe Rogan thing, they're on to Dave Rubin, and then Dave Rubin has on Stefan Molyneux, and Stefan Molyneux is like black brains and white brains, way different things because they're different sizes, and measure the skulls, my friends. And then they're watching Stefan Molyneux, and then all of a sudden they're watching Jared Taylor, and then they're all the way down to Richard Spencer. You've all heard, I've seen the story, and it does happen. It's 100%. It's a documented thing that's happening on the internet. So this is kind of an antidote to that, all right? So we have these people who will rise to a certain height, and then all of a sudden people are worshiping, let's say, someone who's alt-right, like Lauren Southern, and then they're worshiping Lauren Southern, but then they see Destiny, and Destiny has a debate with Lauren Southern back in the day. This is before they were besties, okay? So ignore what actually ended up happening, but just back in the day. And then all of a sudden it's like, whoa, I used to worship this alt-right figure, but then I saw Destiny got the destiny of her, and so now I no longer am going to adore the right. I'm going to now be converted into the left. But in this case of Destiny, it is into
It's such a stupid way to fucking look at things.
And then this was the idea. So this is what the original proposition was. Now, one of the problems, and I'm going to also provide a solution, don't worry, this is going to be more than just complaining. So let's double this. One of the problems, and this is going to be, I guess, expectation versus reality, is that, I'm going to take this here. We're learning together, don't worry. I know, I've just dropped some incredible revelatory truth bombs, the likes of which none of you ever thought was possible. Yes, that's it. I've done it. I've cracked the code that everyone seems to be able to talk about, but no one truly understands what's happening. I am the first, and yes, I've read the theory. So this is a big problem as well, right? Because instead of simply converting them from right wingers to the left, and then they're going to go on to usher in some kind of a revolution, we're really converting and exchanging fan bases. They're converting what may have been Lauren Southern fans into, in that case, Destiny fans afterwards, right? This is ideology. I hope you all understand. Okay. But anyways, I figured it all out. Okay, everyone, I cracked the code. This is it. What? The solution, of course, is to stop thinking of the DebateBRO as a magnificent centaur and start thinking of it as a content creator. And a content creator is providing you with content in this case. And the content is going to be the debate and watching two people debate and the entertainment therein, of which, by the way, I'm not someone who has a massive problem with this. I don't see debates, like I do debates. I think, for one thing, someone should be able to back up what they're preaching in an environment where someone is going to push back against them, both to make their own argument stronger, and also because if you're unable to articulate or even talk about something that you're trying to advocate, many other people do advocate for, then, I mean, that's a massive problem. This is why politicians debate and why they should have to debate with each other. You can't just stand there and being like, abortion is bad, and the other person be like, but women have autonomy, and then be like, let's not discuss this. I'm just going to keep saying abortion is bad. Okay, so this is what I'm going to say. Debates as a whole, as a totality, I'm not like, we must destroy debate. Only when we get rid of debate. People should just recognize debates for what they are. Online, they're entertainment. They're not moving the pulse. We're not getting down to the raw truth of the.
Okay. Well, what is his point? Have I missed his point, or has he not made it yet?
Matter. They're not going to determine whether or not trans women should be allowed to play in professional sports. It's going to be a battle of the egos, a battle of two creators, or a battle of multiple creators if it's on a panel. It's going to be entertaining.
No, I'm actually serious. Someone please respond. Am I missing his point, or has he not made one yet? Because it doesn't feel like he's made a fucking point, like at all. I feel like I'm having a fucking stroke.
For the masses, and the winner or loser are going to be the creators themselves, not the content that they themselves are debating. This is the reality. So if the DebateBRO successfully converts a right winger into new fans, so get rid of this. Here's the important part. What do they advocate for? Here's where things become interesting. So doesn't matter if it's through a debate. This is where we can add things. DebateBRO, YouTube video creators, podcasters, etc. Now, this applies to everyone. Doesn't matter how or what your medium is. Could be debate, could be a video essay, could be all of it, you know? This is what I'm going to say. It doesn't matter if you're podcasting, you're doing this, you're doing that. If you're advocacy, if you're just like putting stuff out there, content is king.
He's saying something that's completely uncontroversial right now.
People. Let's just say, here we are. Let's get rid of the audience and just say, there we go. So, doesn't matter how your medium is, you have now gotten people to watch like you. Could be because you're one of the most righteous debaters that ever debated. Could be because you happen to be entertaining, funny. Could be because you're a good video content creator. Could be because you have a lovely, wonderful voice that people love to listen to. Could be because you're really hot and people are just watching you because they just really think you're hot and want to have a big old lick of that beard. Could be that as well. Doesn't matter. Whatever the case be, whatever your medium is, people then start to like you. You have converted them into new fans. So here we get to what exactly are you doing with all that? And that is something that I think is fair for people to ask of content creators. That is something, especially if they are political content creators, that is fair. I mean, in all walks of life, it's fair, but it's completely fair as well to look at a content creator and be like, okay, so how often are you as a content creator telling people that they should go join trade unions, telling people that they should go join, movements that have direct action, telling them that they should go join the IWW, getting them to sign up for these organizations, telling them to go and empower people in their community to do the same thing. There's like activism, by the way, it's not a one-size-fits-all thing. There are people who do this weird fucked up gatekeeping shit when it comes to activism, and they're like, well, I don't really respect people who have community gardens because that's like hippie bullshit. So, I mean, if we all just want to like smoke a bunch of weed, I mean, then whatever the fuck we do. No, if you're doing a community garden because you want to feed and help people and make them less dependent on systems that have failed them, yeah, that is a good thing. That is literally what mutual aid is. So don't shit on people who want to do community gardens and feed people. Don't shit on people who just want to feed people in general. Don't shit on people who want to go out and donate blood. I'm sorry, but that is
no. I'm gonna shit on them. Okay, I'm gonna shit on them if they don't actually do anything. Making community gardens, I'm sorry guys, isn't actually doing anything. Maybe in a very, very small way. Shut the fuck up. Holy shit, loud as shit. Maybe in a very, very, very small way, but like it's not going to affect legislation. If they legislate away your right to fucking have that garden, right? Then you haven't accomplished fucking anything. So you still have to have the aspect of it that is, you still have to have the aspect of it that is electoralism. You still have to have the advocacy at like the level where, you know, people get elected into office. Otherwise, everything is for naught.
Actually a form of helping. Like what leftism should be, rather than all these purity testing requirements. Leftism is when anti-capitalist. Leftism is when anti-imperialist. Leftism, it should be, are you actively trying to make better all of humanity? Like, are you working towards, liberating all people? Are you working towards ending all systems of oppression? Are you working towards that? Yes, you are. And then it doesn't just take one shape or form. It's not just like, hey, that person, all they do is they preach. That person, all they do is they fundraise for one cause, but it's not the cause I think about. So fuck them, right? Like that helpless feeling you're constantly getting when you're watching or reading the news or seeing how terrible everything is in the world. Yeah, you won't have a direct power to change maybe the system that is leading us down this road of climate change, but you can go towards trying to just better everything, right? Better life for some people. That doesn't mean that you have to literally be the one that destroys Shell. That can mean that you went out today, you went to a dollar store, you bought 10 blankets for $10, and you went and you handed them out to people who were living on the street. Guess what? You went out and you made the world a better place than it was yesterday. If 7 billion human beings did that, and I'm not talking about just blankets, it's not the blanket revolution, 7 billion people buying blankets. That's not what I'm, don't misconstrue my words. But if 7 billion people on the planet did that, and I just mean spent a little bit of time towards making everything better for everyone else, then yes, the world would be a better place. That's not just a hippy-dippy thing. So find where, and this is for content creators too.
This is the worst fucking political fucking thing to do. Like, no, don't fucking waste your entire fucking political capital on fucking getting blankets. Like, yeah, that's a good thing to do, but it's not the end-all be-all of fucking politics, you know? It's unreal. Like, does he really think this? Don't go out handing blankets to random people, the cops will come for you. Yeah, and because you didn't do any kind of electoral politics, well, you're not going to get any good cops out there. Like, you're just ceding everything to the fucking fascists, you know? So like, I don't fucking know. This is really fucking dog shit.
Right? Find the things that work for you. Obviously, we've got to strike this balance. Like, people are entertainers. They want to have fun. They want to put on a good show. They want to make you laugh. That's why you like your favorite content creator. Not just the laughing, but also you like just them, the way they word things, the way they talk, the way they advocate for things. So that is one aspect. Do you then have to add stuff into the real world? Yes, I think you do. I think as a content creator, especially if you have a big voice, you should be platforming people and using your platform to help people who are also working and doing more important work than you were, right? Like, for all the shit that we give a lot of different people, I always try to point out that the artist and editor of the worker cooperative that I formed for the Surf Times, Kyle, works on a regular basis in local politics in Seattle and works with like the Swamp campaign, for example, and works towards, actually seeing changes happen in the real world. And he'll tell me on a regular basis at those meetings, not a single, and this is going to surprise some of you, not a single YouTuber is brought up. Not a single tweet.
Who would have guessed?
Like, wow, I really wonder if the bridge between ContraPoints and Vosh is going to be destroyed forever. Can we have a meeting on that? Yes, we now like to call attention and have a vote on whether or not the Vosh versus ContraPoints bridge has now been effectively burned for all time. But no, it's about, so we have a housing crisis. How do we solve this? What are we going to work on? The $15 minimum wage was a great victory for us. How do we increase that? Can we increase a living wage? Like shit like that. Real shit. Shit in the real world. Not like all the online drama. So yeah. I think people, and in good faith, respectably, calling other content creators out for this kind of shit is a good thing. I think content creators should, and it doesn't matter what it is. Are you using your platform to fundraise money? Awesome. That's a huge and amazing thing when people do that. Look at Sean. Sean, when everything was happening, well, not for the first time, but when everyone was fundraising money for Palestinian causes, a whole bunch of lefties content creators from a variety of different disciplines, and communists, anarchists, sock dems, all this kind of stuff, they were all fundraising money, and that's an amazing thing. It's not a solution. It's not the end to capitalism, but that is using your platform for a good thing. Are content creators helping platform politicians who may be fighting for leftist causes? causes? Because there has to be a variety of tactics. Are they helping IRL to canvas for those people, to hold up signs for them, to get people elected? Are they helping, the Black liberation movement? Are they helping the Indigenous liberation movement? It goes on and on and on. So I say, I'll call it Stunlock. No, this is a segment. You don't get to call any of this Stunlock. This is a brilliant segment, Roller Dragon. I'll have you know. I'm the first person to have cracked this. Everyone's always fighting about this, and they always will. Not me, say I. I came forward and I was like, nope, I'll crack it. I'll crack it with fucking centaurs and cats and whatever the fuck this is. Looks kind of like an orange monster thing. But I did it. I did it. Everyone has been like falling over themselves for this. Okay, but not me. I solved it. I'm a super IQ genius now. Look, it's over 9,000. It is. Yeah. You know all that talk about ego death? That's gone. Those days are done. Now I realize I'm a god, emperor, king, and I should be conducting myself as such. I should listen to no outside sources and tell you all what to think and believe and eat. Yes, that's right. I'm going to be deciding your food choices from here on out. There's no stopping me. Yeah. It's over 9,000. Anyways, taking a step back. That's my 2 cents. That's my this is the ego arc. We're starting the ego arc now, guys, gals, and pals. It's happening. It's time. We're going full tilt into ego. But yeah, them's my 2 cents on the champagne socialist shit. On the activist question. My biggest thing would be, I think diversity of tactics is a good thing, and I think advocacy is a good thing, but I think people sometimes also do not put any kind of let's just say like credence on entertainment too. Like people, like artists are important, comedians are important, musicians are important. I know that there are a large swath of the authoritarian left who are like, bah, garbage. They do not build the bridges and the sewers, and we fear slime. I know there's this large section of people saying that, but I think it's important too. People need to laugh. People need to smile. You're no good to the world. You're no good to praxis or activism if you're always sad and depressed. So if someone can make you smile, I think that can also be a beautiful thing. And there are some out there who have made me smile, and when they do, I thank them in my heart, because I don't have access to talking to them directly, because I'm usually watching a movie or something. But it does matter. Okay, there you are. DSA can be awesome in situations where real life examples, trade, craft, mutual aid, and communities coming together. There are really good DSA chapters. There's been some.
I'm sorry, that was like such a fucking dog shit fucking video. Like you're right. It's exactly fucking Noah Samson's video, but rehashed and lame and gay and dumb and stupid. Like, I don't, like, there was nothing there. There was just like nothing fucking there. What the fuck? He doesn't even like hardcore call out Destiny. It makes it seem like maybe he does it. Hold on. Well, nope. Hold on. Let's see. Let's see if in the last like 5 seconds of this video, if he actually like speaks out against Destiny.
I'm sure you've all seen the drama that's happening behind the scenes with the TSA right now, and how they've kind of done this weird purge. That was the whole thing. But yeah, ladies. You added ladies on Nintendo. You turned me into a misogynist for comedy, right? There you are. Anyways, that's my 2 cents on all this shit. Oh, also, Nick Fuentes and Lauren Southern are horrifying human beings. You never have to hand it to them. There's no situation in just. Is that it? I deeply hate the things that Richard Spencer says, but I do respect him. No, you don't respect anything that man does. Do you enjoy the surfs but prefer not to have to use your eyeballs? Many are saying this. Well, we've got the solution for you. It's the Surf Times in podcast form, available.
Yeah, fuck that. That was boring as fuck. I agree with him. Yeah, like, oh shit, he just said a whole bunch of things that are completely uncontroversial. Like, oh yeah, like, wow, it's good to both do politics and all like real life politics with like electoralism, and it's also really cool to do things like that are charity or community drives and shit like that. Who would have fucking guessed? I fuck, that was like the most useless fucking, I don't even know how long it was. 30 minutes? To respecting Destiny is simplifying things? Okay. Destiny would never say that those things are bad and that you can't, that like it's bad to do those things. He's just saying that they actually are trying to affect change in the world. And it doesn't seem like there are any lefties that are actually doing that outside of like doing like small charity drives for like one organization. Whereas like Nick Fuentes is building a movement, there is no lefty doing that, despite them being much more popular, having much more like social capital and political capital that they could be using, right? Destiny's critique is better than Lance's in that regard, because no one's going to disagree that doing charity and giving a blanket to a fucking homeless person that's fucking cold is no one's going to say it's a fucking bad thing, right? Lance is saying there's more to it, but he's presenting it in a way like he's disagreeing with Destiny, right? And that you don't have to hand it to the fucking fascists, even though you do have to hand it to the fascists. The fascists are doing more with their platform than any lefty is. Like, Destiny is more correct than the serfs, because it's just like there's like a there's a term for this. I can't think of the term. It's like if someone were to say, this person has a massive fucking political movement that they've spent years creating, making sure that they have connections to all these political figures and making sure that they can get a whole bunch of people behind these political figures and themselves to go out and vote for changes that they've been advocating for on their entertainment platforms. And this other person also has a massive and an even larger platform, and they do like the occasional charity drive. I don't know. I'm not willing to give any charity to that stupid motherfucker. Like, it feels like he's just arguing with Destiny because it's easy to get social capital from that. What? Oh. I might actually be able to do that fucking debate.
Hello Blazers, it is your boy Rom.
That was loud as shit. Sorry, I saw it. Which debate? With... What's that? So, this tweet made people mad, and one of the people that got mad, I wanted to talk to them in a private VC, but they were upset that it wasn't going to be public. So... This person... Let me shoot them a DM. This tweet, sorry. I'm so sorry, guys. This stream has basically been Sondsol malds about fucking Twitter today. That's not usually what I like to do. I think that's kind of fucking lame and boring. But, when you are processing something Destiny said, you first need to take into account where he said it. What Destiny says in streams is always more reasonable than what he says on Twitter by design. Well, yeah, sure. But Destiny said this on a stream, right? But in the context of what he was talking about, there was no reason. There was no reason to talk about, like, fucking mutual aid. Yeah, he did. I'll get him over on Odyssey. He's not gonna get anything, like, he's not gonna benefit from fucking Odyssey. Just like I probably wouldn't fucking benefit from Odyssey. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this response? Oh, sorry. I thought this was in response to my thing about, fuck. I thought this was a response to my, other response to one of his other tweets. Why is this so loose? Jesus fuck. Okay, let me see here. The U.S. helped kill over 13,000 Ukrainian civilians. I know you've just heard about... Who? His YouTube is married, but he doesn't stream on Odyssey. Yes, of course. Like, Destiny isn't fucking transphobic. It's fucking unbelievable to, like, call someone like Destiny transphobic. He's not fucking transphobic. But they've essentialized him into... They've put him into their box, all right? We are creatures that create patterns, okay? And we have to categorize things because that's what we like to do as humans, right? And it's a really good thing for like surviving in the wild, but we also have to like categorize people. And so these people have put him in their mind box in the bad person. They have two boxes, the good people and the bad people. There's no fucking like ability to say, they have a good position on this and a bad position on that. Or this person is really fucking stupid, but they're a good person. Right? Like, even if someone's like a really fucking stupid, low IQ motherfucker, right? And like, they're obviously just like parroting the things that are being said around them. And they say the N-word. That person is now a bad person to these kinds of people, you know? I know, Abaddon, I know. I know, that's what I'm saying, Mask Off Podcast. I'm sorry, Samantha. Am I allowed to call you Samantha? Do I need to delete the VOD now? Although I guess you could be either Tiberius or fucking counterpoints. It's okay. I think that my suspension ends on Friday, but I won't be back. I'll be in fucking Wisconsin is the thing. Okay? So I won't be able to actually do any streaming for the next, I don't know, week. Maybe tomorrow. But Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. So next day that I'll be able to stream is probably Wednesday. I'm so unbelievably black-pilled on this shit, dude. It's so weird how it literally doesn't matter how many positive interactions you have with people. The second you say something that they perceive might be like against them, you're done. You know? I think Know Nothing is a fucking perfect example of someone that doesn't do this. Know Nothing is based as fuck, okay? He can fucking comment on people's shit and not fucking hate them, even if he disagrees with them. All right? He's a very principled person. Right? This person, the person that I said that I would be willing to fucking talk to in like a private conversation, but they wanted to get the fucking social clout from a fucking debate, so we're gonna fucking give it to them, okay? I've never had a bad interaction with them. I've only had positive interactions. We've joked around on Twitter before, and immediately the one time that they think that I'm no longer in their in the box that they thought I was in their mind, right? They have to move me. They have to physically pick me up, move me into the other box because I'm now the bad person. And they have to get all the fucking social capital by like fucking misrepresenting what I'm fucking saying and fucking going after me on Twitter. Who are you debating? Again, like you were here for when I was talking about this person. I don't want to stop streaming until that person, and I say that person, until she fucking responds. I do a lot of depersonalization to Twitter accounts, okay? On Twitter, you're not a fucking human to me, okay? I don't like, I don't know what the disconnect is, but I honestly, like, I don't feel like I'm interacting with people on Twitter. I feel like I'm interacting with fucking bots, always. And so I need to, like, fucking stop. I need to, like, refer to them as human beings. Say who? Oh, the solar body person that was saying that I was transphobic or some shit. And the problem is, like, I don't fucking argue over text very easily. Is that why you don't follow me? Listen, I try to keep, like, my follows restricted to fucking content creators and people that I fucking hate. Because I don't want to fucking burn bridges with people that I like. Because I don't fucking see them as people on fucking Twitter. There's, like, some very, like there are very, 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 very few exceptions, right? But holy shit. And you know what? That depersonalization, it's probably not a thing that's, I was about to say significant, that is specific to me, right? It's probably everybody. That's probably why, instead of responding to me with, like, an ounce of fucking charity, they do the thing that they do, right? They did the same thing to fucking Hans of Harkir. They've done the same thing to me. They've done the same thing to Vosh and Destiny, right? Because they're not fucking people to them. Who have opinions that might be, like, slightly more nuanced. I thought I heard a person screaming. It's just a dog barking. I also don't understand this one. More Perfect Union is a stupid piece of shit too, but... Okay. While we wait for that person to respond. Okay, I don't know who the fuck this person is. And then they call me weird for doing that? Yeah, that's not weird, I don't think. Like, depending on, like, how far you go with it, but, you know. Lefties didn't get... Yeah, I was actually expecting the next... Or the first time I got, like, a long ban, that it would be from lefties getting mad at me, but it wasn't. It was groypers, which is really funny because it was always groypers that were crying about me deplatforming them for some fucking reason, even though I've never hit the fucking report button on Twitch before in my life, I don't think. Okay, I don't know who this is. Sorry if they're stupid and irritating.
Good evening to you all. Welcome to my channel.
Oh no, she's British. What the fuck?
New, which some of you seem to be, then super extra welcome.
And she's got the annoying accent. Oh, hello. Good evening. My name is Kelly J. Keane, and I'm here to tell you about how much of an adult human female I am. And let's just jump right into it, yeah?
Things that you can do, because I think it's a scary, scary place. Good evening, Rebecca and Crumbly. Good evening, good evening. It's quite a scary place when you see the rainbow flag everywhere, because for most people and thinking people, it is a sort of...
Oh, wait, Tom, what the fuck does that mean? She talks with her teeth. What the fuck does that mean?
It's just such a lovely, inclusive thing to do. But we know exactly what it means. Good evening, the Band United, my moderator, without whom God knows where I'd be. the chats would certainly be completely overtaken with not very nice people. But as it is, we have a lovely group of you that come chattering. But I don't always read the sidebar whilst I'm speaking, because, as you might.
Skip.
I just leave it, because the last thing my precious children want is to be dreadfully embarrassed by me having a moment. However, let me tell you what I do when I'm not with my children. I'm so pig sick of seeing the rainbow flag and unthinking people just absorbing this rainbow flag as if it makes them a kind, nice human being. Unthinking people that don't know about the anti-women.
Oh, fuck. I was about to say, okay. I was about to say, you know what? This isn't the worst take in the world. There are people that just kind of have the rainbow flag. I mean, shit. There are conservatives that cynically have the fucking rainbow flag saying that they love gay people while voting for people that actively fucking hate gay people. Yeah, I'm going to speed it up. But she immediately says about the anti-women aspect of it, and I don't know.
And the anti-children message of the pride flag. Now, the pride
what is the anti-children message of the pride flag?
Pride flag is often used to mean diversity inclusion. And when we talk about inclusion, what we mean is excluding women. Thanks very much. You don't matter that much after all. We simply don't mind excluding women from leadership awards, from toilets, from consideration at any points. We've chosen not to consider you. And so it is no longer what I see as a passive act. It is an act of ignorance, or it is an anti-women act, or often it is both. Because if you have unthinkingly accepted pride as something, or the pride flag, the rainbow flag, or the trans flag as a wonderful, lovely, super wonderful thing to do, it means you haven't actually considered what impact that might have on women, which probably means you don't give a rat's ass about women, which actually includes women.
The gays are now anti-women? Because what? They're men? What about the lesbians?
Who still don't care about women because they're too involved in themselves. So when I go to hospital and I see rainbow flags and rainbow lanyards and whatever, number one, I've got NHS stickers, and I'd like the NHS to challenge me on the fact that they just simply say single sex, single sex ward, or single sex space. I can't quite remember, but we have, if you're going into hospital to visit someone and you want to make the point that single sex wards literally mean single sex, then we have the sticker just for you. Good evening, Rebecca L. I missed you, sorry. Welcome, my other gorgeous, very glamorous assistant. Anyway, so the pride flag is something that...
Oh, what the fuck does that mean? I'm sorry. What? What? Okay, is she saying that there are like sections of the hospital that are reserved just for men and just for women, and that you can't even visit someone? I don't know. I don't understand. I'm sorry. Maybe it's just a British thing, but I don't understand what the fuck she's saying.
Really does make me feel it makes me feel like there's something sinister happening, and that there is a general anti-woman, not considering women sort of thing about it all. I just feel it. Anyway, so I was on the train.
Do you have any proof?
And I may have had a couple of drinks on Sunday after our live stream, and Baroness came to the speaker's corner, and it was an absolutely glorious, incredible event. And I got on the train. I got on the train, and like a 65-year-old, 60-year-old, blokey bloke, normal man, comes along with his rainbow lanyard and rainbow badge, and I just say, why are you wearing that? Why have you got that lanyard? And he says, oh, madam, it's to be inclusive. I said, of whom? And he said, oh, of our trans, LGB, lesbian, gay colleagues. And I said, oh, okay. Do you understand?
Why did you initiate a conversation with this guy on the fucking train? Because he had a lanyard?
And that why a woman like me might think it's quite offensive, and it's an anti-woman thing, because actually when you look at trans rights, it's simply men dressing as women, wanting to get in women.
The bloke had a rainbow flag, not a trans flag.
In spaces, and actually it's a conflict of interest, conflict of rights. Okay, madam, okay. Very awkward, very dismissive, a bit of a Dodsworth. And he was the manager. And I said, no, I'm serious. I said, do you understand?
Well, he didn't want to fucking talk to you. What the fuck? Like, so you're going out of your way to fuck with this guy for having a fucking rainbow flag, and you're mad about him having the rainbow flag, so you're going to harass a random fucking dude on the fucking train? This woman is fucking mentally ill. Maybe we should be anti-women.
Woman sentiment of that thing that you're wearing. It's not a passive act of inclusion. It's actually an anti-woman sentiment and statement. And that's what you're basically saying. You're saying that you don't care about the rights of women by wearing that. Because, do you want me to take it off, madam? So I said, well, yes, I would like you to take it off. Yes, that's exactly what I'd like you to do. So he huffily took it off and put it in his pocket and walked off in a little bit of a huff. And I did say I was tipsy. So as he walked back through, I just went, you've got it on again. Stomped off. Now, I think...
Yeah, you're harassing a random dude for having a lanyard. Holy fucking shit, dude. Who's the one that's upset about this? Only you. Only fucking you.
I wasn't particularly rude to this man. I didn't call him any names. I didn't raise my voice. I just really stuck to my guns. And I think, actually, if I'm not with my children or my husband...
You don't have to raise your voice to be weird and aggressive to a fucking stranger. What are you talking about? It's like walking up to someone, hey, are you a fucking queer or something? You see you got a fucking rainbow flag pin there, buddy. I think that's pretty anti-women. The other person's gonna be like, sorry you feel that way, haha. Like, and then you keep on fucking pressing them. They're like, I can take it off if it hurts your feelings so bad. And then they do, and then you fucking follow them? What do you want them? What do you want from them? This woman is mentally ill. She needs to be put in a fucking straitjacket.
Or anyone that doesn't want to get involved in a squabble, I am going to be telling people that I find the flag offensive. That's what I told the local police officer when she was standing on the corner trying to catch people going through a no-entry road, that actually the flag was offensive and a symbol of anti-women expression. Now, I've got to the point in my life
Explain why. Explain why. If the rainbow flag also represents lesbians, right? Women loving women, all right? Then why is it anti-woman?
I'm going to whine and moan about things. I'm going to do something about it. I'm going to offer a solution to the problems that I see in front of me. And here is a solution to you. Right. My local police force, they wave a flag for the entirety of February and June. Thank the Lord.
Listen, if they don't have straitjackets, I'm sure that there's some sort of vocal cord procedure that, you know, there's some dogs that just won't shut the fuck up, that won't stop barking, right? And then they're like, shitty owners will take them to the vet and, just have a little bit of like vocal cord removal. I think that might be justified in some cases.
February is a short month.
If straitjackets aren't allowed, I would prefer the
of,
straitjacket.
February and June, July, August, whenever Pride is, it feels like it's all freaking year. So we've done this before. If you don't know about this, these flags have been flown above public buildings and then removed really swiftly for my thinking. So what we have for you is we have an adult human female flag.
Oh my God, holy shit. They make such a fuss about people making their sexuality their entire fucking personality. And they've made hating gay people and trans people their entire fucking personality. This is the cringiest fucking thing I've ever seen in my entire life. And they're not self-aware enough to understand that what they're doing makes them look like fucking like insane schizoids. This makes her look like a fucking schizophrenic, like lunatic.
They are on the website.
Stop. Play.
And what I would like you to do, what I think you can do, instead of moan, I wonder if you can hear me actually. What you can do instead of moan is you can, I hope you can hear me, I'm going to check. Right, so this adult human female flag is on the adulthumanfemale.store website. You can buy one. You can trot along to your local police station or your town.
Adult human female is the dictionary definition of of the word woman. But if you ask them what does it mean to be a female, they'll never have an adequate answer for you. All right? I know this sounds like a fucking stupid semantics game, but like, is a woman someone who has XX chromosomes? What about someone with like Klinefelter's or fucking Swyer syndrome, where they have like more than, like, they might have XXY or XYY and look and act and be raised and interact with society as a woman their entire life and possibly not even know about the genetic like situation going on in their body, right? Like, what does it mean to be a woman to you? What does it mean to be a female to you? Is it having children? Well, if it's having children, what about a woman who's gone through menopause? What about a woman who's just like infertile, right? Or had to get a fucking hysterectomy? Are those people still women, or are they some other classification? The dictionary definition is useful insofar as having a conversation in like between two people, but in terms of having like these categories in society, it's completely fucking useless.
Town council, and you can demand to see the person who puts up the flags, who makes those decisions, and you can ask them to fly this flag for the month of March, if not for the week beginning the International Women's Day, which I think is the 8th of March. So I think that is an action that we can do. I think it is well within our rights to write to our PCCs and write to our police forces and our chief of police.
It's within
and tell
your
them that we
rights,
firmly
sure.
object to the raising of the flag. I think it would be a very good experiment in finding out whether or not they'll do it. I don't think they'll do it. I really, really don't think that.
Yeah, because the flag is cringy. You couldn't come up with literally anything else. You couldn't come up with like a cool design. Like there are fucking cool ass flags. Some flags have fucking. Have you ever seen like the flag of Wales? Like it looks like a fucking. It has a dragon on it. That's cool as shit. Why would you not have a fucking like Welsh flag? How's it going, Yas TV? It's been boring as fuck.
They will do it. So that's number one.
Nobody to talk to.
Number two. I am about to
Or very few.
print the report that we did during lockdown about hospitals and police forces. I would like anyone, anonymous or otherwise, but it does, if it's not anonymous, it really, really helps. But if it is anonymous, I totally understand. So number one, get yourself a flag, go and ask your local police force, or whoever's flying that monstrous, fascistic, totalitarian, woke flag, please get a flag and go and see if they will do the same and report back.
She's so mad.
We can hear you as long as the flag isn't in your face. That's because I'm too far back. Then the next thing is
Yeah,
I would like
Friday.
first-person accounts of people that have experienced men who call themselves women in the National Health Service, staff, or police. So I know that there are serving police officers. You won't be able to say who you are, but you will be able to say what force, where there is a superintendent who's an autogynephile who spends far too much time with
AGP!
female prisoners or suspects rather, in a way that he just wouldn't if he was just a regular male officer who didn't try and pretend he was a woman. So I'd like any first-person accounts. Please send that to info@Standing for Women first-person account. I would like some case studies and first-person accounts to go into our.
I want to have a conversation with someone like this. I want to have a conversation with this lady. Is she talk to people? Oh, I've already opened up her channel. She seems like such a fucking like lunatic, but in like an almost endearing way. Maybe it's just the accent, but there's just nothing that she's saying that is reasonable whatsoever. Like, right? There's nothing that she's saying that has any like logical basis to it. She says that she feels like the rainbow flag is bad, therefore it is.
Report, because I think statistics are so unfeeling and they don't generate the picture of something in somebody's mind. So if we can say, look, I work in this police force, this is the officer, this is what he does, this is why it's wrong, and I know that if I raise that as a safeguarding issue, something terrible will happen to me. Or you might say, there's somebody called John or somebody called Jane even, who comes in and one day they're non-binary and the next day they're trans and the third day they're cisgender. And actually everybody else is supposed to dance to.
I don't think that anybody does that. Like literally anybody does that.
Their merry tune. That would be a really interesting, important and vital story. And then obviously, if you are any way connected to any of the autogynephiles who pretend to be women and are involved in the health service, whether it's nursing, whether they're doctors, whether they're care assistants, whatever it is, if you've encountered one of those as a patient or another member of staff, I would like to hear from you. I think it would just have much more impact if we can try and clearly say to someone, and you have to, when it's health, you have to talk about outcomes as well. So if you can say that you were on a recovery ward for acute trauma and the head nurse on your ward was a man and you didn't feel safe with that man just on the virtue that he's a man, but you didn't feel safe or something was very unsettling and you feel that it hindered your recovery, that is a far better example for people in the health service than just saying.
So she's trying to get people to like create outrage over individual fucking anecdotes. She's literally trying to create a moral panic openly on YouTube. Because the reason why she has to create this moral panic is because she doesn't have any examples that she could just find. Please, 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 please. If you guys are like in the hospital and like there's a man near you, just say that like, you know, they made you uncomfortable, right? Like these people are insane.
A pervert. But you can say that also because I think that is relevant. I think we know from the Sarah Everard murder that most women who worked with that monster knew that he was a pervy weirdo, and actually all their concerns were dismissed. And you know, and I know, that our instincts are really important. And when it comes to things like...
Wait, hold on. Who?
From the Sarah Everard murder.
I assume it's... Is it actually Sarah Everard? Oh. In South London, England, as she was walking home to the Brixton Hill area of a friend's home near... Is this the lady that was killed by a cop? Metropolitan Police Officer Wayne Couzens claimed to that he was arresting her for having breached COVID-19 regulations, but drove her to near Dover where he raped and strangled her before burning her body and disposing of her remains. And holy shit. The whole life order. I'm sorry. She's talking about this case like the officer in question was trans and raped the woman. No. There's nothing there. What the fuck are you talking about? We know
that most women who worked with that monster knew that he was a pervy weirdo, and actually all their concerns were dismissed. And you know, and I know, that our instincts are really important. And when it comes to things like our safety, we understand somebody who is a pervy weirdo. We understand them from the minute, from the absolute minute that we are in that person's company. We will feel something. We may not even know what it is, but we will feel that we will feel.
Just go based off of your gut instinct and report people for rape? What is this woman talking about?
Their unsettling sort of weird ways, and it will make us be more vigilant about what we do and so on.
No, the case, we looked up the case, and the person who raped the woman was a male police officer.
So that is what I'm asking you to do. I think that will make a really good report. I think that's something that I would like to send to every MP. And so your memberships, which are going off the charts, are helping in all of those things that we want to achieve that cost money, because everything does. And we are merely David in this battle against a very woke Goliath in a dress. And so
so I feel like there's this this isn't like some sort of like mind-bending giant fucking revelation. People love to be the fucking victim. People love to be the fucking underdog and fight for what they believe in. All right. Look at fucking white nationalists and fucking conservatives. Fucking conservatives hold a lot of fucking power in this country. There's a lot of conservatives in the United States, and there's a lot of fucking conservatives in Britain. All right. There's a lot of fucking anti-fucking trans people and anti-trans activists in fucking England. But guess what? They still have to act like they're the ones that are being victimized by trans people. This is the only way that they can get their message out there, because their entire ideology is based off of fucking hate. Okay, whether you're a Nazi, whether you're a fucking TERF, whether you're a fucking a racist person in the United States, like you're a fucking just a hateful fucking person. And it's bad optics to be hateful. So you have to have a reason to be hateful, right? Oh, well, don't you know men are raping women, and trans women are kind of like men. And so like, we're going to say that they're the ones that are raping women at a crazy rate.
That's what this takes. That's what we are doing. We are going to make sure that at no point anybody can ever say this is.
And also, not only will they say that trans women are raping women because the trans women are actually men who are just autogynephiles that are trying to, get into women's spaces so they can have easier access to the pussy, right? They're also going onto YouTube and telling people to cause moral panics so that they can get their policy across, because they don't have enough reported cases out there, because it doesn't happen as often as they think it does. So they have to go out and construct the kind of narratives that they think are happening in the real world. They have to construct the world around them in the way that their mind works, even though instead of moving their mind to where reality is.
The purpose of everything that I do and everything we do as a collective. I don't want anyone to ever say that they did not know. I don't mind if they say I did not listen. I don't mind if they say I heard the arguments. Well, I do mind, clearly, because they're wrong. But I don't want anyone to have the excuse, to have the get out of saying I didn't know what was going on. And so that is the crucial thing about everything we do here. Andy M, you missed the point. Says, oh God, no, not a trans patient. How dare trans people have the same basic needs as any of us? I fainted. Actually, men who call themselves trans don't have the same needs as any of us women, not in any medical department at all. There is nothing we have in common with a man who calls himself a woman. The people that you've got in common are other men. So that's why you should be along on a men's ward. And we're quite happy for you to have.
Sorry,
about everything we do here.
Something popped up on Twitter and it like fucked me up for a second. I'll pull it on screen here in a second. We'll go back just a little bit.
I don't mind if they say I heard the arguments. Well, I do mind, clearly, because they're wrong. But I don't want anyone to have the excuse, to have the get out of saying I didn't know what was going on. And so that is the crucial thing about everything we do here. Andy M, you missed the point. Says, oh God, no, not a trans patient. How dare trans people have the same basic needs as any of us? I fainted. Actually, men who call themselves trans don't have the same needs as any of us women, not in any medical department at all. There is nothing we have in common with a man who calls himself a woman. The people that you've got in common are other men. So that's why you should be along on a men's ward. And we're quite happy for you to have all the healthcare you need on a men's ward. This is not about...
What is the purpose of separate wards in a hospital? What is the purpose? It's probably to prevent, unsightly things from happening, right? I don't know why the fuck they have separate wards for men and women. I actually have no fucking clue why that would be the case, unless they just have, like one of those... Okay, hold on. Are there any Britbongers in chat? Fuck, I wish I was on Twitch for this, because I know I have Britbongers in my chat all the time. Is the NHS, do hospitals in, holy shit, that's loud as fuck. Does the NHS have fucking hospitals where like everybody's just like lined up in rows? They don't have their own separate rooms? Because I don't think that this is a super common thing. I don't actually know for sure, all right? But I don't think this is a super common thing in the United States. Is that the way it is in England? Here, I can just put out a general call on fucking Twitter. Tweet. Stat. Oh shit. Did the person respond? No. God damn it. Watch this. Watch that fucking Solaris person actually not fucking show up, even though they acted like they wanted to fucking argue and they wanted to be super public. Watch them not fucking come through at all.
Denying skin graft, skin care, cancer treatment, prostate checks from men who call themselves women. This is about saying you ain't coming into our spaces. This is about saying very, very, very clearly that if you are a man, regardless of how you feel about yourself, you are not going to be on acute mental health wards for women as a member of staff or as a patient.
Mental health ward. Okay, I've never been in a mental health ward. I don't know how that works. Even so, would you not have your own fucking room and privacy?
You are not going to be in a women-only health center as a member of staff or a patient. You are not welcome in our spaces.
Why would a man not be allowed in a women's mental health ward? Hold on. Kevin Logan might be able to answer. I'm actually so fucking curious. And Kevin Logan actually might be a good person to answer this.
It's very, very simple. Men have their own space. Please stay in it. $5 from Ali Snyder. A zip hoodie with us over the head issues. Woman definition on sleeves. I have been looking at that, but they've come up not great quality when I've looked at the materials and so on. I have done that before, but the quality has to be really, really good. But a zip hoodie is a fantastic idea. I will think around the box to try and find something that is both appropriate and in keeping with what we do here, but also enables people like yourself to wear them, Ali. So thank you for your comment, and thank you for...
Hold on, we're gonna get Kevin Logan or Mixed Vivian Wolf. Wait, where the fuck is my Sondsol stream? There we go. Okay. Testicle Johnson, how's it going? I'm just waiting to see who's going to jump into the I'm going to see who jumps into the VC first, because I'm actually so fucking curious. I don't know a lot about hey. Uh-oh. I see what the problem is.
What do you want, soy boy?
Voice and video. Test, can you hear me?
Sondsol?
Test. Ah, fuck. What the fuck is it? What the fuck is the problem? Test, can you hear me?
Fuck's sake.
Test. What the fuck? Test. Test. What the fuck? Default. Test.
Fucking wild. Can't hear you at all. You're not doing anything. Wait, can you hear me? That would be hilarious. I'm not even looking at your stream right now.
Profile, message. I can...
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, what the fuck? Accessibility, default input
shit.
volume.
Wait, where's your fucking stream? This is not good for you, Sondsol.
I know it's not good.
You need to be able to like say things.
This is so fucking dumb.
I'm gonna find your stream.
Can I do test? Can I do test? Okay, I can hear an echo.
Oh. Yeah, no, I can't hear shit.
That's fucking unbelievable. I found out why. It was fucking... I had it on fucking push to talk because I'm a dumb fuck. Can you hear me now?
You fucking moron. Alright, what you want?
Okay, you can hear me? Okay, Kevin Logan, there he is. Okay.
Oh god, both of us. Jesus Christ.
Okay.
You don't know. You can't put two Britbongers in the same room. It will cause a Britbonger continuum collapse.
Kevin,
Yeah, we'll undoubtedly invade several foreign countries.
Okay.
I imagine.
Okay, Kevin, you're not
You're
streaming,
crossing
right?
the streams.
No, I'm not. No.
Okay, thank God, because I'm sussed until Friday. Okay.
Yeah.
Fucking, I'm watching some like really, really unintelligent turf. Like she is like just giving me the most.
Yeah,
fucking,
this is
like,
Kelly J. Keane.
I've
This is
never heard of this
Posey
person
Barker.
before.
She's fucking insane.
Yeah.
She's like,
the
she's
one that said that it would be safer for cis women if cis men had guns in.
Yeah,
the
took
toilets.
guns into the women's
Brilliant.
toilets. Yeah, she's
Yeah.
that one. No, she's fucking evil, dude. Like,
yeah, she doesn't seem like she's
fucking
all
insane.
there. So she's talking about like Brit Bonger hospitals. I don't know enough about y'all's medical system. Do y'all have she's talking about like hospital wards and mental wards that are separated by gender or sex. Is it like one is it one giant open fucking room, or do you get your own individual room? Someone is buzzing.
I don't think it's me buzzing.
Well, it stopped now.
Well,
Maybe I moved my phone too close to the microphone.
Gotcha.
Because I'm using my phone to like look at your stream.
Gotcha.
Well, it depends. Look, you get either you have your own room or you'll have a sectioned off with like a curtain, like
Curtain thing,
rail
yeah.
curtain thing. So you're not like they can't just everyone can't just see you. Like you have your own space. Like yeah, and that's. And again, I've been in hospitals where you'll have men and women next to each other. Like, I'm sure there are sex-segregated spaces, certainly in terms of like, I don't know, gynecology or something like that, obviously.
Sure.
But like, by and large, they're just men and women next to each other. Yeah,
That's the way that I would have assumed, because every single time I've ever gone to the hospital or gone to like, you know, like visit someone in the hospital, like everybody's just kind of mixed in all together, right? And then she added, she started talking about mental wards next, and I've never been in a mental ward, so I don't fucking know. But I can't imagine that you wouldn't get some amount of fucking privacy at some point.
Well, psychiatric hospitals are generally segregated by sex, and I think that's fine. But like,
yeah, I don't care like if it is right. Like what my problem is that like they're assuming that if there's like a trans woman in a women's ward, that like she's gonna go around and just start like raping literally every single person there, like it's fucking like the 4th of July. I don't know what the fuck.
well, yeah, because you're dealing with one of the most insane fucking turfs on the planet.
She
Kelly
literally
J. Keane
said
she calls herself Posey Parker, right? And she's just like full on hate mode. Okay, this is
that's what I was.
She's
saying
not one of
earlier.
those.
Yeah,
she's not one of
nothing
those
there.
like we have reasonable concerns kind of people. She's the kind of person that will literally show up and be like, "You're a fucking man, you fucking pervert. Look at you, pedophile."
Yeah,
you know
that's
what
the
I mean?
vibe that I'm
Like,
getting.
she'll
She's
just
like
scream
saying
that shit
she
at
was
people.
basically at the beginning of this.
Yeah.
So this video, she started off by saying that the rainbow flag is inherently anti-woman, even though lesbians exist, right? Then she held up a fucking flag that had the dictionary definition of woman on it, adult human female,
Yeah.
and it looked like
So
fucking,
that's-
it
so
looked like
that's
an
her, by
ISIS
the
flag
way.
almost. And then
That's her, by the way. She started the dictionary definition.
Yeah,
Oh, really?
Woman, yeah, she sells like merch with it on and stuff. Yeah. That's
Yeah.
hers.
And so she started off by saying rainbow flag inherently anti-woman. She talked about a story of her harassing someone up and down the train because they had a rainbow colored fucking lanyard, and that was enough to fucking trigger her. And then after that, she starts talking about oh shit, what was it? Oh yeah, the in terms of like the hospitals, they have to like create, because she says we can't find enough reported rapes in these hospitals, but we know that they must be there because they're putting trans women next to women, so there must be rape. So next time you go to a hospital, make sure that you report that you were raped. And so she's literally talking about fucking like constructing the worldview that she thinks is happening. Like I'm actually like blown the fuck away.
Yeah, make false fucking make false accusations about rape. Yeah, no. I mean,
It reminds me a little bit of the kind of religiosity of certain kind of weirdo like Marxists to a degree. Like there was a group of Trotskyists in Mexico who, because Trotsky said there was going to be an international revolution after the Second World War, and there wasn't one, they just refused to accept the Second World War had ended. They just refused to accept. And this is sort of true. Like in their mind, it's absolute canon that trans people will just rape everyone. So the fact that that isn't happening means we just haven't found it yet. It's definitely happening, though, honest. So just make up your own version of reality is the basic thing. Yeah.
Her conversation with JF Gariepi was pretty wild.
She talked
Wow.
to JF.
She had a nice little chat with JF.
Oh my fucking god.
Well, clearly, because she's so against rape, she would be friendly with JF Gariepi, who's just for clarification, is a rapist. I'm just putting that out.
He blocked me.
Actual rapist.
He backed out of a debate with me that I only had 30 minutes to prepare for. Someone else, like last second, dropped out of a debate with him about capitalism versus socialism, and so they tapped me to do it, and so I had 30 minutes to prepare, and chat kept on asking me, who is JF? Who is JF? I was like, he's some like fucking like weird, creepy French Canadian who like raped a mentally like handicapped girl, and he heard that because I guess he was watching me prepare, and he blocked me, and then said if they ever put me and him on the same debate panel on modern day debates, then he'll never do it again. Like, he was like ultra fucking mad. So
JF Gariepi is a piece of shit. We know this. But yeah, has that helped clear some stuff up for you?
it absolutely has. I didn't realize like the depths of the depravity of this fucking like absolutely insane fucking schizo poster.
Posey Parker is probably the most insane, I want to say mainstream turf, but actually, like, I don't know. I was going to say, like, because Jennifer Billick is, like, more insane. She's, like, friends with that Nazi fuck Keith Woods, right? And they were talking about, she has a whole blog, the 11th Hour blog, where they talk about the transhumanist conspiracy run by the Jews that is the transgender experiment, right? Like,
yeah.
They're fucking insane. But, like, but yeah, I mean, you're definitely on the more sort of like aggro end of turfery. But honestly, when you like British turfs, I was gonna say it, and then I thought about it, and I thought about like the shit that Julie Bindel was saying the other day, Kevin, when she was talking about what was it like? Oh, what are all these stupid identities? Asexual. Nobody's ever been kicked out of their house for being asexual, or like assaulted for being asexual. And there's a whole bunch of people in her comments going, "Yeah, no, people tried to like do corrective rape to me because I'm asexual," and she's just like, yeah.
Well,
so these people are all fucking horrible.
Yeah, I've undergone something of a sort of a movement in this regard, because I always thought America was like way worse, and certainly when it comes to like legal fuckery or overt legal fuckery, there's an element of that to be true. But in terms of like the violent turfery, I think actually Britain has gotten worse than America.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, I think Britain always was worse than America in terms of like,
maybe I'm just looking,
because America didn't really have turfery, not like that specific character of transphobia that like still calls itself feminist and like tries to present itself as progressive and left wing, although they're sort of slowly abandoning that, aren't they? But like America didn't have that, and we over here in the United Kingdom were all going, hey, this is coming to you next, right? Like, we could use some solidarity over here. And as evidenced by the fact that, like, Sondsol over here doesn't have a fucking clue who Posey Parker is, there wasn't a lick of solidarity from overseas.
I've
like,
literally never heard of, I've never heard of either of these people.
I'm not just trying to shit on you.
Yeah, no, you're
like, I'm just saying in general, like, we were screaming for it, and, like, the American streamers that are supposedly trans allies didn't give a fuck. And now, of course, like, you've got all that shit that's going down in Texas, like all the insane genocidal rhetoric is ramping up there, and a lot of it's coming from the Republican Party, but they're using a lot of the same arguments, you know, to try and present themselves as like protecting women or whatever that we were having over here, and it frustrates me. Like, you guys should have fucking listened earlier.
Like, I've been noticing over the past couple of, I think that it's been happening over the past couple of months, but over the past like 2 or 3 weeks, it's like really hit home how the discourse has turned like incredibly fucking insidious and really fucking disgusting. Like around almost every topic from the conservatives, like they're like being really open with the kinds of shit that they're talking about. Like,
Oh, I mean, this ties into a lot of other shit, right? Like, because the GOP's been completely fucking taken over by QAnon.
Yeah.
QAnon and TERFs, my two favorite topics. Look at that. But like, they've just been completely taken over. Well, I say completely taken over. QAnon has got a much greater voice in the GOP than it used to have, and they are abandoning all pretense of sort of separation.
Well, yeah, literally, you had the was it Senator yesterday arguing that the Supreme Court shouldn't have outlawed bans on interracial marriage.
Well, yeah, you had Marjorie Taylor Greene today, fucking saying that we need to. What was it? She said pummel trans people into the ground or something.
I haven't heard that.
She said, what was it? If my one of the quotes was, if my husband, what was it? If my kid went to summer camp and there was like a trans counselor there, my husband would pummel them into the ground.
Yeah,
or whatever,
that's the
right?
sort of rhetoric
They
that I'm
both go
talking
to
about. It's so overt and so fucking disgusting. And like,
Rosie
Parker's said this shit for fucking years.
Yeah.
In terms of Marjorie Taylor Greene's husband, I would be more careful about who she's cheating on you with this week. But you know, that's just me.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know enough about.
It's
her
not
personal
cheating
life.
if you agree to it, okay?
Oh shit. It's just cuckoldry then, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Fucking, like, I don't know. This is, I think the reason I've gotten, and you guys, if you guys want to like fucking dunk on me, this is the reason that I've said the past couple of tweets that I have in regards to like the Destiny discourse, just because like this is the kind of shit that I've been seeing on Twitter for the past, like, I don't know, 2-3 weeks, especially, that I've like really noticed it, because it's always there, but like it's a lot in the past couple of days.
We were all talking about the fucking Leah Thomas story, right? Because that's been big for a while. And the hilarious thing I would say about the Leah Thomas story is that, like, when that article first came out, it was like, trans woman loses to trans man on the women's team. The trans man hadn't undergone any kind of testosterone because he wanted to still compete on the women's team for this season or whatever until the season's out, right? But so, like, Leah Thomas on estrogen, trans dude, essentially what, you know, the transphobes would call biologically female, right? No medical alterations. And there's no, you know, and he won, right? So he beat Leah Thomas. But this article came out about it, and all the conservatives were losing their fucking minds, going, oh, this proves, like, blah, blah, blah. Like, look, this man beat this woman on the women's swim team, right? And everything after that has just been fucking cope. And then Leah Thomas, like, wins her race, and it's like, aha, see, prove we are vindicated now. We were right to be
I feel
upset
so
about
bad.
this
I feel
story.
bad for her, like,
And-
individually. I was saying earlier, like, the fact that the whole nation right now is like focused on her very specifically sucks so much. Her like fucking.
I mean, that same shit happened. I mean, yeah, it's ramped up, right? So, like, I imagine she's getting more fucking shit than like Fallon Fox did or Victoria Ivy did, but like, or Alana Farrell even, right?
Yeah.
She hangs around Twitch. I've fucking seen her in the comments and shit. I've been
really?
like, hey, how you doing? Yeah, she's
When her
about
story first came out, I was
Alana.
like, and she like posted something about JoJo. I was like, you know, it'd be really cool to interview her, but I also like had no fucking way to contact her. Like I looked.
Yeah, she seems like a super cool person. So
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe if you reached out, like, she's there on Twitter. But,
Yeah, well, I have
Yeah.
no way to like actually like make contact with her, but unless I like just like tag
fucking
her.
at her.
Yeah.
Dude,
Maybe.
Whenever I want to fucking interview somebody, I just send them a DM. And no lies, like, I'd say I get a response about 50% of the time, and the response is positive maybe about 20% of the time. But, you know, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, right? Just fucking do it.
But yeah, like,
But yeah, what
it's absolutely
I
fucking-
was saying, right?
Oh yeah,
So
go ahead, go ahead.
we were talking about the fucking Leah Thomas thing, right? A lot of people are still talking about the Leah Thomas thing. A lot of people, like, I made a thing about thread about transport the other day, and it had fucking nothing to do with like what Destiny had said. But when you like, as one of the largest fucking streamers in a particular community, in a particular space, full of fucking trans people who are currently really fucking stressed out because the hate against them is being ramped up. When you come in and you drop some anti-trans bullshit fucking take, it's perfectly reasonable for everybody to turn around and go, fuck you, right? But that's not how this space works. You can't just go, fuck you, piss off, right? Like you would if you were in the pub with your friends. You'd be like, fuck you, piss off. And if they didn't piss off, you'd be like, hey, bartender, can you get rid of this cunt? He's like really bothering us, right? Like that's what would happen. No, it's like, aha, you now have to prove to me how my take was bad. Everybody come on my stream and debate me. So it gets fucking blown up into this ridiculous fucking thing. And you know, I agree that there are more important things to focus on than fucking destiny, right? But if you've got somebody who is actively in your immediate vicinity, right, in your close circle, who's like, whose fans and people who are watching him are like running around harassing people because of what he said, then I think it's perfectly reasonable to want to address what he said. I would prefer that we just go, hey, fuck this guy, report him for whatever the fuck you can get him on, and just get him off the fucking platform because he's a toxic piece of shit. But like, you know, people are going to get upset and they're going to want to address what he has to say. And I don't think that that's unreasonable. And I think you calling people out for it is kind of crappy, actually.
So this is where I'm coming from, all right? And I was supposed there was one person that was just dog shit, fucking misrepresenting literally everything I said, because I don't think it's bad to criticize him, right? I think that I just have like a very, very different fucking Twitter feed than everybody else, because all I was seeing from everybody for like the past week has just been the most fucking like crazy, like not crazy, like things about Destiny. Like the amount of stuff that I've seen about Destiny has just been like my entire fucking feed. And it's,
well, yeah, but you're fucking terminally online, stuck in the Twitch space.
Well, but I like specifically
I follow
went
a whole
through,
bunch of people who don't.
right.
don't
I specifically went through and I unfollowed people just a couple of days ago to like not have that because my feed was dog shit.
Sorry, do you think the entirety of America and Europe are talking about Destiny right now?
No. That's my point. That's
so it's
the
just
point.
people in the fucking. It's just people in the fucking Twitch space.
No,
people in the Twitch space are going to talk about people. No,
the war in Ukraine has ended. They've united over Destiny.
Yeah. but that's the point that I'm trying to make, right? Like this space is like so like from my perspective, given my feed, right, is so hyper focused on Destiny. When I'm seeing people like actively talk about like we should go out if your children's teacher has fucking colored hair. Now they're using slurs while they do this, but like if you see some like T-slur colored hair fucking teacher, like you should like beat the shit out of them before they start inducting your child into the trans hall of fame and like sodomizing them in between each class period. Like that's the sort of shit that I'm seeing on my timeline right now.
Cool.
Right?
So what do you do? What do you do as a member of the Twitch community? Do you rant and rail and get upset about something that you can literally do nothing about, that the person who said it will literally never see your fucking tweet, right? Or do you deal with the person in your immediate vicinity who's being a cunt?
Well, I mean, I fucking comment and I fucking argue with those people, but I don't think that I've been like melting down on Twitter about this. I have like maybe 2 tweets, maybe 3.
I mean,
I did argue with some people.
I don't know what you mean by melting down on Twitter over this. Like,
well, you said that I was like spending like my Twitter is all about like attacking people for this, but like I might have like argued.
Well,
with
I never said your Twitter is all about attacking people over this.
Sorry,
I said I thought your tweet was a bit shitty.
Sorry, maybe I misunderstood you a second ago.
Okay, cool, thanks.
Yeah. No. Maybe sorry. I'm super chill right now. I'm not like aggro.
Good.
Yeah. But yeah, like there were a couple of people that like I can like know nothing responded to me. I thought that, you know what, that was a reasonable
very reasonably response. Yeah, it was a good response.
Yeah, and I even said as much, right? It was the other person that wanted to fucking very publicly argue with me, and then I offered to talk to them in VC because I didn't think that they would disagree with my full statement if they heard me out, and they're like, oh, so like you just want to like debate me on stream or or else I hate trans people. I was like, no, I said VC, not stream. I'm banned off of Twitch. I don't have to fucking talk to you on stream.
Why are you banned off of Twitch? What the fuck did you do?
The Groypers got mad at me for kicking Brittany off of my my Royale show because Cozy TV was rating her and me and everybody on the panel and saying that they were going to
Okay, cool. Yeah, no, I know why people would want to report you. I just don't know what they could have reported you for that would actually get you banned.
Russophobia.
Russophobia. What did you say?
I said Ruskies.
You said Ruskies?
Yeah.
Well, that's as bad as the C word discourse.
Isn't that just the Russian word for Russians?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
But Cozy TV mass reported me for that, and it got me a 14-day. And because of that, I'm going to have to stop streaming full time. Like they actually beat me because of that, because I'm not going to be able to like afford anything. I have to like get another job and shit and get back into college because of them.
Well, it's 14 days.
Yeah, but like that, like there's 14 days, and then I have a pre-planned trip that I have to go to that I had already like accounted for, but I didn't account for 2 full weeks of zero pay. So 0 pay for 2 weeks plus another week on top of that. That's an entire month of no money for bills. So
start GoFundMe. See if you can see if you can make up the extras.
Nah, I would rather just like fucking go back to doing stream part-time than give the Groypers like the sense of accomplishment of seeing me like beg for money like that. Fuck that shit. I would literally starve on this street before that.
Well, hey, remember what I said about getting involved with these cunts?
Hey, listen. I just like being mean to them. They're not ruining my life, all right? If anything, this might be a push in the right direction. I should finish college, but like
you should finish college.
Yeah,
and the Twitch debate scene is toxic and ruins everybody's mental health.
But I love having bad mental health. What are you talking about? It's like the only thing. Listen, my mental health is so good on average. If I don't bring myself down to everybody else's, like base state of being, then I'll be too powerful.
Fucking give you 6 months before you're fucking clawing at the walls, eating your toenails on stream.
Listen, if I was off stream, I would be too sane and I would be doing the exact same thing. A 6-month ban for me would be hell because I wouldn't be able to yell at people. I'd have to like argue with them over like by typing. I would kill myself if I had to do that shit. Okay, typing out fucking paragraphs to get my point across. Fuck that shit.
Okay, look, I've been yammering for fucking ages. I'm sure Kevin wants to say some shit, and I'm supposed to be watching a TV show with some friends right now.
Oh yeah,
I was just gonna go anyway, but
yeah.
No, I was just gonna say, have you considered selling your bathwater?
I could do that. I'm sure there's at least 2 people. I'll just make the upcharge on it incredibly high.
Yeah.
I'm gonna leave you with one thing. Right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna leave you with one
I'll
thing.
hop out after this.
There is no debate on transport. There is only one fucking correct take. And that is that if you're going to have men's and women's categories, then trans women, regardless of their medical transition status, should compete on the women's team because they're women.
Oh, sure. If I would agree with that.
Yeah, no medical transition needed, no testosterone tests, nothing.
Yeah, I think that there has to be like some other like qualifiers.
If you're a woman, you're a woman.
Seems so fucking. It's just like difficult. Is the whole conversation is difficult, and the sports conversation is so fucking boring. Like I like to play fucking video games. All right, I got out of my fucking phase of watching the NFL and fucking sports a long time ago. All right, I'm a homebody now.
The conversation is easy if you're just not transphobic. The problem is that like 90% of people on the planet, 99% of people on the planet are transphobic. Like. So, it is what it is. And I include, like, quote-unquote allies and even trans people in that. Most people haven't even, like, thought about this issue in any kind of meaningful way. And most of the ones that have come to the wrong fucking conclusions because they just want to try and prove different things.
Final
it's very,
question.
very simple.
Final
You're
question.
a woman, woman's team. Go.
Do you think that Jangle's science lad, I don't remember the exact way his name is his,
I think that's
like,
right.
Yeah, Jangle Science Lad. Is his take on these things like pretty good? Because he is like a degree in sports medicine and shit.
I think
I usually defer to him.
So I genuinely haven't really watched that much of his content on it. I know he went over the like actual science of like what HRT does to the body and like how much it changes. I think that entire half of the argument is a complete fucking like red herring. I think that they're arguing about like how much HRT changes the fucking body or whatever. Total fucking red herring. I think you're already buying into the premise that like trans women are basically not women, right? So I think there is a much better video than anything that fucking Jangles could have ever produced on the topic, and it's by Veronica Ivy, who is a world cycling champion and trans woman who has a philosophy PhD. She gives a speech. Oh shit! She gives a talk. Basically, I can't remember where the fuck it is. About the ethics of the IAAF and IOC rulings on transport. Sorry, go ahead, Kevin.
Oh no, I was just going to do a silly joke. It really doesn't matter. You made a serious point. It would be silly to do the joke now.
All right.
Well, I'll
anyway,
catch both of you later.
I'll
Thank
teach you for being a cunt and women.
True.
Sorry.
Thank
You know
you
I love
for
you,
educating me on Britbonger stuff. I'll catch you guys later. Leave that shit. Leave the fucking Britbongers alone. Fuck a Britbonger, okay? I don't give a fuck about them. Okay, really quick. Let me see here. And Viv linked me the thing, and I will watch that maybe tomorrow. If we stream tomorrow, I don't know if I will. The person has told me that they're not going to come on to debate today, so maybe tomorrow. Okay. Let's finish this video and then we'll be done. I think we'll be done after this. By the way, I don't know how many people are watching right now because I can't figure out where all the windows that I had open earlier are. But if you haven't already, consider liking the stream. That would be really helpful. If you guys look up at the, I can't find my fucking live page. Fuck it. If you guys look up here, right on the, like the suggested chat right there, you'll see to like the stream. And if you guys want to help me out, because I've been banned from Twitch for 14 days, haven't had any money coming in because of that. So if you guys want to help me out, that would be really fucking awesome of you. That link right there will take you to a donation page. And it would help me not have a negative balance in the bank until I get unbanned from Twitch. Also, quick update for when I do come back from ban. I'm going to be sponsored by HelloFresh. And so I'll be doing a cooking stream when I get back. So I think that'll be super fucking fun. Anyways.
For $5, and she says, thank you for keeping your cool and your savvy. Hashtag, you will win, we will win. We damn well will. Okay, so we talked about flags. We've talked about that. I just want to also mention, as we come into International Women's Day, and during Rainbow Gestapo month, and further Rainbow authoritarian months later on in the year, we have here for you at Standing for Women 5 of your English pounds, and you can do it 2 ways. If you're brave, then bully for you, and you can wear the adult human female bit showing. And if you feel not that brave, then you can turn it round and it's simply a suffragette. Who could argue with the suffragette lanyard? Who could possibly argue with the suffragette lanyard? This is the item of the moment as we come.
Oh, man. See, this is why we shouldn't give British people rights. Lanyard? Lanyard? Come on.
Up to International Women's Day. This is your time. This is your time to start asserting your quiet authority and not going along with nonsense at work. You can also do it with a keyring.
Worst saleswoman of all fucking time. Holy shit.
Female. Nothing more, nothing less. Jason Dean, of course you're allowed to watch my channel.
Man, can you imagine how fucking sad of a fucking human being that you would have to be to base your entire fucking personality and identity around your fucking, like, genitals? Around your fucking chromosomes that you have? Unfucking real.
And do super chats. You're allowed to do both of those things, and you are very welcome. But I am a little bit unabashed in my centering of women. And I'm sure that's why you're here, because you'd like to center women too. and then we have another
does that
key
mean
ring.
to
So these are quite quiet
center
little
women?
things. If you remember, we have got the most incredible, lovely gift for you. It will be arriving in about 3 or 4 weeks. If you're still not a member, please become a member. We are looking for more people to join. We now have we have 13 regional groups now in the UK, and we have 3 abroad. If you're in Spain, if you're in Germany, if you're in France, if you're in Italy, if you're in Japan, if you're in Brazil, if you're in Mexico, if you're in Turkey, we have some Turkish feminists that are just about to release their beautiful Turkish version of the adult human female t-shirt. That's something that that we do here, that you
Is
enable.
this just
We
the
help small
advertising hour?
female t-shirts. So crazy rants. And it really, really does make a difference. I can't thank you enough. Each and every one of you that is the billboard that participates in this, get yourself a flag. I promise it will be a thrilling little journey to the police station, if nothing else. More announcements.
What?
12 o'clock, Speakers Corner in Nottingham. If you go to the events page on standingforwomen.com/events, I think, then you will find a map to the Speakers Corner. We do it at 12 o'clock in the winter because otherwise we lose light, and it seems to be the lightest, most central part of the day. It might be that as we go through the summer, we change it somewhat and we push it back a little bit so we can really enjoy the afternoon sun. Ali Snyder with your $5. I wish I could still have mermaids too. Yeah, mermaids. But the horrific organization by that name have nearly ruined them for me. I totally agree with you. Right. What we I've still got a bad voice. Oh God. I've still got a bad voice from when we did the Lancet protest because I was I was thirsty and I carried on talking, which was the most silly thing to do. Oh yeah, I don't censor comments. We don't censor. We only really censor comments on here in the live chat if people are being really abusive or name calling or gross. And it's usually trans-identified males or men, as I like to call them, that do that. So yeah, it's not me. It's not my moderators. It's YouTube. I will talk about that another time. I'm just about to try and sort something out, and then I can talk about it tomorrow because you know I don't want to give anyone any pleasure. Who's on the opposite side of this particular very, very spiky stiletto-fueled fence?
Do you say anything
We are going to
else?
save the damn lot of them, even if they don't want to be saved. So even if they'd like you not to, and that's remember. So yeah, it's not me. It's oh yeah, I don't censor comments. We don't censor. Yeah, it's not me. It's not my moderators. It's YouTube. I will talk about that another time. I'm just about to try and sort something out, and then I can talk about it tomorrow because you know I don't want to give anyone any pleasure. Who's on the opposite side of this particular very, very spiky stiletto-fueled fence? What we do here is we keep talking to each other, we keep listening, we keep empowering, we keep remembering that we are allowed to speak the truth, that we do not need to be guarded. We do not need to try and pretend that kindness is somehow only something that can be achieved by focusing on men, by focusing on people that call themselves trans. There is an overwhelming act of kindness that is much greater than any of that, and that is to be kind to women and girls, even the women and girls that are voting for their own erasure. Even those women and girls, we are going to save the damn lot of them, even if they don't want to be saved. So even if they'd like you not to be saved,
That's so
we are still going to save them because this generation of women may come and go, and there will be lots after who will never have experienced the freedom that some of us in our 40s, 30s, maybe even 20s have experienced, where we could simply just speak the truth to someone without fear of being cancelled or ostracized. And so if we want to give the future
I'm pretty sure that you could walk up to someone in the fucking 80s or 90s and say some fucking absolutely abhorrent shit, and they might not ever talk to you again. And they might tell people that you're a racist piece of shit. What? Why would you? Why would you say that people can't get canceled in the past?
generations, this sort of freedom that we have experienced and maybe never actually been truly grateful for, never appreciated it at the time. But if we can do that, if we can ensure that we are focusing on the next generation of girls and women and children and boys and even men who deserve to live in a world where, if nothing else, they are permitted to speak the truth, then I think that is something worth fighting for. And I'm really delighted to be fighting alongside each and every one of you. We are mere Davids in this fight against Goliath in a very nasty, cheap-looking dress. So if we can do that, if you come to Speaker's Corner in Nottingham or Manchester in May or London.
She's not saying fucking anything. She's just saying words, but not saying anything. Fucking annoying. Okay, what do we... Okay. I want to see... I don't know. I don't know what else. I really wanted to talk to that person today because these people are fucking insane. But I am curious. I saw... Wait. Oh, well, maybe it's gone forever. Goddamn. Sorry, just
inciting
curious.
harassment against yet another Twitch partner? Was it the virulent transphobia he's been churning out? Or maybe it was because his fans directly hate rated another streamer and they got caught this time? So many options! Feels good, everybody. Feels fucking good.
Okay, so Demon Mama.
Also, this meme, a fucking banger.
Hold
A
on.
banger. Keffels must go. Who must go? This channel is currently unavailable due to a violation of Twitch's community guidelines and terms of service. Fucking pog.
Oh, I don't know.
I know something new. Like,
So yes, we were gifted with the ability to be incredibly insufferable today, and we absolutely deserve it. And so do our opponents. Our opponents deserve to have to suffer through hearing our.
That's what I was about to say. Someone in my Discord, I closed out the picture earlier because I didn't need it, but now I'm curious. Someone posted the picture of the not that.
Oh yeah, Rhodes, seriously. Remember when I say, and I quote, Demon Mama should die and disappear off the internet. Forever, I believe is what she said. Yeah,
where's
that'd
the-
be fucking sick. What's a Schadenfreude? Basically this. This is basically Schadenfreude.
So this is yesterday.
Yeah,
Where was the
exactly.
hate raid? Is it this?
I remember when he said that about me? Remember when he said he wanted me to die and disappear off the internet? And by the way, he crashed a 30 viewer panel to say that. Whew.
Wait, John, can you send me like a DM on Discord with literally anything that would that people are saying there's a hate raid?
I do hate if somebody says that I'm a subhuman that should die while also regularly advocating for his fans to harass people until they leave the internet. I do care about that. That I do care about, believe it or not. I don't care if people hate me. Like, lots of people hate me. But I care when they think that a rational response to disagreeing on Twitter is sending your fans to stalk, harass, and threaten people. Yeah. It's just very, very, it is very sad. It is very, very sad. It's a sad thing. By the way, just a little quick moment. If you're here and watching, having a good time, please consider scrolling down and pressing the like button on this video. The more likes we get, the more viewers we get.
That's the same for me too, guys.
So press the like button if you're having a good time. If you're watching on the website, you can just click on the screen and then hit the like button. We'd love to have the likes. The likes are good. We have 500 viewers, but we only have like 250 likes. So like, smack those likes. They're free and they help me a lot. My show, 100% free. You can always watch it. You never have to pay to watch my content. It's literally published, Creative Commons, so people can remix it however they want. But the only way that I keep making this content is through likes, donations, comments, etc. So, thank you.
I'm gonna tweet out.
Oh yeah, I remember when Destiny said that I faked the Nazi 4chan raid that was front paging on Poll and got literal all day spam from Nazis in our chat. Damn. You made a playlist for this occasion? Interesting. Damn, crab rave, celebration, let's fucking go, bye, get the fuck out of my house. Good playlist. Hell yeah. He's not transphobic. He just hates every trans person he meets for unrelated reasons. Do you guys remember the time when Destiny said, "Thank God that people listen to him instead of trans people because he believes trans people to be so stupid that they can't advocate for their own life, their own beliefs?" Do you guys remember that one? Oh, do you remember the time when he called me, Doe, and Merrick, I think it was at the time, the Down Syndrome Avengers? That was fun. That was definitely in violation of TOS, but he didn't get in trouble for that one. Yeah. Listen, all I'm saying is Today's a good day. Yeah. Today's a good day. Yeah, maybe Destiny will get up. Maybe Destiny can buddy up with Nick Fuentes. I will say I was very, very surprised that it happened this soon. I expected it would be a year before Destiny got himself permabanned. I knew it was going to happen. He knew.
How do we know it's a
permaban? That's why he
permaban?
started selling NFTs. He explicitly said it's only a matter of time before I get yeeted off this platform once and for all. He knew it was coming. I guess that's what happens when you give up. Yeah, NF
Wait,
Steve. That's why we call him NF Steve. He was selling a bunch of NFTs to his audience. I don't see D being kicked off YouTube, but this is fine. Oh, he won't get kicked off of YouTube. But just keep in mind that, like, Twitch is his primary platform. Twitch is where he's built his entire career. He was one of Twitch's, like, literally one of the first streamers to ever stream. He was streaming before Twitch was Twitch.
Is it?
Do you think he would ever be banned from YouTube?
I thought that he got
No.
more money from
YouTube
YouTube.
is very, very... Unless he published, like, medical misinformation, then probably not. YouTube is very generous in what you say on your streams. They don't really care what you say. It's pretty hard to get banned off of YouTube. Oh, thank you very much, Wolfgar. I got lots of rest last night, and I've had a nice day.
Hold on. Nope, that's not what I want.
Oh yeah, meanwhile he stealths people, which is legitimately a form of rape. Insane. Insane shit.
I DM'd RTBA. To see if there was like literally anything.
Isn't that what... Wait, I don't know if he did it. Wait, backing up, I don't actually know if he did it, but he argued that it is not a form of rape. And that you shouldn't have sex with a woman who isn't mature enough to tell that someone would do that to them. So like literally...
Hold on. Keffels. I bet you this stream is not up. Stop. 2 days ago. Deleted yesterday's VOD.
Based Keffels! Join us! Join us and the other tranny terrorists! Boom, boom, boom! Fucking amazing. Absolutely incredible. Massive support for Keffels. Keffels, it has come out of this looking like such a goddamn Chad. It's actually
Are you kidding? She looks like a fucking lunatic.
So, one of the things I wanted to do... Yeah, both Keffels and Doe and myself, by the way. Multiple people were saying that I am a terrorist because I think that we shouldn't just rely only on capitalist supply lines for everything. Isn't that wild? Dude, people are so wild. In fact, you know, the whole thing about all this, the reason why like I guess I've been saying that I wanted to do comments today is because I wanted to read to you all some of the unhinged crap that I have to deal with on a fucking constant basis. You guys hear me talk about this all the time. I have had a policy since I started streaming that I don't hide shit that people say to me. When people say like weird, abusive shit, I don't hide it. I never want people to think like that the shit that I do and the shit that I have to be subjected to is like doesn't exist. But it does. It does. And so I like to keep track of it, you know? And I like to keep track of the funny stuff, and I like to keep track of the outrage.
Okay, I don't understand. There's no clips of her chat getting raided. She hit her VOD.
And I wanted to share some of them with you because they're fucking hilarious. And some of them are funny because they're just actual funny comments. Other times they're funny because of the claims being levied in them, and other times they're funny just because of how unbelievably abusive they are. Also, sometimes they're funny because they're cringe. And we've got a nice mix of those, and I wanted to read just a few of these recently. So maybe we're gonna have some fun looking over some of these comments. Now, comments I receive are on my YouTube videos. Most of the ones.
Should I try and jump in on this?
Videos, but I wanted to read a few other particularly good ones that I've received in recent.
Because I'm really thinking about it
to share with you all. So the first one is I wanted to take you all through the quote retweets of of my.
Let me look up Keffel's.
Men be quiet.
I'm gonna have to do it on my other.
Quiet and start apologizing. Tweet, which is really funny because that one is literally just a reversal of the tweet that Vosh did, and people got very angry at it. Okay. Here we go.
Okay. If I'm going to do this, someone has to help me find something, okay? I need to find literally anything that they have put out, and join the Discord. The link is in the description. Find me anything that they might like point towards as evidence.
It seems strange.
I'm trying to find some.
That Vosh was lambasted for this exact joke by the leftist community, but somehow now it's okay because it's coming from a trans woman. Please, for the love of... Now, this one's funny. Some of these people were actually being cool, but I'm telling you right now, is misandry, even when ironic, helpful in advocating for transgender rights? No. Finally, the duality is complete. Thank God. Challenge accepted. You start. Get it? They're saying I'm a man because I'm trans. You get it? Get it? They're telling me to shut up. They're so mad over me echoing the Vosh joke that they want to do a little bit of transphobia. Isn't that great? Love it. Oh, hold on. Real quick. Just wanted to make sure that I do a, real quick. Hold on. This one's for Destiny.
He's taking a bong rip. That's so fucking cringe.
Rip to a real one, buddy. Thank you. Appreciate it. Let's continue, shall we? Here we have somebody saying, "I'ma be louder now." This one I like, okay? I absolutely abhor you as a human being. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate that. But this is completely fair. Yay! I'm glad that I got a retweet from somebody who absolutely abhors me as a human being. Women first, says anarcho-weebism. This one's a supportive one. Then we have a little omega lol. This one's just kind of, fine. Here's somebody going, "Wow, the optics."
Hold on, let me try this.
Like own. The parody account and the real account are starting to look eerily similar. Wait, the parody account is fucking poggers. The parody account is funnier than I am.
Is it demonmama.gg?
The parody Demon Mama account is literally funnier than me. It sucks.
No, it's demonmama.com.
Beta challenge. No. No, I won't. Oh no, is Demon Mama gonna get VDS brainworms? So you guys can see that the quote retweets were, as you can see, malding. So you guys can see that the quote retweets were, as you can see, the tamest ones. But you can see it's very funny that that people think they're owning me when I literally do a mirror version of the joke that everybody was dissing.
God damn it. God damn it. Are you serious? God damn it. Okay, cool. Let's try it again. demonmama.com. What is even? She's talking about like Destiny getting banned. Okay, I can't sign in with Twitch. Probably. I'm currently suspended, so I can't sign in with Twitch. I don't know what I'm signed in as. Is that through my Twitter? Oh, fuck. I'm trying to sign into her chat on
her announcement from the other day. So talk about like a sir, this is a Wendy's moment. I tweeted my announcement, which was this right here. Okay, so this thing right here. Today at 4 p.m., Mama's back. Today we embrace the chaos because we have a lot to talk about. This was a joke announcement. Vosh may have murdered ContraPoints in a Russian meth lab incident, but it was Demon Mama who found the Elden Ring. And then, of course, I put this photoshopped picture of Melania from Elden Ring with my face on it, which is, you know, pretty cool. So this comment that I'm about to read was a direct reply to this.
Hold on.
Okay?
Let me let her finish this
Okay,
this
ready?
like meme, and then I'll move.
I will in the future treat all trans people online as infants. If Vosh's years of advocacy asking questions in DMs are abuse and hostile, the rest of us have no shot. I will attempt to protect feelings, but this is disgusting idpol. I actually feel sick. Signing off. A problematic ally. I don't think you're an ally. If your response to a trans person, by the way, $20, guess which flag they had in their bio. Anybody can guess which flag they had in their bio?
Kekistan?
Anybody? Sucks, but it's gonna hurt. No, nope, unfortunately, nope. Ukrainian. That's right. A lot of these comments are from people who are flying that Ukrainian flag. Wait, who is it? Who's the person who's been doing the Ukrainian flag thing? Is it Ooh. Anyway.
Wait, can anybody
sucks.
please explain to me what the
Sucks,
fuck she
guys.
just said?
Maybe we took the nationalism meme a little too far, okay? Can't shitpost anymore? Oh, no. I don't think that was a shitpost. This person was pretty mad at me. Just saying, think this might not be a shitpost. Okay. Hold on, let's get the next one. I want to get the next one up. Okay, guys. Okay, everybody. This one, I'm going to be a little mean here, okay? I'm going to be really mean here, okay? Because this is basically a perfect example of unfettered parasociality, okay?
I logged in. I typed. I think she saw it.
Did Keffels ever post proof of the hate raid? I think Keffels' chat logs contain that. I don't really care. I know that Keffels isn't lying, and if Keffels is lying, then I'll obviously recount that, but I highly doubt that Keffels is lying. Just because you want to play defense and go, oh, Destiny definitely didn't do that, when he does it all the time and everybody knows he does it all the time, sorry. Keffels can post proof, but we saw it. We saw the Twitter beef happening, man. Yeah, you can just watch the VOD. Multiple people were there. Just go watch the VOD yourself. Do your own fucking homework. Anyway, let's return to this, okay,
She
everybody?
deleted the VOD.
All right? Pardon me if
I
this
wonder
comes
why.
off a little bit weird.
Oh, she saw
A
it.
little bit mean.
She saw
I
it. She
think
couldn't.
we need
She
to be
didn't
a
want to
little
fucking
mean.
respond.
Let's listen in on this one, okay? Are you ready?
Ah,
This was a
fuck.
comment on my most recent
Unreal.
stream in which
Unfucking real. She knows that she saw it. That's why she paused. Hold on.
to the caller, I don't think that's accurate. You can rewatch the VOD and see for yourself. But also literally started to try and gaslight them
Gayfesh is
over the
responding to me.
definition of gaslighting. Frankly, she was gaslighting them a lot. How could she not see that her own behavior here was abusive? So, did I do apologia or am I abuse? I'm really grossed out by the left's collective inability to admit that Vosh was abused in this case by another content creator just because they seemingly have unresolved grudges against him. Just because you have an issue with someone, even if it's super justified, does not justify abusing them? And no, the shit Vosh said is not comparative to what Kat did with him. I criticize
These
him
people
often,
need
and
to
I think he
touch
needs
so
to
much
pull his
fucking
shit together on
grass.
certain things, but holy fuck, if you can't see how he was clearly being manipulated and hurt through all
I don't
of
know.
this, and you want to justify that shit by claiming him being mad or insulting an abuser, you yourself clearly need to learn more about abuse and question why you are so willing to victim blame.
Gayfesh hasn't responded.
I was triggered so
Oh.
many freaking times by your behavior on this stream and your awful justifications for abusive tactics. And frankly, I don't think I'm going to be able to resubscribe until I know 100% that you've changed your mind on these ideas. I don't want to get my information from someone who would likely have
No
sided
response
with
from
my
Gayfesh,
abusers
of course.
just because I called them names for abusing me. I'm sad. Please rethink all of this.
Not gonna get anything.
Guys, first off, if I ever catch any of you imps posting shit like this on somebody else's videos, I will fucking cast you out of hell. Holy fucking shit. Do not ever post like this. Ever.
I
on
know,
the
John.
internet. Fucking
It's so
ever.
stupid, but
Okay?
like,
First of
there's.
all, there are so many things I want to talk about. First off, I think that it is absurd to claim that I did any form of abuse apologia. In my stream, I was incredibly careful to say that I don't think that abuse is the correct framework to analyze either of their actions. In fact, I took extreme care to say that while I think some people could categorize Vosh calling Cat Black a retard numerous times as
Based.
abusive, that it wouldn't mean abusive in the way that most people say abusive. I literally defended Vosh on that point and said, I don't think it's fair to call this abuse either. Yes, could it be framed as abusive language as in the dictionary definition of abusive meaning harmful or hurtful? But when people say someone is abusive, they're referring to something like an abusive parent or an abusive partner or an abusive friend, somebody who over time establishes a pattern of manipulation.
Yeah, you've
towards an
definitely done
individual.
that one. Holy
And I
shit.
don't think that's a helpful framework to analyze a internet dispute. Like I've said this through a very long time online. I have said this explicitly, and when I have on my show made allegations of abuse, I have backed them up with receipts. But there's another aspect of this,
Except for this
which
time.
is the
Except for this
parasocial
time.
aspect.
No receipts for fucking Keffels. Hold on. I'm looking. I'm going Keffels. I'm on my fucking alt Twitter. Hold on. Let me do this. Let me go here. Here. We'll have something on the screen. I'm doing research, guys. We're doing this, okay? Okay. Let's be careful. Oop. We're gonna scroll carefully. Oh my fucking god. I watched a bit of the VOD when she's talking about Destiny's hate raid. For 20 minutes, I didn't see a single transphobic comment. She said Destiny viewers are terminally online. Someone in chat said, you got 10k tweets though and got banned. Where was the transphobic hate? Oh no. Oh no, not like this. Not like this. Oh shit. With the fast Shaolin mods, insta-banned. All the messages seen as soon as they pop up. There's literally nothing. Bones. Oh, incredibly fucking cringe, Bones. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? There's nothing here. There's no evidence. Oh, I have to send it to myself because I'm on my alt because Keffels fucking blocked me. One second. I don't think that there's... I don't think we're going to find anything, guys. What did Keffels do? Claimed that Destiny hate rated him. Or her, sorry, rather. And there's no... There's no evidence. That's the end! That's literally that's all of the results on Twitter for Keffels hate raid. I'm scared to fucking scroll anybody's Twitter. I'm gonna find. I'm trying to find.
I'm non-compete. Nazis had a point. I'm leaning away. Nazis had a point. I'm non-compete. Nazis had a point. Nazis had a point. I'm non-compete.
I'm trying to find literally anything where she posts anything. There's nothing. There's not a single screen cap. I can't fucking believe it. Discord. Yes, we've already seen that. Oh, hold on. Before.
Say that they want to kill myself. Oh yeah, I now can say that they want to kill myself. Oh yeah, I now can say that I man. Oh yeah, I now can say that I Roblox. I now can say that they want to kill myself. Oh yeah, I now can say that they want to kill myself. Oh yeah, I now can say that I man. Oh yeah, I now can say.
That's not true. What are you talking about?
I'm non-compete.
I know mods.
Nazis had a point. I'm non-compete. Nazis had a point. Nazis had a point. I'm non-compete. Nazis had a point. Nazis had a point.
One sec. Oh. Oh, the mods thing is true. Channel setting that is off by default, but lots of larger services. Huh, well, maybe we'll have to use that in the future. Next time we get hate rated and we don't want anybody to know about any fucking proof of it, we'll make sure to have the 2-second fucking delay on so that nobody can know that we're getting hate rated. We'll just fucking say that they are. How would you even have a bot check follows? I don't know. I think it's literally all a lie. There would have to be something. There would be no reason for her to hide. Why would she not post like a clip of the hate raid? I'm putting it out there. All right. There's nothing there. I was actually expecting to literally see one screen cap from her chat that had like an ASCII art penis or something. That's what I was expecting. Jesus Christ, really? I'm just fucking blown away. I'm not gonna lie. I'm actually blown away at how much attention has been given to the Keffels person and how little evidence there is for anything. And how smug Demon Mama is.
Through Twitter DMs. I want to be clear. Obviously, gaslighting can occur via Twitter DMs. if the relationship and the pattern is there. But the thing that makes gaslighting is that there's an attempt to manipulate, that there is a sustained attempt to undermine someone's sense of sanity and sense of stability. Not that people disagree, not that somebody lies.
Right, but even if it was the Posada bot, because I've heard of that, right? They said that they got 7 of them, right? Hold on. Someone sent a screen cap of one of her mods. Let me see here. So they, someone in my Discord posted like the stream stats, right? This could be, this might be like a hate raid, but maybe, probably not. Because this was the day in question, right? No, wait, did this all happen today? Did the Keffels thing happen? I thought that happened fucking yesterday. Am I losing my fucking mind? Have I lost literally every... We're at 7 DGG bans. Yeah. 7. Last night it's in GMT. Oh, what is GMT? Whatever, don't fucking care. It's like general... Whatever. Maybe a hate raid, but if they only banned 7 people... She had her bot set up to ban anyone who follows Destiny. Yeah, but again... We're at 7 DGG bans is kind of fucking weak, right? It's like kind of incredibly fucking weak. Well, I gotta fucking turn this shit down. Greenwich Mean Time. What the fuck would anybody watch Greenwich Mean Time? I don't know what else I could, No, I don't think it's that technically difficult. Oh. Listen, my dude. I don't know if I'm learning so much fucking deep lore right now. I've never even heard of fucking Keffels until like yesterday, so you can only check followage on said channel? Greenwich? Oh, fuck off. There's a W in there. Fuck off. Okay. Is she still bragging about it?
Let's not talk about myself.
The only reason I want to see if she's still talking about it is to see if I can still get a reason to fucking trigger a debate. I just want to fuck with someone. I've been angry on the internet for too long. I need to take it out.
I don't think that was a shitpost. This person was pretty mad at me. Just saying, think this might not be a shitpost.
This is for after stream. This is just for me.
Hold on, let's get the next one. I want to get the next one up. Okay, guys. Okay, everybody. This one. I'm going to be a little mean here, okay? I'm going to be really mean here, okay? Because this
chill, Abaddon.
is basically a perfect example.
Claim that we're allowing transphobic shit.
Parasociality, okay?
She didn't ignore me, but she tried to... she like the first time she tried to like, oh yeah, you know, like there's definitely proof, you know, go find it yourself. But there is no proof like at all. What the fuck is going on? Why won't it play?
Aren't. And by the way, people do use stupid, dumb, and idiot as slurs, but not even close to the same level of frequency. There are a lot of people who get
Is she
hurt
still
by the
fucking
word retard? And maybe you don't like that. Maybe you think it's silly. Maybe you think it's retarded that people don't like the word retard. But guess what? That's just your opinion. My opinion is that it's not worth it to me to bother and hurt people with that particular word because it does have that effect. So
she's
I
still
don't
woke
use
scolding
words that don't serve what I want to
Vosh
communicate. If I
over
call
this?
somebody stupid, it's because I think that they're making a lapse in judgment. They're being stubborn. They're being ignorant intentionally. That's what I mean when I say that. When people call people the R slur, that's not what they mean. That's not what's meant. So yes, words do communicate different things. When people call people the R slur, the goal is to dehumanize them. The goal is to say they can't think. And I don't like that. I think it's bad. I think it's ineffective.
I swear to God, she calls people stupid and fucking idiot and fucking. I swear to God, I've heard her say retard before, and that she has the pass.
A lot of comments were about this specific thing, and it really annoys me because I've been so consistent on the R slur. It's ridiculous. People have asked me about it over and over and over again. Long-term.
We have to find a clip of her saying the R word now.
My opinion on the R slur, just from previous segments I've done about the R slur and why I don't like it. And also why I don't like calling people subhuman. It's another thing. I think there are ways to insult people that don't involve dehumanizing them, and I do think there are problems with going really, really hard on dehumanizing people. Obviously, I think there are exceptions to this rule. Obviously, I'm not going to have any problem if people are fucking using problematic language against a Nazi or whatever.
Oh, so you can call a Nazi the N-word?
Context that's important. And also, for the record, I don't try to cancel anybody over this shit. I watch way more.
You're doing it to
Vosh.
Vosh.
No offense, but Vosh isn't even the most edgy leftist out there. You guys ever watched Cumtown? I don't even love Cumtown. I usually can't watch Cumtown because they use so many slurs. But I don't think they're the worst people on the planet. Puerto Rican musician says the thing Vosh kept saying was that I was only criticizing his use of the R slur because you're mad. That's fucking stupid. You can go watch. All of my VODs are public. It's probably timestamped when I've talked about my feelings on the R slur. I've done it so many fucking times. Yeah, Cumtown is fucking crazy edgy. They are crazy edgy. I'm an edgy person, but I just have my own style. And I'm very clear about it. I say edgy shit all the time. I say shit oh my God, you guys know
I'll give you guys an example of my edgy statements.
I don't excuse edginess in all cases.
You know.
I say the word faggot all the time.
Yeah, that's what got you
I'd
banned.
say that fucking all the time.
Then you probably shouldn't.
But do you think that maybe if I booted up a video and screamed faggot at somebody that I didn't like, that maybe I would be using that poorly? Maybe even though I find that there are cases in which in which saying the word faggot or even calling somebody a faggot or calling myself a faggot is useful, that maybe all the time isn't that time. There is a time and a place. Edginess is neutral to the greater context and the efficacy of the jokes, of the advocacy.
You can say it on YouTube. We need to get that clip of her just saying it fucking 5. We just need to do a supercut of her saying the F slur over and over.
Yeah, I made a joke today that I said I wanted to fucking Roblox myself because of Fortnite Star Wars. I make all kinds of edgy humor. I just try to direct it effectively. And
Okay.
Socialist Potato says, it's especially important to note how the R slur was used on mentally ill people or disabled people back in the 1950s because it was easy for people to not help disabled or mentally ill people and how it was normalized. Yes.
What are you talking? It's literally too fucking retarded to fucking listen to. Okay. I was really hoping that she would keep on going over it so I could provoke a conversation. Oh, well. Oh, look. There... I must prostrate myself before destiny. They're already, like, coping in the fucking tweet that I made. They're already fucking... It's so unbelievable. Either the words are slurs to everyone or that they aren't to everyone. This whole you get a pass because it's a slur against you is shit. Yeah, I know. Because, like, I am a bisexual dude, okay? I am not very queer presenting, I guess. I don't act very queer or gay or what the fuck ever, right? But I'm bi. I'm attracted to dudes. And if I said it, then everybody would lose their fucking mind. Same thing with the R slur. All right. If I say retard, then everybody lose. I mean, like, fuck, for the longest time, I didn't say it on stream because everybody, like, the first time I fucking slipped it, it slipped out of me. And it wasn't even in my vocabulary. The first time it slipped out of me was I was talking to some guys that were saying that it was good that Dylan Burns got fucking pepper sprayed by the Proud Boys. And I was like, their thing about, like, how Antifa should get, like, the shit kicked out of them was so circular. But, like, the Proud Boys were justified, but Dylan Burns was not justified in being there because he lives there, but they don't live there. It was a circular argument. It was so fucking stupid. And it was so frustrating that I just called them fucking retarded. And then my chat revolted against me. So... anyways, we got about 20 minutes before I have to end. Should we, what should we do? You know what I would like? Fuck, I don't know anything about finding anything. I don't know how to find anything. I don't know how to find logs of anything. I don't know how to find, like, streamable clips. I just want to see if there's anything that we can find about the Keffels thing. Karaoke? No, I'm not doing karaoke. Fuck you. I have a soft spot for the word retarded. Sorry, you say I have a soft spot for the word retarded, and I just think of it like a soft spot in someone's head. So it's acceptable for me to say when I'm old? Yeah. Yeah, it's all on Twitter. All right, if you guys haven't already, definitely subscribe to the YouTube. All right, the button's right fucking there. Like the video. All right. Doesn't Twitch hide messages from banned people in the VOD, or does the oh yeah, that's what I was talking about. Like yeah. Sorry, I scrolled past it, but that's what I was saying. Like, not from banned people in the VOD. No, it'll show on her fucking screen, right? And on the VOD, like the actual video, you'll see her chat moving by, and you'll see it. That's why I was laughing, because it's like the fucking Shaolin monk fucking mods. I don't understand. Okay. I hate when tech illiterate people make up shit about how stuff works. I've never claimed to be good at fucking technology, so I get a pass, all right? It's so fucking good, guys. It's unreal, though. Because number one, I don't think this person follows me. No. Oh my god. January 2022. Okay, well. Wait, hold on. Wait, I'm gonna go through their shit. Hold on. I just heard mods. I'm tutoring. Oh no. You're fine. We don't need. We're talking about the Keffels thing. I just want to see if this person tweets and replies, because it looks like all of their media. Their entire account is just like fucking with people about Destiny. Whose account is this? They're following two people. Hasanabi and the live person. Did this person block me? No. And their entire account is just them, like, I guess, name searching. For an apparent hate raid? No, I don't think it's for the hate raid. I think unless he put out a screen cap of something. But I think that it's probably more likely that it happened either because of the Nick Fuentes was on screen for 5 minutes. I don't know. Or there would have to be proof if there was a hate raid. And she doesn't have any proof. If she had proof that she sent to Twitch, she would have put it on fucking Twitter too. So it's not the fucking hate raid. Okay. Well, I'm actually done today. All right. I am going to end stream. If you guys want to help me out in the interim between the ban on Twitch, because I haven't had any income for 2 weeks, there is a link right there if you guys want to drop a dono. That would be really fucking based of you if you did. Abaddon gave me $20 yesterday, and it helped me from being negative in the bank. So that was super fucking awesome. It was said on stream it was due to essentially ableism. What was the ableism? Okay, well, DM me about what the ableism was, all right? I'm closing that out. I'm going to... Fuck, I wish there was a raid system. I don't even know how many people are watching because stupid fucking YouTube. But yeah, I'll catch you guys later, all right?